Are trying stuff, but this series especially, they have 2 more best of 2s to play, I believe. They have to 2-0 here, because there's basically nothing left for them if they don't.
Yeah, exactly right. This is the game, and it is against the last place Energy Pacemaker. If you can't 2-0 the last place position, there's a good case of you not deserving to be in the playoffs. So everything really is on the line. Royal Club need to step up huge. It's going to be hard with a substitute jungler, but they do have some experienced veterans on the team that can get it done.
Yeah, they do. And Energy Pacemaker yesterday have also made some changes. We'll see them when we get into their roster shortly, but they've looked fantastic yesterday, splitting a series with the likes of OMG, I believe. So Energy Pacemaker, they're kind of, on the up. They definitely had a lot of moments of brilliance, and all of a sudden, bringing some old players back actually into their positions, they've looked a whole lot better, even just from yesterday.
Yeah, they certainly have. And EP was this team that we heard about their pretty good chemistry coming into the season. So when they did make the initial swap, we were surprised a little bit. But Low and Captain 57 back in the lineup. Although Raphael and Drizzle are playing again today, it does look like.
Interesting.
And that's an interesting change-up, because yesterday, you mentioned it, Game 1 particularly, Amazing J and Captain 57 looked like they were right back on track.
Yeah, they were the carries for the team for a long time, but we are going to get in our first champ select here, and Energy Pacemaker, lots of switches, maybe just trying to feel out the roster, moving into what for them is a likely relegation tournament they'll have to play, but we'll see here as Lulu Rek'Sai are EP's first 2 bans, and Kalista Jana are Royals.
Yeah, so taking that bottom lane duo away, and we see Royal do this a lot, a little bit more for my comfort. Get rid of Jana when they have Zero on the lineup. If teams aren't going to first pick it, and there are a lot of contentious first picks at the moment, Zero just performs so well on that support, but obviously not really willing to bank on it. The LeBlanc also being taken away by Energy Pacemaker.
I mean, it's weird as well because Zero is one of the few Nami players left in the LPL, and he's got a great Jana matchup. So we've seen them play into Jana plenty of times. I imagine Nami would like to have the champion on his side to try and defend his hyper carries, but I guess Royal might be mixing it up a bit more mid-game like we saw yesterday as LeBlanc here, Respecticon, and Hecarim is the last ban.
Yeah, it certainly is taken off the map straight away. Amazing J hovering that Garen. I would be surprised if we saw it again, especially in a game that means so much. Energy Pacemaker need to get out of last position. So the Maokai a little bit more standard also being looked at here, but you can't go past the Nah. 11-0-13 I think was his scoreline yesterday. Game 1 went off.
Yeah, I mean, Amazing J's just looked just that amazing in the last few games. Definitely the synergy with Captain 57 there, but instead they will take the very solid, very safe first pick, Maokai.
Yeah, and I like it. It gives nothing away for your composition. Lane swaps very well, follows the jungle, has that CC available at level 2. So there are definitely a lot of things that it does well. And we see maybe the Thresh hover coming through here from Blank for Zero. Of course, Zero a fantastic Thresh player as well. Have to see how that one works out though.
It makes sense. I mean, Shu plays a lot of it as well. I like that Kohler, of course, having a little bit of fun there with Amazing J flashing him the Garen, but I would like to see Zero on some sort of playmaker and Sejuani, his 3rd different jungler in his...
We haven't seen much Vayne as...
But we'll have to see what Royal want to...
Huge and a nice so easily. You cannot push what Korn does take in there. Still do like that. I just think that even...
Very convenient that you mentioned Raz. Yes, there's a LeBlanc ban here, but... Yeah, so we'll go through the matchups.
The Corky Jinx a little bit more standard.
Yeah, so we're going to have to start pushing.
That goes for a little bit more auto motion, so that's going well.
Bottom side, but we'll give it up a little bit. We'll hit this time a great flavor, Zero.
Huge advantage over Armor.
And again, the aggression from...
A little bit of counter jungle, better off they're going to be.
Yeah, and again, beautifully played by Roy.
Nara comes in, turn prison to be able to get in range and...
Zeal.
Yeah, up there. See if they can...
as well, so again, the salty but Shu gonna pop Zero.
The collapse.
Good rotation, they do have trade there. Royal get denied their second. And I want to ask you, so about how bloodthirsty is
huge one team fight
damage, but things going well.
Saw it yesterday from Energy Pace to continue to chase. Really did do the job.
Zero as much of that mid-game power trap as in mid as well, and Corky, Gary from in Sejuani ultimate
strategy through the look of their item. Going to be an uphill climb.
Yeah, it will indeed deal damage to this turret from a safe. And Kohler has teleported down the ulti. Now Meganar form drip.
Their star jungler even and is 1-0.
Royal have been.
Yeah, definitely.
Do something like this.
Yeah, I definitely for Name this time round.
Royal now going to move around. They've got
this point in the game. They're so good to pick up the support.
He gets shredded and Kohler
gets the Royal Club because all the win conditions and
impact as last time. But look, Royal team's live. We'll find out soon because game. Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're about to get into Game 2 between Starhorn Royal Club and Energy Pacemaker. My name is Patriot. Joining with me is Spawn, and what a first game display there from Royal.
Yeah, Royal came out swinging. They had a very clear strategy. They wanted to kill everything on the map as quick as they can, and it took them 21 minutes to do it.
Yeah, it was a great display there, as we did have the surrender coming out for EP, but you know, a lot of scaling potentially, the Jinx, the Rise, a lot of questions. Are we going to have big late game team fights? Nope, just lots of great rotations, really smart level 1 play around the lane swap especially.
Yeah, certainly agree. The lane swap definitely went their way, and they picked on Amazing J repetitively. Thresh was so huge in that game. I do not expect it to get through because Zero absolutely dominated on that champion, really took it to people both in laning phase and then in the siege situations. Just such a potent, I guess, combination coming through there, and have to see whether they take it off him because it really went bad.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here as we are into our draw for Game 2. Royal are now on the blue side. EP have swapped over to the red. Kalista ban against Zhangao again, the new AD carry sub here coming for EP, and Maokai, again, a very standard ban. And Jana, this is why we did sell the Jana ban last time, because of course Zero is just going to play Thresh.
Yeah, certainly, and it gets taken away in response, like the ban from Energy Pacemaker. Need to make sure that they have some control over that lane swap if that's what they're going to run, and getting rid of the Thresh is the first step towards that.
Yeah, and a good step there as well. Zero does have a very deep champion pool. His Nami's great as well. We've seen him even play the Aurelia. Zero just such a talented, mechanically gifted player. But Royal, 10 seconds left for another ban. Do they want to ban Sedge on the blue side, or are they happy to first pick it here?
Yeah, I think that they're still happy to first pick it. It was so strong, and getting rid of Rek'Sai is, of course, one of Drizzle's better champions, and we've had questions about Drizzle's champion pool all season long, and Nunu didn't really do much last game. I
mean, yeah, he's played a lot of Lee Sin. That's been the big one here, but we actually had Captain 57 when he returned yesterday to play in the lineup. He was a Sejuani player. We haven't even seen Energy Pacemaker play it, so I wonder if it does go through. Maybe Royal just say, okay, are you going to pick it?
Yeah, exactly right. See if they give it up. And Energy Pacemaker with their last ban, they're taking a long time to think about this one. Down to the line.
Wow.
They get rid of the Jinx.
Yeah, and that's a very targeted ban to Nami, but that's going to give the Hecarim over to Calder and deny it from Amazing J.
Yeah, Amazing J, of course, such a good Hecarim player. He's also played Nard at great effect. Get him back onto a comfort pick. Of course, got picked on when he did go with that Maokai, and it looks like they are going to go the same combo. Insta-lock pretty much from Drizzle.
I mean, you pretty much have to take it here. It's so strong. We already have seen both Nara and Sejuani do strong things, and together they just seem so excellent. I mean, the matchup's interesting to me as we do see those picks locked in, Spawn. What do you think of Hecarim versus Nara?
I think that Hecarim just is able to get through a lot of the damage after about level 7. In a lane swap, Nara going to do a lot better, but Hecarim, he just grabs those boots too, gallops around the map, able to get back to lane extremely quickly, and it's so hard to make harass stick on a Hecarim that really does get free lanes wherever he goes.
And giving Hecarim a free lane, a very scary thing. He's such a big threat. If he can get his items coming through, get his Trinity Force and get tanky and just start taking over games. Royal taking their time with his next few picks. Again, seem to be having some fun with Amazing J, hovering the Garen. But we forgot to mention that LeBlanc was banned in the last game, and Royal, they're going to get it here. Supportless probably for Zero, and the LeBlanc coming through for Korn.
Yeah, of course. Nautilus is okay in the jungle now with the changes that went through onto his E, able to clear a lot better, but is very manigated. You would have to think on this patch, but giving Korn that LeBlanc is so dangerous. We've seen time and time again how well he performs on it. Yeah, maybe not the assassin meta still, but LeBlanc in her own right, as soon as she gets some cooldown reduction, does great persistent damage.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how good LeBlanc is on this patch. We've seen, Charles getting buffed, lots of people going away from the assassins, but LeBlanc's been one of the more consistent bans and picks. Is still on this patch, so I wonder how they're going to do with it. Although EP lining up for Juggermore and take it away. Lulu Kog'Maw are their 3rd and 4th picks.
Yeah, so getting that supported potential mid laner, have to see if it is the support position. Of course, Lulu can play both, but Kog'Maw, the tank shredder as far as AD carries goes, just rips through them even quicker than maybe Vayne. Vayne has a longer ramp up time. Kog'Maw probably only needs the 2 or 3 items to really get going, but I want to see the Varus come through. Name, such a good Varus player. And against a Kog'Maw, he lands 3 auto attacks and an ability. Kog'Maw's going to die.
Look, I don't think they have the potential Urgot coming through. I don't know who would play it because Name I don't think does, and Korn has already got his champion, so can't pick that into the Jogmo. Instead, though, they take the Lucian Jarvan. Still aggressive, but I think Varus is even more aggressive in that lane matchup.
Yeah, I certainly think that Varus especially, there is a lot of CC, so I can see why they ran away from it, but I just think the potential damage that comes through is so strong that they've completely mid-gamed here, Starhorn Royal Club, just gone all in on their win condition, which is probably a pre-30-minute win right now. If the game goes any later, Energy Pacemaker with their tanky lineup and that Kog'Maw in the 2
Nami Kog'Maw lane as well. I guess taking away the Nami if you wanted to. This is always the thing that amuses me, I guess.
I think that what you hit on the fact that Nautilus and the
On the Lulu, Nami going to take
riddled with CC at this point, but it's just the point that the Kog'Maw, he's going to have a field day freely auto-attacking everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And no, we are not quite into the game yet, but as we're talking about there, Juggernaut for EP, something very different for them.
Yeah, it certainly is. And look, it's not a full-blown Juggernaut. Then here it is, kind of a quasi.
Last game, going to play very Excel for 30 minutes.
Yeah, exactly right. They just need to get everyone in the Starhorn Royal Club lineup. You feel that is the get away from it for long enough, their comp will level up.
Yeah, and EP's top, for an extra support, but it's a fairly supportive jungle. You've got some teamfight protection with a good front line, I suppose, coming from the top.
Exactly right, and Nami just does so well in the cold. Is, yeah, the exact answer that you need coming through. Lulu, of course, with the whimsy, I guess, line. I do like what they're doing with the composition. I think that it is a little risky, though, because if they don't lay their CC just right, Hecarim, as well as LeBlanc diving in there, will do some work if they aren't to that 30-minute mark.
Yeah, Royal are not wanting for engage in this comp, that's for sure. Plenty of dive with the Jarvan, Hecarim, LeBlanc, and the Nautilus to tie them up as well. But we are going to break into standard lanes. Cola will actually TP. I think, yes, he did take a camp there. You can see Cloth Armor plus an extra pot and some Crystalline Flask going on. So level 2 already.
Exactly right. Needs to be able to getting up there, and the early level 2 hasn't done much to help him, although now he's got it in response, and maybe even the early gank coming through here from
lining up the hook, just misses, and that's going to force the flash. Blank doesn't overcommit, just gets a summoner and gets out.
Yeah, and that's the important thing here. Now, they've got another couple of minutes to be able to revisit that lane. Give some pressure, give Kohler a little bit more time to just walk around.
Great Dirge lane there onto Zanga. Now the damage coming in. Zero getting very aggressive, and Name will turn around. Have to be careful in these trades, but that one went in favor of Royal Club.
Yeah, it certainly didn't. The whole lane now going in favor of Royal Club. They're pushing up so aggressively, making sure that the jungle has to come into this bottom lane and freeing up their assassin and big carry top laner to get some work done.
And this is honestly, I think, more of what we expected from Royal's bottom lane. Everyone remembers Nami as this great late game player who, just fought for days on EDG last year. And that's true, he's still that player, but once upon a time, he was very aggressive, and Zero is the kind of support you can be aggressive with.
Yeah, exactly right. And Zero, he just seems like such a balanced support. When he played with Uzi, we complimented how good he was at peeling. But now that he's playing with Name, we're seeing a little bit more of that engage coming in. Name very self-sufficient, as we see even more harass in this bottom lane.
Yeah, Shu Low actually getting ignited, forced to get out. Zhangao going to get snared up there by the passive of Nautilus, so we'll have to get away. Nami took a little too much damage, but that might force Shu back out of lane.
Yeah, but that's both flashes down. The exhaust as well as the heal still available, so no real kill threat coming through, but you throw a Jarvan in there who, as we speak, heading back down river. This is a very precarious situation.
Yeah, smart stuff by Blank. Zero's going to line it up. Flash there for the snare. Knockup going to come through. Another snare coming through, and Name going to try and collect the kill, but Blank will get first blood.
Yeah, so first blood for the jungler. Might turn into a dragon, although it looks like it won't, as Drizzle tries to pick up anything he can. It will be the dragon, so a lot of early aggression coming through from Royal Club again. We said that they needed to get on their bike and get going early, and it looks like they're doing just that.
Yeah, unfortunately backing away, maybe felt they're a little too low for that dragon, but not going to take it. Name actually just going to push in and try and deny Cog some more CS. In the mid lane, though, Korn doing just fine. This is expected to be a split lane, and Korn, his real question in the early game is how much roaming can he afford to do?
Yeah, exactly right. Needs to get into the top lane, you feel, because bottom lane firmly in their control. Try and pick on this pushing who had the early lane because he was able to push in. with Kohler doing the camp, but Kohler, he's been able to sustain through a lot with that Crystalline Flask. As soon as he goes grab those boots too, auto attack's not going to do much against this Hecker.
Yeah, and that early camp plus the cloth armor helping out lovely as well. I mean, we've seen this so much, but all the level 2 top lane shenanigans just get you so far ahead.
Yeah, they certainly do, and now we see 3 members strong coming in.
Oh, going in now onto Raphael Chang. Will Lang going to try and line it up. Beautiful CC layering there, and Blank gets another kill.
Yeah, Blank the beneficiary of Zero being on point with all of Nautilus's CC. Just making sure that his jungle is facilitated around the whole map, and you could see that Energy Pacemaker, they were rotating the Sejuani around, but just wasn't there in time. Yeah,
and I mean, Drizzle playing from behind in both games, you have to think, couldn't get on the front foot on the Nunu, now playing from behind on Sejuani. I mean, getting some farm, is able to apply some pressure, but it's incomparable. Zhangao gets hooked again. Name going to move back in. Gets bubbled though. Beautiful play from Shu. That might be the killer. Zero will get the kill there onto Kog'Maw. Going to lock up the Nami there as well, but no follow-up kill. Blank even in the area just in case.
Yeah, and I think that's why they didn't go for the
Dredgeland. Amazing. Now Blank going to follow in, but Sejuani is here this time, and they'll finally back away.
Yeah, and this is what they're trying to do with Name. They're getting him early advantages and sending back to shop so he can actually translate it into a meaningful advantage in lane. If he had grabbed the dragon last time around, wouldn't have had the time to go back and pick up the pickaxe, which led to the second kill.
Yeah, and you can see getting ahead, not massively far ahead on CS, but starting to win more and more in advantages. It doesn't look like much now, but if Royal keep doing this, just watch that CS counter because it'll start snowballing out of control.
Exactly right, and the problem is now the kill went over onto Zero. He's going to be so hard to deal with because he's already playing so far up. As
going in again. He's actually in the mid lane now with the Moby Boots. Lines up another dredge line. Snare coming through. Riptide in there. Wild Growth might save Raphael, but they're going to chase in. Last few orders is enough, and Blank still here just in case.
Yeah, and just the roam squad coming through from Zero this time around, really dictating the flow of the game. And 4-0, another 2,000 gold advantage for Royal Club at only the 7-minute mark. Exact same timing as last time round, by the way, and they've done it in a completely different fashion. Standard lanes winning across the board.
Yeah, and that 4-0 from Royal, that is 4 kill participations for Zero. 100% involved in everything going on in this early game. And you mentioned already that Zero can be a bit more of a playmaker because Name is slightly more self-sufficient. That's even more true now because when he gets ahead, he just starts roaming.
Yeah, exactly right. And I love what Name did in the lane. He sat back, wasn't willing to go in, gave up a couple of early CS because you see that the CS did jump back into the favor of Kog'Maw just a little bit. But now Zero back in the lane can go up again.
Oh my god, a great stretch on their landing. Now the Culling going to move through. The Ultimate even coming in, and Name going to get a kill this time.
Yeah, and Name went back, picked up the dagger, so as much damage he could afford. They continue to bully the lane. Zero's been on point. I don't think I've seen him miss a hook.
No, not yet. Hasn't missed one, and just on the ball from his threshing game 1. I mean, the ban, definitely the respect there. I love it, taking away the thresh after game 1, but Zero totally fine on the Nautilus as well.
Yeah, certainly looks to be that way. We criticize maybe the lack of a flex, but wow, Java and Naut really working out here, and the zone now coming through from this Lucian. Has to back away now because there are a lot of members potentially heading into the bot lane, but that job is done. 5-0.
Yeah, I mean, they have to rotate here as well because I promise you, Zero and Name, especially if Blank's around, they will dive this Kog'Maw happily under that turret, so no one is safe, even starting a bit of a freeze now as well. This Kog'Maw just getting pummeled in the face in this lane.
Yeah, he certainly is, and there's really not an answer to come back. You can send as many members as you want down into this bottom lane, but they're highly mobile, going to be extremely hard to gank a Lucian. And just how tanky Zero is at the moment, I really don't see a way that they win this lane unless they go back in time somehow and stop it all from happening.
I mean, Drizzle's trying, but he's down here with his ultimate and his flash. He could maybe make a play, but there's great warding down the bottom as well. Haven't quite seen the Sedge yet, but now we'll see it. And Zero just on top of everything this game.
Yeah, and straight away they back away. They know that their lane is pushing in their advantage. They're not going to be denied CS. They stop the aggressive zoning. So yeah, Kog'Maw picks up some CS for himself, but not going to get anything out of this lane, and Drizzle, he's forced to just sweep and leave.
Yeah, and again, the lane's still pushing. Royal have done a great job holding it down here in the bottom side to continue to deny the Kog'Maw. 10 CS ahead and counting now for Lucian versus Kog, and Drizzle wastes all that time and gets absolutely nothing for it.
Yeah, and I want to point out the real beneficiary in all of this. It's that man right there. Cola's been able to go back, pick up boots too, and home guard, and some more Cloth Armors for himself, and all of a sudden, 3 members in his lane.
Yeah, and bottom lane's doing fine. Let's gank the top lane. They're going to look for the dive, actually give it up. A little too awkward wave positioning, I guess. Korn, a little bit of harass there onto Amazing J, takes about 40% of his health down, and EP as a result will start the Dragon.
Yeah, so they're going to start the Dragon up, but I don't think Drizzle does it very quickly right now, and no one can rotate to give it away because of how much stronger the bottom lane is. So it's going to take a long time, and they really are relying on Royal Club of not sending anyone to check that. Looks like they will be able to pick it up, but still even a risky move.
Yeah, I mean, a nice play from EP if they do get the Dragon. I mean, it feels a little desperate almost in a way, but you have to at this point. Everything's just gone horribly wrong in the early stages of this game. I guess Raphael doing okay, but not able to keep up in CS that well. I mean, they both have blue buff, but it's Korn. That was our question. Can he leave the lane? And he's already started to roam.
Yeah, he's just been consistently pushing it out, and we saw that Dragon took about a minute, but it was secured in the end, so that's a fantastic Dragon against the Tide there for Energy Pacemaker. Timing will be available for Royal Club because I would see the people in the lane pick up that buff. So they will be able to fight for the next one, but across the board, advantage in the top lane, mid lane, and bottom lane. Their early game really is rolling. So it's not until about the 20-minute mark they'll put the screws in. As soon as they get those 2-item thresholds, they're a team to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and already 3,000 gold ahead are Royal. No towers yet. It's not quite the same game without the Jinx here, but Royal Zero again lining it up, saying, "I'm in trouble." Teleport's coming through as well. They really committing to all the kills. They cancel the port, and Name gets another kill.
Yeah, so Name picking up a couple of kills now, really getting going on this Lucian. His Lucian play was fantastic last year. He really was a great Lucian player. Of course, he's known for a couple of the more oddball picks like the Varus, like the Jinx back then, but really can play these mid-game carries quite well, and we're seeing his laning phase maybe not as bad as people make it out to be.
No, I mean, especially with a playmaker like Zero in your lane. Zero's done so much to boost the aggression levels in this bottom side of the map. It's wonderful to see them play this well together. Kola taking a bit of harass. Drizzle is actually in the area, so maybe an overcommit as he's going in onto Amazing J. Mininar form only though, but Drizzle coming in. An amazing ulti there for Kola, but Amazing J hops out. Zero's here as well with Korn. Hook lands onto Drizzle, and Kola getting low, but should be fine. Drizzle will die. Nami gets the tower in bottom, and a Royal explode across the map.
Yeah, so everywhere they're just getting advantage after advantage. In the mid lane, Blank's even there to pick up a wave of CS. He'll love that feeling as a jungler. Doesn't even need to go to the gank. Get some free farm for himself, and this game probably even further back this time for Energy Pacemaker because their turrets are still up. That's just free bank for Starhorn Royal Club to collect whenever they want.
Yeah, I mean, just that one Dragon for EP, their only consolation at this point in the game. And Blank, we haven't talked too much about Jarvan recently. It's been a lot on the Sejuani and the Zax of the jungle so far, but Cinderhawk Jarvan, very serviceable. Loveling was doing this with the Juggernaut enchantment before it got changed.
Yeah, exactly right. And Jarvan's always been a great pure tank because of the intangibles on his kit. He's got a slow, he's got that knock up as well as a Cataclysm, not to mention the fact that he gives some armor penetration and the like across. So really is a solid, I guess, supportive jungler in his own right. As we see, wow, just toe-to-toe.
Yeah, Nami's been rotated in. He's got his Infinity Edge done now, plus a dagger for almost those Berserker Greaves. And he's just casually 1v1ing the top laner with Zero in reserve.
Yeah, just sitting there willing to fight. And it was because of the aggressive build. We see Amazing J do this a lot for his mini-nar form, picking up that early phage. But what that means, no armor, just completely bullied.
And Kola not even going for the Trinity Force. Again, very mid-game focus for Hecarim. Doesn't think he needs to carry this game. Thinks we've got the LeBlanc and the Lucian, so instead just going early tank items.
Yeah, and I like the Frozen Heart because getting in the Kog'Maw's face with the Frozen Heart just completely shuts down exactly what Zhang Ao wants to do early. So being able to get in there and bully it around will mean good things for his team. Doesn't need the damage because of the great bases that come through from Hecarim. Will eventually pick up that Trinity Force, I'm sure, but just a very patient build.
Yeah, your observation from earlier about the standing gold here. Turrets have started to fall now, so Royal building up that gold lead about 7,000 now, and Korn might even look to snipe away the blue buff, or possibly just Raphael.
Yeah, so he's looking for a kill there, but he has been spotted out by a ward, so they will maybe be able to stop this, although 3 members now coming in. They probably need to get out here, Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, Gromp here for Zhang Ao did go to him, so aggression potentially coming. You can see Lucian in the mid lane rotating in, but Blank on top of the buff. He's going to clear out the pink ward. Cola's actually down here. Didn't even use his teleport, just walked down there. Dragon's not even up. This is a very big commitment for Royal, but they're going to take away the blue buff.
Yeah, they certainly are. Now they've got all their members available for that mid turret. The last one standing. See if they can get some members into that mid lane to take that one out. Although they are sending Name back to shop. I assume that's maybe Azil, potentially just Boots too. Ultimate thrown out. Yeah,
they want to kill Raphael. They're Dredgeling going to come in. Korn on top of him. Wildgrowth good. Name forced to flash away. Gets picked up by the tidal wave. That was Korn. Now going to get low. Drizzle getting some damage in. Is Amazing Jay joining already. And going to bounce his way in. Look for the ulti. Gets them back. Name's done into a wall. But Korn trying to peel them up. Name goes down. Zero falls as well. And it's actually some good kills. But Jarvan got another. Now Cola moving in onto Zanga. But Blank will fall there as well. Hecarim not strong enough yet to really go in like that. Might look to fall here as well. As Drizzle's getting the slows down. Cola just escaping. Korn going to look for an exit kill here, but it's 1v4 right now. Gets tagged by Glitterland, goes back in a little too aggressive, gets Polymorph there, gets a kill, flashes out, but does die to the auto attacks.
And there are so many flashing health bars for Energy Pacemaker, but ultimately they win the fight 2 for 4. Huge in their favor. More importantly, get a kill over onto their Kog'Maw, who was really drowning in this game. 20 CS down, able to grab himself something at least. We'll go back, possibly finish up that Trinity Force now, and Energy Pacemaker, they haven't made all the difference, but they're getting back in it. We'll take another look. Overcommitment coming through from the whole Royal Club lineup, and Raphael, he was just trying to get back to his team. That was what the flash was all about. A little bit of a fail into the wall, but he got back to his team, and from there, Amazing Jay just willing to go extremely deep to the lineup, the whole team. Gets a great bounce in, good Gnar coming through, and there just wasn't much that the Royal Club lineup could do because their top laner wasn't there. Don't get me wrong, they're fighting under a turret still and they're taking a lot of incidental damage, but as members keep falling, there's not really the cooldowns available to win the fight.
And you know, Korn tried to go in heroically to clean up the kills, but didn't even have his death cap finished. He's almost done it now on top of his Muralonomicon. But Royal down in the bottom side now trying to take out this turret. 5v4 with Amazing Jay's teleport down in the top side of the map and Dragon up in 2 seconds. You can tell what Royal are going for.
Yeah, you certainly can. And look, that was a good fight for Energy Pacemaker, but they're still 5,000 gold behind. So they're going to lose out on the Dragon. Probably just look to trade it for a turret because this is only Royal Club's first Dragon. So see how they go with that one. But they were just sitting on so much gold there, Royal Club, that they chose to fight in a disadvantaged situation.
Yeah. So a bit awkward. You never want to fight without your gold being spent, but Dragon will go down there the first for Royal. Tower does fall. Kohler actually went back and tried to home guard back into the area to clean it up, but couldn't quite complete it. And we can see item timing's coming through now for Royal, but still a little bit of gold away from really ramping up.
Yeah, they certainly are. And look, we said about 20 minutes, so they've still got that 2 minutes to go before they really do have those huge 2 items. Of course, Hecarim, just such a luxury item build. He's not going to have that for quite some time if he goes Trinity Force next. But it's all about being able to get that static shift, grabbing the death cap on the middle of Blanc, and then they'll just look to roam and pick up kill after kill with Zero.
Yeah, we'll see how they do shake it out here. We've got items coming through. Even Zero actually going for a Randuin's, I think, there as well. So, I mean, it makes sense. He's been involved in a lot of kills. He's got lots of extra gold for his support. So he went the Luxury Guardian Angel last game. Going to be going for a Randuin's this game instead, as we can see Royal trying to look. I mean, again, to have those double sight stones, they have to get some aggressive vision down. Already some good blue ward scattered through. So 20 minutes is approaching. Just get those item spikes and start really pushing back into EP.
And you can see that's exactly what they're looking for. Both carries have skipped boots too, just to get their 2 item spikes, being able to get in there with that death cap. Now with the static shift, Name and Korn are just so ridiculously strong compared to their counterparts. And they're just going to look to force the pace. The split push has started. No one can go near that LeBlanc. With the death cap finished up, we'll probably one-shot even the tank.
Yeah, and he said 30 minutes was the time where Royal kind of had to win the game in to prevent the scaling from coming through. I think that's still true in this game. So we're about to hit the 20-minute mark. The 2 item spikes have come through for Royal. It's going to be a very turbulent 10 minutes for EP. We'll see if they can hold on.
Yeah, certainly. And the thing about Energy Pacemaker, it's not like they can just walk off the map and defend the bare minimum turrets, because they still do need to get the farm onto Kog'Maw. But if they just continue to slowly bleed objectives and pick up farm for the Kog'Maw, get him towards that 2.5 item mark by the 30-minute mark, he's still going to be an extremely strong hyper carry. It's all about the levels on the Nami and the Lulu being able to get them up to max rank. So if they can continue to get experience around the map, sure, they're still in with a chance, but Royal Club, they're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and looking to really apply more pressure as well. Name just split pushing by himself. We had Korn down the bottom, like you've already noted, doing the same thing. They're Culling actually going to push the wave in. Royal, they want some turrets.
Yeah, they certainly are just looking to continue to push the map up, get as much farm onto their carries as possible, rotate around and try and catch people in transition. They've done it here. They'll get a little bit of damage.
Yeah, they'll get enough damage, actually.
Wow.
Tower prepped earlier, I guess, by Korn helping out, and Name gets the turret.
And Blue buff just respawns. Perfect position to be able to pick that one up. Mid lane, they've lost a whole wave of experience to that turret. So Royal Club, they understand exactly what their win conditions are. They're forcing Energy Pacemaker around the map, and they can't pick up the resources they need.
Yeah, and especially on the right-hand side of the map, beautiful wards placed all around there. 3 nice green wards, a pink ward on top of the blue buff as well. Just great vision control. And this is what's been missing from a lot of Royals games. I mean, they haven't actually had that many leads, so it kind of makes sense. But this is the first time we've really seen them, you get a lead and then start to snowball it super effectively.
Yeah, exactly right. And they're doing it with a mid-game composition. We've all never doubted like Insect Zero Name's ability to play late game compositions. They have late game written all over them, especially through, I guess, decision making, although Insect this season has been a little questionable at times, but it really is, can they play this accelerated pace of League of Legends that we've seen be so successful from the likes of EDG? And this game, at least, it looks like they've made some inroads to that.
Yeah, and look, Blank, not the same jungler as Insect, definitely, the sub-jungler coming in, but really just had a role-playing job to do here. Get your Sightstone, be a utility jungler, and in 2 games now, on the Sejuani and now the more support-focused Jarvan, done an admirable job just being tanky, being the front line, putting down the wards, and making sure your team's got all the resources they need.
Yeah, and maybe it is a shot-calling thing, because we saw that he was willing to camp the bottom lane. He was just getting into the bottom lane over and over again, and he set this game up to snowball. Sure, the carries have taken over now, but he was probably responsible. He blew the flash first and then paid a return visit. Really has done a fantastic job of getting the bottom lane ahead.
Yeah, and Korn been very self-sufficient so far. Level 13 actually with a blue buff on LeBlanc. So very scary, continuing to split push down the bottom. And again, be in lanes where you can threaten this Kog'Maw, because Zhang still struggling to find farm.
Yeah, he certainly is, and that's a big thing. We said if they can find farm up until the 30-minute mark, it doesn't look like they can, because they're being forced off everything.
Yeah, Kohler again, trading a little bit unfavorably. The hyper pretty good, but Frozen Heart just fine in this matchup. Amazing J actually going to go aggressive. Randuin's getting popped there as well. He wants to, but Kohler ulties himself out. Amazing J doesn't quite land the last slow, but good harass there in the top lane.
Yeah, so you see at least one lane still going in Energy Pacemaker's favor. I think in a team fight, though, Kohler probably is going to be a little bit more valuable just because he can dive onto that Kog'Maw and get the Frozen Heart aura across. Whereas Amazing J right now, if he doesn't get a great Gnar into a Sejuani ultimate, will just be ripped apart by that LeBlanc, because they're not going to use any of the support abilities on the Gnar this time around. They're all for the Kog'Maw, so have to see how that one works out, but at least able to pick up farm on one of their lanes.
And looks like Dragon back up in 40 seconds, so both teams wanting to set some vision up for it. Korn is still on the bottom, so actually hanging out in that brush, I believe, hoping someone walks down and pushing the waves in. Royal do need to clear out some of the vision. They've got one upgraded sweeper already. Wouldn't be too surprised to see Zero get his. And by the way, he has finished up the Randuin, so very tanky now on the Nautilus. They're winning on a couple more items, but again, they've just kept the pressure on, keep tabs on everyone, and just play around the objectives, play around the Dragon.
Yeah, exactly right. Play around the Dragon, couple more minutes, start playing around the Baron, see how much work you can get done. Trinity Force nearly finished up here for FLICKR, probably a little bit quicker than I expected to see. He might have it by the 30-minute mark when they really are going. Void Staff and Last Whisper will be picked up very soon for Name and Korn respectively, so they're in a fantastic position to fight still, but Energy Pacemaker, they can probably still afford to let objectives go.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Kohler does have his teleport, but Amazing Day already down. There's the Mega now being triggered, so we're all going to back off for a second. That might actually give EP enough space to just go in on top of the Dragon, but Kohler's porting in. Korn wants to go in as well. Good harass coming through, but Kohler just so fast with the Home Guard boots. Doesn't find the flank. EP do back away, and we'll reset for the Dragon.
Yeah, so they're pinging out the mid lane. They want to send Name there to cut off the wave, push it back in, because they understand at this moment in time, farm is all important for the Kog'Maw. So if they get that mid wave pushing, they've actually beat them to the punch. They'll get mid-turret.
Yeah, very nice push here coming through. They might even get the Dragon as they swing back around. Nami doing good damage. Kohler on top of it. Don't quite get it, but deal excellent damage to it. Back away now, looping in towards the Dragon. And it's all that aggressive vision. EP have to always take the long way back around.
Yeah, exactly right. And now they can force Energy Pacemaker to come to them through their line of vision in a single file, which against the Nautilus is just suicide. So through good map movement, going to be able to probably pick up an uncontested Dragon.
Wonderful rotations here by Royal, and they will take away the Dragon. They'll get it away there. Will goes the second, falls there to Royal. Not a massive one, but will help with some of the rotations they've been doing.
Yeah, certainly does. And the other thing it does for a mid-game composition, wow.
Yeah, Nami potentially caught, flashes out of the way. Relentless pursuing toward Korn. Amazing Day actually popped in, but no follow-up CC available.
Yeah, so was able to dodge out of exactly where Sejuani was. I'm surprised Drizzle didn't pull the trigger on the ultimate there, but it looks like they might get a turret for their trouble.
Going to go in for it, but Royal have been very adamant about protecting their mid lane turret, especially. Cole around the side. Drizzle going to get caught up there. Corn will get him with a chain, but Amazing Day, massive 3-man Nara ultimate into the Sedge, but Cole is in the front lines now, tearing through them. We'll get polymorphed away. Forced to ultimate, actually. Can't use it offensively. Zhangao actually getting the kill anyway with a massive ultimate, I believe, and they're going on to Baron. They don't want the turret.
Baron straight away pinged out here. This is horrible news for Royal Club. We said how well this team will scale. If they're not as 5, there's no way they can fight Energy Pacemaker, and they've started off. They will tear through this.
Corn very low on health, training in towards the Baron. Nami, decent help, but not a whole lot of mana. They are going to try and protect it. Zero is here, but doesn't have an ulti. Corn, you can see waiting. Drizzle actually might get tied up here, but Corn knows he has to dive in. There's no vision. He's going to go in blind. Tags him with an E. They're looking in. The Baron getting low. Corn's going to flash. He wants to steal it. He does get it away. Zhangao gets the kill, but Baron goes to Royal.
And that is just such good news. Underestimating the burst damage that comes through from the LeBlanc. Sure, she dies, but mission success. Just getting every advantage needed for his team, and Name once again going to pick up a blue buff.
Yeah, never wanted to shy away from taking objectives away. Massive wave in the top lane. Going to be cleared up by Amazing J as well. Kog'Maw getting stronger. He might have Blade of the Ruin King finish now as well. So 2 items, good. Not quite the 3-4 items that we want to see, but getting towards it. EP have definitely won a lot back after that little exchange, and that timer for Royal, they've got about 3.5 minutes left.
Yeah, and EP have come up huge, actually. Picking up that Blade of the Ruin King, we've seen how much damage is already being done. That's just going to be skyrocketed now. Have to talk a little bit about Blank's build as well coming through. Is actually going to Warmogs. That's a lot of health against Kog'Maw, who does percentage damage already. Not to mention, automatically builds into the Blade of the Ruin King. And no armor, no MR. If I'm honest, hate the pickup.
Fair enough. I mean, it's funny as well, because maybe he's like, well, we already have a friend who was in a Frozen Heart. I don't need it. But, I don't know, buy Thornmail, dive some turrets. Like, there are definitely options there. I think I have to agree.
Yeah, definitely. And even maybe a little bit of magic resist, something like a Locket coming through. You can't underestimate how much damage is going to come out of the Lulu and out of the Kog'Maw W.
Yeah, I mean, Kog'Maw does a lot of mixed damage. It's not quite Corki levels, but it's plenty of damage coming through. But, well, at least Jarvan will, if he wants to dive, have the health pool to do so. It's a very aggressive mid-game focused pickup, because Royal still know they're on a timer this game, and that EP have bought themselves a lot of time recently. Tower does go down, though. It was prepared earlier.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. Able to get in there nice and aggressive. Now rotate into the top lane, try and pick out the last outer. And their map movements have been great. They just haven't picked a lot of good fights here, Royal Club. And that's strange to say of a team that has a 7,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, I mean, now we're all going to rotate in. Blank with that Warmog's able to tank up very nicely. And they do have a good front line. That's one thing we can say about Royal, but that puts even more pressure on Korn and Name to carry on the LeBlanc and the Lucian. So they're looking good so far. Name's actually jumped pretty significantly far ahead in terms of items, because he's got the last Whisper done and a spare BF sword there as well. And I love this pickup. He's actually got Merc Treads.
Yeah, so he's gone the Merc Treads. I agree, because of how he's going to weave in spells, and that's kind of his defensive item. If he can survive the initial CC, he's confident in his positioning ability to be able to get away from the 2 big tanks. Not really going to be able to threaten him that much. So, yeah, definitely think that it's a worthwhile build. Haven't seen the QSS come out, which against a Sejuani as well as a Gnar probably is a good pickup. Especially because Zero didn't go the Mikhails this time around, did go for a very selfish build. So a lot is on Korn as well as Name to not get caught in the initial CC and be able to put out persistent threats.
Yeah, I think selfish is a very good way to describe what Zero's been doing in the last few games. We all remember the GA from game 1, and now he's got a Randuin. I mean, again, trying to be an additional tank, it's fine, especially given that they're snowballing. And I think you hit it with the QSS. That's probably not a Bloodthirster. That's likely a Mercurial Scimitar.
Yeah, but then you think that maybe he needs some lifesteal in his build as well, because there's some incidental damage that will come through and needs to keep himself topped up. I honestly don't know where he goes with the build after that, although this is something Name does all the time. He picks up as much gold-efficient items as he can. If he has 1550 gold, he's going to go back and buy it.
Yeah, Name and Uzi actually have that trait about them as AD carriers. They always want to just be as strong as possible at any given moment. So things looking good, but that 30 minutes pretty much here now. The next dragon coming through. We look down at Kog'Maw, 2.5 items. Okay, not 3 items, so maybe not where he wants to be yet, but lots of strength here for Energy Pacemaker. Royal may have lost just a few precious precious minutes in the last exchange.
Yeah, they certainly have, but good hook coming through.
Yeah, Drizzle very tanky though at this stage, although he's getting culled now by Nami. Great ulti they're going to land in on top of it. Cola trying to make it happen. Massive Hecker and flank, and the ulti goes in, and Royal have taken over the fight. Amazing J going to get chased down. He's the last one left alive for EP. They might not catch him. They are going to try though. Massive there is a good ulti, might keep him safe. Still too much CC coming in. The last kill goes to Nautilus, and that's a clean ace.
Yeah, clean ace coming through. We said that maybe the clock had run out, but Zero with a great catch onto one of those tanky members that we were talking about, getting them off the map before the fight even started. No layering of CC might mean the game, although death time is still very short.
Yeah, have to back away. Can't even do some damage. No, never mind. Another surrenders come through. EP don't want to play out the rest of that game. A little premature. But, I mean, another strong performance by Royal.
Yeah, great performance by Royal, but Energy Pacemaker, you have the scaling comp in that. Surrendering with only one inhibitor down, maybe questionable, but all in all, the game's over, and Royal Club, they pick up the 2-0.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they needed. Would have been a disappointing 1-1 for either of these teams. And Royal, they get the 3 points they need. That pops them into playoff contention briefly, tied with Master 3 now for points. But M3 have some games to play today too.
Yeah, they certainly do, and really looking forward to see how that goes. Touching a little bit more on Royal Club, I think that what we've learned out of this is backs against the wall, veteran lineup can still come through. Name Horn going completely nuts today, throwing the fact that Zero had a great day as well. That's exactly what Royal Club needed.
I mean, before we move away, look, the top lane flank there on the Heck Room, he only had one ulti, but he only needed one good one. That was amazing.
Yeah, it certainly was, and the fact that he kept his lane exactly where it was, held Amazing J down, who is that carry top laner for Energy Pacemaker, went a long way, but really was the bottom half of the map that just did it for me today. They were very stellar.
Yeah, and finally a fantastic performance for Royal, really taking over the series and getting the much-needed 3 points, but don't go too far after the break. We'll return with more LPL action.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Jake Spawn Tiberian. We're here for our second matchup, Ganti taking on Snake, the epic 3rd versus 11th matchup.
Yeah, exactly right. They're a little bit far apart, these two teams.
Just a little.
But in saying that, a lot still on the line for both.
Yeah.
Ganti, if they take a 2-0 here, pretty much out of reach of Energy Pacemaker, who will nearly mathematically be locked into that last position. However, Snake, if they get the 2-0, jump back ahead of OMG.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. OMG have been splitting series a lot recently. Of course, yesterday, actually tying with Energy Pacemaker, who we saw surrendering twice in a row at about 20 minutes against Royal Club. So OMG sort of slipping just a little bit, but Snake looking to get back to their second place form.
Yeah, and the thing about Snake is they need to get back in form. You just feel it coming, and they really are trying to mix it up a little bit. They're going away from maybe the Protect the Crystal comps, trying to get some more things into their arsenal because they don't want to be that one-dimensional team. But Ganti, they're mathematically still in the playoff race. I don't know whether you can really say that anymore and see how they go, but anything that isn't a 2-0 isn't in Snake's favor.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. And Snake really need to start getting wins on the board. And they also need to start fixing the problems that have started cropping up here for Snake just in general.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely agree. And as we said, it's all about that team balance. They need to get away from maybe the Protect the Carry comps and see if they can mix it up, get some more potential into Flandre, their top laner, because he's been extremely impressive. Even when he takes a back seat, he just very rarely makes any errors. So see if they can get anything going in the top lane, get Beast onto some junglers as well. He really does seem to be the person that gets target banned a little bit at the moment. So if they can open up the pool on the new patch, they can just build momentum going into playoffs. And Atlas, at this point in the season, week 10 out of 11, it all is about the playoff and where you can get psychologically, but also, I guess, throw teams through a loop. They're not going to be looking to give away much, but maybe some shaking it up here.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and I really like that you mentioned the psychological damage that you can do to some of these teams here as well, because that can really throw them off on their way up to the playoffs. And if they are psychologically damaged in the playoff stage, that's a huge deal. And if you can sort of mess with the minds of your opponents, make them think that you're going to play this certain comp, and then get away with something completely different, the holding your cards to your chest playstyle is actually going to work out quite well for these teams.
Yeah, I definitely agree, because they've shown one playstyle with extreme regularity. As soon as the patch went away from the Xerath Azir, it really was all about how can they get their AD carry rolling. And if they can show in weeks leading up that they can play other playstyles, they're good at the double tank and the jungler and top laner, they can play this persistent damage threat in the mid lane, then it means that when they pull out their Protect the AD carry comp, it's not expected. Right now, if you're going to start the playoffs today, you would expect that's what they would run 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. That's what we've seen from Snake thus far. And what we've also seen is the fact that Barker hasn't quite found his set of champions that he can play more confidently just yet. We saw recently that he is still a god on Xerath. Yes, that is true, but that's only one ban, and Barker seems to look pretty confused about where to go, apart from maybe the Victor pick. Yeah,
Victor seems to be the other one that he's comfortable on, but we saw time and time again, people just ban the Xerath, pick the Victor. From there, it really is I'm not going to call it an ocean because it's not deep, maybe a pit, and where he tries to grab a champion from, and some have worked, but it's been sporadic at best, Atlas, and really do need to see what his 3rd and 4th picks are coming onto this patch. I want to see if he can play something like the Vladimir, something a little bit more persistent.
Yeah, well, this is the thing as well, is the fact that we are moving to 5.6, and Barker now has a whole lot more champions that he could potentially be playing on this patch. He can decide to go with the Vladimir. He can pick up the Cho'Gath for himself if he wants to. There's a whole lot of picks here that Barker can now choose to run that he wasn't otherwise able to based on where the meta was sitting, and this might be his time to shine.
The other thing is we're getting away a little bit from the high damage junglers, which just means that you feel a little bit more safe in mid lane. Of course, the CC still comes through and you're able to get locked down, but the fact that you don't have the likes of Rek'Sai and Lee Sin flying at you every game, being able to 100 to 0 you nearly, if you step out of any form of safety, does mean that maybe Barker can play a little bit more comfortably. And in his own respect, across the other side of the rift, Ganti have been all over the shop this season. They've been very up and down. Their good looks fantastic, but their bad isn't much to write home about.
Yeah, their bad kind of looks like an Archangel's Sheen Sona, just a little bit in that bottom lane. Of course, Syncdream, he's had incredible power performances, and sometimes he's dropped the ball just a little bit. And we don't want his namesake to work out here for Gantu. We don't want him sinking the dream.
Yeah, well, he certainly has in some games. Tail has looked probably the best member on Gamti after Jahu, their mid laner, you would have to say. Let Me, he had a good start to the season, but really has dropped away noticeably. Probably my biggest criticism in inconsistency really is Let Me and Sync Dream, because you never know what duo is going to show up. Are they going to be really emphatic in the top and support positions and play the initiator role very well, or is it going to be the likes of support Fiddlesticks or Sona with crazy builds running around?
Yeah, running around and sort of not really doing a whole lot. Of course, Sona level 1 isn't quite the Annie that Sync Dream is known to make gigantic plays on, roaming around the map very, very early.
Yeah, exactly right. And it really has been the two linchpins. Huey's come in and he's done an admirable job for someone that came through mid-season, but still probably not where the other junglers in the LPL. It's weird because LPL used to be criticized so much for their jungle role, and across the board now, there are some fantastic junglers, and when you don't have one of those top-tier junglers, you give away a lot of pressure.
Yeah, well, it's very, very true. Of course, you look at the Koreans that have come over, Spirit and Dandy sort of stick out like sore thumbs.
Cacao.
Yeah, I apologize. Spawn, of course, Cacao, personal favorite player of yours. Let Me there, ladies and gentlemen, as we start going through the Gamti lineups. He has played a lot of different champions there on the top side. Of course, including the Hecarim here as well, who has been a pretty solid name in that top lane, but we'll see how things have moved forward as we move patches, because we actually skipped 5.5 here as well.
Yeah, exactly right. And we jump straight into Xiaohu, so we skip over Huey, and Tail has gone away from the Corki pickup, which he was playing extremely well. Team started picking it away from him, goes towards the Graves. Cogmore, probably not his best pickup, had some okay performances, and that's really the man that if he's on point, they look good. If he's not on point, they don't so much.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that there is that the Sona is now out of that 5-game match history. He doesn't have to see it if he's going to be watching the VOD at home, and we can just forget about it. Never happened. There was no Archangel Sheen. Just didn't happen.
It really was not a great game.
No, it most particularly wasn't. One thing I want to talk about, as you mentioned, the jungle matchups here as well, is the fact that Huey and Beast share a lot of champions here as well. I mean, Beast known for the Nunu, but Huey's played his last 3 games on Jarvan and has played a lot of Rek'Sai, of course. The pentakill at 7 minutes is probably something that we all remember from his play, but Beast also Rek'Sai Jarvan heavy, and we'll see how they move into this new meta of the Sejuani's coming out, potentially even, Zac being popular now. Who knows what's going to be coming through now that Cinderhulk is a big deal?
Yeah, Jungle Gragas is another one that we see pop up time for time. The W being, I guess, allowed to do a little bit more damage to camps means that he does fly through the jungle relatively quickly, so I agree. And we see Flandre, he's been relegated to tanks. Both top laners, interesting to note, have been willing to pick up the Mundo, who with the Cinderhulk pickup is a little bit stronger. Not going to say that he's amazing still, but he's very good as a solo tank. And we see Beast champion pull Nunu Jarvan, throw the Rek'Sai in for some good measure.
Yeah, and this has been standard Beast throughout the entirety of the LPL this season. Barker has been forced onto some interesting champion picks, and when he's not on the Xerath and the Victor, who he actually managed to win a 2-0 in their last matchup against, I believe it was Energy Pacemaker actually, and managing to get the Victor and Xerath, that's going to be an easy victory for Snake, but I don't know whether he'll be able to here as we have a look over at Crystal just momentarily, and he has been having great performances, but it's not quite the Crystal that we remember getting massive scores on the likes of Draven.
Yeah, exactly right. Has dropped off a little bit. Allah has been his usual steady self. The Janna as well as the Thresh are the 2 champions to point out there. Willing to jump onto the likes of Nami if he has to, but those really are the 2 standout picks that you would have to say for the support player. And I'm pretty excited to see what Snake pull out here. They're sitting very comfortably in 3rd, so they can try whatever they want here. If they really want the 2nd, they can put the screws in and go extremely hard. Or, as we keep pointing out, this is their time to get an experiment game in. Gamti are in no touching distance of anyone, really. They're still theoretically in the playoff race, but still probably closer to being relegated to the last place race, depending on how Energy Pacemaker.
The race to last, the wooden spoon race.
Yeah, the wooden spoon race. So I do want to see what Snake is willing to try on I'm not going to call it a free map, but there's very little to lose.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, and maybe it's a time for Snake to practice new comps, get Barker practicing on some new champions here as well. We have no idea. They might be able to mix it up and make the Bard work this time. We may have a magical journey that's successful, a magical journey to, you know, somewhere that's nice instead of what we saw coming through yesterday, which was a little bit of a frightening one.
Yeah, it certainly was. Cho'Gath just sat at the entrance with his mouth open and ate everyone pretty much.
Yeah.
He had a very good time. I don't think PYL will be boasting about that game anytime soon, however.
No, I do not think so, but it was hilarious to watch that one coming through. I do like it when Bard does find his way onto the Rift, but we are going to have Champion Select very, very soon. And we'll see whether the bans are going to be very similar aiming at Snake or whether they're going to change up just a little bit as we get into this one. But with Kalista banned first, it's looking pretty similar.
Yeah, Kalista, Kog'Maw, and get rid of the Xerath. That's pretty much the recipe to try and take Snake out. Throw in a Victor pick if you really want to shut them down. Xiaohu has shown that he can play in it, but Sejuani being taken off the map,
yeah,
that's a power pick right now. It is just so strong.
Yeah, and it's not targeted necessarily at Huey, who hasn't been playing it at all. But of course, moving to 5.6, it is all about these powerful, tanky junglers that are coming through. So pretty standard. The Lulu going to be taken away. Of course, Barker has been playing that one a bit, and this is just going to take away that Juggermore comp potential.
Yeah, exactly right. Not allowing them to run the protect the AD carry. I honestly don't think Snake would have run it anyway, just because of the fact that they need to get something else on this 5.6. And you see Nautilus also being taken away. They're just hitting the Mega Tanks. Yeah,
the Mega Tanks, and Nautilus has been seeing a whole lot of play in that support role as well. Sort of erupted onto the support scene, sort of like Viger did a few patches past. So, look, we'll see why in case it gets banned in the next. It doesn't get banned in the next game. And Flandre, he's going to lose the Maokai here as well. Has played a heck of a lot of that champion, and we'll see whether Flandre is going to decide to change things up in that top lane.
Yeah, we'll have to see what he decides to run. Of course, has gone to
the Mundo.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised at all. Although he also played Morgana a little bit up there as well. That Black Shield is just such a powerful tool if you are trying to protect the likes of Barker and Crystal. And we'll see what it's a Xerath ban.
What?
From Snake.
Yeah, well, of course, we do have the numbers 1 and 2 Xerath players in Xiaohu and Barker here, of course. That is a very contested pick, and they don't even want to let that go as a first possible pickup option.
Yeah, so if anyone knows the strength of it, it will be Snake because they use it so well in their compositions. Nunu has escaped, Jarvan's still available, so...
And Rek'Sai as well.
Yeah, Rek'Sai's still up, so you have to think Huey and Beast probably not that anxious to lock in a jungle pick here. And it will actually be the Janna being picked away from Ella. Thresh still available. Sync Dream looking to go... No, they swap it up. It's going to be Rek'Sai.
Yeah, Rek'Sai makes a whole lot of sense here. Of course, Huey fantastic on that champion, but take it away from Beast as well. I mean, the last victory that they had was actually with Beast on that Rek'Sai and looked very, very strong doing it. We'll see what Snake decide to answer with 2 power picks to come through potentially now. And Ella... pretty content to go with that Thresh.
Yeah, definitely like the Thresh pick up here. We've just seen how dominating it can be in the bottom lane. Zero played it to great effect, and just in pick comps, still runs King, and there's the Gragas.
There's the Gragas. Prophet Spawn here letting us know exactly what might be picked up, and it is going to be the Gragas potentially in the jungle. Could go anywhere, who knows. But I have a feeling that that's going to be the old jungle Gragas coming through, and Fizz is the hover. Xiao just going to lock away that LeBlanc, though, no questions asked.
Yeah, just looking for the assassin in the mid lane. They've gotten rid of a couple of champions for Baka. Baka doing one himself there with the Xerath, so going extremely aggressive. I really like this tactic. Also picking up a Morgana. We don't know whether that's top lane or support, but gets rid of one of Flandre's champions, and a lot of work being done by that Black Shield.
Yeah, and they will be able to run a potential protect the hyper carry comp here as well around Tail if he wants to get back on that Kog'Maw, which he has been playing a little bit recently. Snake now able to round out their lineup just a little bit, and Crystal showing us some interesting AD carry options. We'll see what he does decide to go with. Actually, Twitch having a slight buff here as well to his poison damage in the early stages of the game will be interesting. Barker's going to lock in the Azir. And that's a Draven as well, Spawn. This is going to be an interesting game.
It certainly is. So Azir got some range back on his Q.
Yeah.
Didn't get the spawning of the soldiers back up to its old distance, but did get a slight buff. So I'm not surprised to see him go back to it, although I am surprised to see him take it into an assassin lane, because that's going to be an absolute nightmare during the laning phase to try and get a LeBlanc off you.
Oh, yeah, and the Hecarim has been left open here for LetMe as well. A lot of comfort picks to come through. Xiaohu has looked very comfortable on the LeBlanc. Tail has the option of going for the Corki if he wants to, and LetMe on the horse is going to be more than happy up there. And I like the move over to the Graves because that's so much pick potential, even just 2v2 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it certainly is. You throw in the fact that if any of the Dark Binds land, it's just going to be complete lights out for Crystal on Draven. He has got some peel coming through from Alla. Of course, we haven't seen whether that will be an Ignite or an Exhaust picked up by the support yet, but in the top lane, LetMe hasn't swapped over his Summoner spells yet, so might see a little bit more of a standard.
Oh my goodness. Not sure what's going to be happening here, but Flandre thinking about a Shyvana, but what I'm actually curious about is his Summoner spell choices at the moment.
Yeah, he's got a Smite in there, so see whether he wants to do any counter jungling maybe early. Of course, the Smite.
But if you think about it, Cinderhulk is a fantastic item. You can only build it if you have Smite. And the fact that you get 25% extra health and then your Dragon Form gives you so many resistances, that dragon is going to be so difficult to kill in the middle of a team fight.
Yeah, and I'm also going to throw in the fact that Skirmisher's Saber is probably the best late game item at the moment, purely because it gives you a percentage damage reduction, which is just ridiculous at this point in the game with very little threats. If you're only going to run a 1 or 2 threat combo coming out, it is just such a good pickup.
Yeah, and so this is the first time that we've seen Shyvana in the LPL this season. We'll see how it goes against the Horse. Dragon versus Horse, a very exciting matchup. Gragas against the very standard Rek'Sai there in the jungle here, and we'll see whether, Beast mixing up his champion pool is going to work out. And Barker back to an old comfort pick.
Yeah, so back on the Azir. Let's see if he can make it work. Xiaohu, no slouch in the mid lane, so this is a fantastic test.
Yeah, and speaking of fantastic, Crystal's Draven back onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, against Graves here as well. A massive manly battle there on the bottom lane as SyncDream, he's got some pick potential in the early game, so he can use that Morgana to move around the map and possibly get some cheeky dark bindings.
Yeah, so need to see how SyncDream performs on this one, but this is going to be insane, Atlas. I love the fact that Snake, we said they have to do something different. They've pulled out a double Smite composition in their first game.
Yeah, and it's sort of like half the team is doing things different. I mean, you've got the jungle Gragas and the Shyvana coming through. What the heck's going on there? But then you've got Azir back to complete comfort for Barker and the Draven as well from Crystal. Let's get onto the Rift and see how it works. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Gamty taking on Snake, our second game of the day here for Week 10, Day 2. And we'll see whether Gamty can withstand the onslaught of the Smite Teleport Shyvana.
Yeah, exactly. The power pick at the moment, you just see it. No, it's pretty rare. But has gone a Ruby Crystal early, and they must know some shenanigans are going on, because if you run a double Smite, Shyvana can take all kinds of buffs early. Pretty standard 5-man stack coming through here. They're just looking for the deep wards that we've seen so much.
But look at what Snake have done. They've got so much early vision around their blue buff here to start off with. Of course, they've managed to scout out the potential lane swap, but they can also see the enemy team moving through their jungle.
Yeah, they've been able to pick up complete vision of everything. So they've rotated their Draven into the 2v1 lane. So they're going to look to start off with some counter jungling. Flandre with that Smite going to be able to pick up the quickest camp possible, because Shyvana Smite, that's just counter jungling written all over it.
Yeah, Shyvana Smite plus Beast Gragas Smite. I mean, how's the old Gragas clear?
Gragas' clear is fantastic. His W is such a strong move in the jungle. We'll see how quickly he can run through the big camps especially. And Flandre, he's going to start himself off a Gromp, give the blue buff over, and then see if they do set up any form of double jungle.
This could also be the Moscow 5 strategy as well, where Flandre just teleports to the blue buff afterwards and takes that one down as well. Of course, he has fallen very, very low, but that is an opportunity here.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we see that Hecarim has had to go into his jungle because they see that it is a 2v1 lane, so he didn't have the advantage of taking a camp because he actually recalled and tried to walk to lane. And in the mid lane, Azir, not a champion we've seen grow in popularity after the nerfs came through. Xiaohu trying to get aggressive, but there you see the extended range on that Q. Does mean that he has a little bit of an easier time, but I'm still not convinced.
Yeah, we'll see whether it does work out. Of course, in the hands of Barker, always been a fantastic Azir player. We've seen it work out for them very, very well. It was part of the reason why they were such a dominant force at the early stages here of the LPL, but it looks like Gamty, they are going to avoid getting triple buffed by double smite Snake, and that is a big deal.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we see that Flandre's actually pulled out the Gromp. Needs to be careful here that he doesn't get collapsed on it. A lot of members in his... It is such a weird thing to say about a top lane.
Yes, indeed. Actually, or is going to be able to get it. The cheeky smite over the wall, and that's going to be a whole lot of extra experience. Already halfway to level 3 here as well, as Let Me nowhere near that mark. He's getting zoned away from this tower, though, as Gamty, they've decided to hard push this lane.
Well, they just had 4 members down there, so they can kill all the experience. There's no way that Flandre can approach that, so probably going back to grab his wolves at this point. Surprised he didn't start Machete, simply for the fact that he would have got some extra gold off his smite.
Yeah, true.
But looks like they are going for a 2v2 here. Beast has got him.
Yeah, Beast has actually found his way over here. Does manage to land the barrel. Tail's going to get slowed down, but Sync Dream in a whole lot of trouble now. The flash out, the heal baited as well. That is 2 very important summoner spells, and Huey has to be careful now as well.
More importantly, they were able to grab the double wave that was on the turret because they withdrew too many members too early on this side. So Flandre, he gets a level 3. Meanwhile, Hecarim's only just gone into the top lane. He's got 0 CS, and there's no way he can go near Draven.
No, there's no way you can go near Draven or Thresh. Barker actually taking a whole lot of damage here as the exhaust comes through onto Xiaohu. He's not going to use any spells, though. Barker going to have to chug some potions. Going to have to be very, very careful in this lane. And you can see Xiaohu, this was his breakout champion. I mean, we know that he played a lot of Xerath, but also got a lot of the success for Gamty early on that LeBlanc.
Yeah, he certainly did, and he's just so potent on it. Being able to dive in there in the 1v1 and not have to expend the Ignite to get the exhaust baited out is absolutely huge. Means there's a lot of kill potential. So straight away, you see Jungler comes in, helps Barker push out the lane, going to get a free shop in.
Yeah, and he's only down a couple of CS here as well after a whole lot of pressure was put on him there. So didn't expel the flash, did only use that exhaust in that trade. So already has that very necessary escape summoner here for the early stages of the game. But he's pretty slippery himself with that E.
Yeah, he certainly is. And we see, once again, Flandre repetitively going to this jungle for experience. Makes me question not picking up the Hunter's Machete even more because, look, it's Ruby Crystal, great item because it just builds into so many things. Noticeably, this the new Cinder Hulk item coming through there. But going to be able to, I guess, not get all the extra gold that he would have been able to out of the Hunter's Machete. And also, he's being zoned fairly heavily still. He is a Shyvana. Melee can't really push up and walk up and push out that wave as easily as he would like. And getting a lot of attention is Flandre in this lane.
And actually, Huey, not in vision of that ward, is finally going to come through. Of course, the ward about to die here, and Flandre very, very lucky that that ward only just expired. And Huey didn't actually see it die there as well, which is very, very important. He's actually quite low on the old health. It's health bar not too high, and the burnout actually doing some relevant damage here to the Rek'Sai. Beast is going to come through, and Snake doing a great job defending this bottom outer turret.
Yeah, so the fast push came through from Gamty, and they're trying to, I guess, take that turret down as soon as possible with the earlier lane in the Graves. However, in the top lane, what that's meant is that, unfortunately, Let Me on Hecarim just has not been anywhere near CS. He's got, I think, 2 at this point in the game versus 20. So Flandre doing a much better job being able to get some gold for himself, but Team Gold still going in favor of Gamty.
Yeah, 700 in the lead at this stage, which is very notable. And where is that actually coming from here? Is that all in that turret in the bottom lane? Of course, that did just fall down, and I'm a little bit of an idiot. So, of course, that global gold is going to be helping out a lot, but we'll see whether this top lane outer turret is going to last too much longer because Snake have decided that they want to start pushing.
Yeah, they certainly have, and they need to be careful here. They're bringing Beast into the lane and teleporting as well, but there's 3 members on the way. They're not going to get anything from this.
Yeah, Flandre has level 6, though, here, and Ella tanking up that turret. Let Me taking a whole lot of damage as the Draven's axes. The Adoration stacks come through, and he's going to be safe here as well. There's Gamty. They're going to lose 2 underneath this turret.
Yeah, so they trade the 2 for 1, actually going much deeper than I thought they would. With the level 6 coming through from FLICKR was a lot stronger. They proxy a whole nother wave, and FLICKR with that smite going to be able to counter jungle even further.
I'm going to name him the Gromp Destroyer. He's killed so many Gromps this game.
Yeah, a little bit mean.
Yeah, he's a Grompsist, I think, something like that. Not entirely sure what the word is going to be for it, but Letme does find himself able to actually pick up some farm. This is probably his first wave since those jungle camps that he's managed to get a hold of.
Yeah, but he's 2 levels behind. You saw that FLICKR already used that ultimate halfway through his level 6, only just level 5, so a full level now. And FLICKR sticking around, looking to get some counter jungling done, although Xiaohu does pick up his blue buff.
Their neutral objective control is going to be ridiculous this game as well, what with double smite.
Yeah, double smite as well as an Azir. Can't ever underestimate how much damage Azir does to the neutrals as well. And you see that he'll just be able to push out the wave with that burnout, go take the Krugs, and then come back into lane. Kind of like the Season 2 Shyvana that we saw.
I know, this is like Darien all over again. Of course, Shyvana not seeing as much play, and I love that as soon as she gets back into the game, it's the counter-jungling Shyvana that happens straight away. You can see FLICKR there on your screen. And, man, this Shyvana's working out fantastically so far.
Yeah, it certainly is. So Shyvana doing a great job up in CS by double. Really is going fantastically in the gold department as well, because remember, those jungle camps were so much more. We'll go back with 2,000 gold. I want to see what his first pickup is.
Is it going to be the Cinderhulk here? Is actually Letme's going to push up towards this turret. FLICKR is going to stay around. Just wants to clear it with the Dragon's Descent. It's going to be absolutely fine, but Letme be happy to pick up all of this farm here as well. And FLICKR just wants to have an opportunity to back, as Crystal not going to get hit by that Dark Binding. Huey's come around here though. The Descent's going to land. Tail just explodes him. And B says, okay, I guess I won't come down here.
Yeah, and that's the thing about level 6 Graves. Just so much upfront damage. He's gone the raw AD build. Has gone for the BF sword as well as the pickaxe. And it is
that's the Skirmisher Saber.
Cinderhulk picked up there. That's going to be a very dangerous Shyvana to deal with.
Oh, yeah, just going to be burning everything here as well. And it's not just the fact that it gives you that 25% extra health. The split push clear is going to be huge. Beautiful E from Barker. Did that actually stop the damage of the Mimic Distortion?
Yeah, I think it actually did there. And that's a very good interaction coming through. Fantastic reflex. And gives him a little bit of a shield as well to stop some of the damage. So he looks okay in this lane. He's 14 CS behind, but we'll take that if he has to. And now we'll see that all the extra gold will come through from the likes of the Scuttle Crab.
Oh my goodness.
He's just going to be a farming machine. There is no way anyone will be able to stop him.
This is a 60 CS Shyvana in a lane swap situation in comparison to 32 though. This is insane, and it looks like Letme, he's gone for that Phage, and if that turns into a Sheen as well, this Trinity Force is going to be far too late.
Yeah, it's a very late Trinity Force coming through there. Has to be able to get a good team fight, you feel, around Dragon or something like that. And FLICKR, he's just going to take a wave, run into his jungle, take a camp. Take a wave, run into the enemy jungle, grab a camp, see if he can find Huey, try and kill him on the way out. It's going to be extremely difficult to be able to deal with this top laner. And one thing I do want to add is that Smite gives you so many cool particles at the moment that he's just going to have a ball doing it. Look at his fist always glowing as he runs around with that Krug buff.
Yep.
We'll see the true damage poison coming off him whenever he gets a chance at the Gromp now. It's just so much fun playing Shyvana right now.
Yeah, it's true. And I'm going to be very, very upset looking at a solo queue after this because, of course, you can imagine there might be a few teleport Smite Shyvanas around.
And you see the deep vision coming through just to help him out with this play style. Also picked up some boots as well as that burnout, so he's very quick in and out of the jungle. And what's that meant? A 2-level advantage for this top lane.
Yeah, and he just doesn't care. He's just clearing out waves. Again, Barker nullifying the damage. Beast wants to come around. Explosive cast, but Xiaohu dodges out of the way with a flash. And that ultimate is not on a high cooldown, and now you can see a lot of extra harass coming through from Barker. FLICKR getting frustrated at Letme here, who thinks that he can actually stand toe-to-toe in this lane, and FLICKR letting him know that that is not the case.
Yeah, certainly is, and trying to bully him out a little bit here. Of course, the one thing that FLICKR will do is give up a lot of CS because he's repetitively pushing the lane, but because he had such a big advantage at the start, means the dive is definitely on as they take out the turret, actually.
And that's just more access to the Gromp here as well. That's probably what Flandre's thinking.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And deep vision going down here from his jungler, trying to get him a little bit more support. Is taking some damage, but he would be sitting on a truckload of gold. Once again, goes to kill another Gromp.
Oh man, these poor Gromps. There's not going to be any left. They're going to stop spawning, I think, here very soon because Flandre's been taking them from every corner of the map. Now going to back off. We'll see what he decides to pick up. Whether he's going to go for a health item first up, whether he's going to potentially go for a possible damage-heavy build. He might pick up a Bilgewater Cutlass here, but it is going to be the Warden's Mail and has those Ninja Tabi as well as Snake actually looking to try and take down. That's stolen away by Huey here as well as he's going to go down very, very low. Whirling Death going to almost secure that kill. Beast gets it as Xiaohu taking damage from this Draven here as well. Tail, massive collateral damage, and Crystal has to be very careful. Let Me picks up that kill as the explosive cast a little bit too late. Flandre gets Xiaohu, but Let Me gets caught by the death sentence. And Barker still at full health, doesn't have a whole lot of mana, but Flandre is here, skirmishes Saber, and breathes fire on the horse for a kill.
The problem is that Crystal, before he died, was able to pick up a kill, and he's been able to get that one in his back pocket. So he got some gold before he went down. Across the board, Flandre 3-0-1 after that. Is going to be an absolute monster.
Yeah, one could say that he is giving him even more ability to roam around this map.
He's going to be a pain.
He is. He already is a pain. He's taken every Gromp on the map.
But he's just going to get so much gold from the Scuttle Crab as well as the Gromp every single time he wants it. That extra 30 gold really can't be understated. We talk about how it's so important to leave your jungle, the big creep in the camp, just so we can get the use of that extra gold. This Shyvana, Graves, he's so short-ranged, is not going to be able to go anywhere near him in team fights.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, doesn't necessarily have all that much CC, but looks to be building up a Randuin's pretty soon. And what with 25% extra health, as well as a Randuin's, and now a slow on top of that. I mean, one of the things that you talk about Shyvana about is the fact that she doesn't offer all that much CC apart from that Dragon's Descent knockback, but now it's going to be ridiculous. And how are you supposed to kite this Shyvana, who's going to be running so fast at you and has so much money?
But the other thing is, Shyvana does so much mixed damage in team fights. It's not only about the person that she's diving on top of. Graves might be able to get away, but the whole team has to chase through all the burnout damage that gets left behind. And if multiple people aren't peeling for Tail in this team fight, you feel that it's just not going to be enough to keep him alive, as we see Crystal going a little bit aggressive, but LeBlanc is down here with Huey.
Yeah, Huey coming through here as well. Dark Binding not going to find the mark. Preyseeker coming through. Actually, Beast going to use the ultimate just for funsies, but is forced to use that flash to get away. Of course, no tower there for protection, and Gamty, they don't find anything, but they get the summoner.
Yeah, so they're able to get the summoner and the ultimate out, so that's a one trade, as well as force out the aggressive lane. But Flandre, he's found Let Me, and that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's the Skirmisher Saber being in use here as well. Dragon's Descent as well. He's going for the solo kill, but doesn't quite get there. Avoids the fear. But you have to think that's not too much of an avoided fear for Let Me, who was terrified of that dragon.
Yeah, it certainly was. And what that's meant is that a free lane in the mid lane, because Xiaohu now has to rotate across. Still a two-lane discrepancy. This is a real potential for Flandre to turn her around if he so wants to.
Yeah, the chains actually do manage to land here as well. Xiaohu trying to kite this one around. Sync Dream here as well. The dragon has to be pretty careful. No flash, of course. And if no Dragon's Descent, and it is going to be the kill being taken down by a chain there as multiple members needed in this top side, but Flandre probably doesn't mind too much because, of course, he's been up there farming that one out for so long.
Well, this is exactly what he wants to do. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Bucker picks up a free wave, able to shove that one in. Crystal in the bottom lane, completely unharassed because 4 members went across
they get
to
the
deal with
turret in the
Flandre.
bottom lane.
They're completely happy to continue this as well. Good move.
Yeah, actually, Barker, Emperor's Divide there as Beast comes back around here as well. The exhaust onto Huey, but Barker has to be very careful. He does fall down. Huey picks up that kill. Sync Dream, of course, around here from the side as well. Huey going very, very low. The explosive cast doesn't get the kill, but the Dark Passage, and Beast makes it to safety. They only lose the Azir.
So they lose the Azir, and another good collapse coming through from Gamti will even up the score, but it's all about the objective control right now coming through from Snake. They're just rotating around the map. They're actually not looking for fights. They're just looking to goad Gamti into committing a lot of people. And from there, they're just taking objective after objective.
Yeah, Flandre does make it back to this top side as well. That Cinderhulk is going to easily clear out that wave with that burnout as well. I mean, if Shyvana has anything, it is incredibly fast wave clear if you can actually walk up to that wave as well. So in a free lane, the split push is going to be terrifying. Almost has the teleport available as well, which means that Flandre can just spend all of his time here in a side wave, pushing it out. Crystal actually finding a massive amount of damage onto Xiaohu. And he almost has the last Whisper completed. We'll see what Crystal does decide to build, as he normally does go with sort of the last Whisper into the Ghost Blade afterwards and then the 4th item, Trinity Force. We'll see what he does pick up this time, though.
Yeah, I definitely think that still will be the build. It just gives a lot of mid-game power to the Draven. It means that he does turn into a pseudo-tank buster as well, because you can just get through all of the armor that will come out. Trinity Force now finished up for Hecarim, so it is 18 minutes. It's not the 23-minute Trinity Force where it gets really delayed, although when you compare it to how well Flandre is doing on the map at the moment, 3-1-1, 55 CS up, and yeah, 2 finished items is an absolute monster, kneeling onto his 3rd, which will be probably a Banshee's Veil. Isn't where he would like to be, and
actually just picks himself up a Gromp buff there as well as he donates that money over to Crystal. But if anyone is attacking this Shyvana as well, it's going to be doing a whole lot of work. Flandre is huge, definitely, on this champion. 3,000 health now as well, and that is an extra 3rd on top of Huey, who's only got about 2k at this stage, and Tail has to be very careful of this Shyvana.
Yeah, it certainly does. Can't really go near it, and you see all the work coming through from that Gromp buff. That is what you want to be picking up on these tanky junglers. And in front of 2 people, he's just willing to continue to counter jungle.
Yep, and just smites that one away. Doesn't care about Dark Binding at all, as the Dragon has potentially been started here by Snake. We'll have a look over to see it has been pulled out here as well. Huey going in for another steal, but doesn't get it. Just gets knocked up here as well. Wants to try and escape, but it's going to be the explosive cask and all of the extra damage as the teleport to come through from Flandre. He gets it cancelled, actually, by the Dark Binding. Beautiful work by Sync Dream, and that might actually let Garmty pick up this tower in the top lane. That Trinity Force is going to mean that Let Me has a lot of tower damage.
Yeah, this is going to be 3 for free. That is absolutely huge for Garmty. They pick up 3 turrets for just a dragon. What a move, but Flandre, he's a little bit annoyed. He's going to kill them both.
He's going to try to, most definitely. Still has the Dragon's Descent available, just shrugging off Tail's damage. Did only just use that Randuin's Omen, and man, this Dragon is pretty frustrating for Gamty to deal with at this stage, but cancelling that teleport was a big deal. But Let Me, he's going to pay for it after taking down that turret, and Xiaohu has to be careful as well. Barker was looking for something, but doesn't actually follow through.
Meanwhile, Flandre was picked up after all the shenanigans that were going on in that mid lane, so 3-2-1. Getting a little bit ahead of himself. I think he's trying to play the annoying game a little bit too frequently. Has now picked up at Spectre's Cow, so we'll be moving towards most likely a Banshee's Veil, as we mentioned. And across the board, there are some items being picked up now from the Garmty lineup. 2 items for LeBlanc, 2 items for this Graves. Gone the crit build, actually. Hasn't gone for the Phantom Dancer. A little bit more early damage coming out of that Static Shiv, and we see that they are still reasonably strong.
Yeah, and he's also going for the burst build here as well. Of course, that guaranteed first crit of the Static Shiv is going to mean that this Graves has a lot of extra burst damage, which might just mean that Barker gets destroyed in this fight. Crystal can get bursted out here as well. Do you think that that's something that Gamty are looking at?
Yeah, it certainly is the potential, especially if you have the Hecarim with that Trinity Force flying in from the side. There are some squishy targets that can be taken down, so got to respect the burst, as you said, that comes out of the Graves now. And another BF sword actually picked up for Crystal.
Heck? Yeah, Crystal not really caring about a Last Whisper at this stage. Of course, there's only, you know, a Ninja Tabi and a couple of cloth armors. I sort of respect this idea. But we haven't seen Crystal build an Infinity Edge on Draven at all thus far.
Yeah, so a little bit of a different build coming out there. And look, Infinity Edge Draven does a heck of a lot of damage if he does crit with all the AD that he is able to pick up, but not really known for grabbing the modifiers unless he goes for the Ghost Blade into the Trinity Force, but that leaves him without a defensive item, and that can spell some trouble if you're against the likes of a LeBlanc, who's dealing very well as that Graves, who has all the burst damage.
Yeah, and Barker now as well with a needlessly large rod on top of the fact that he does have that Athene's Unholy Grail. Of course, a little bit buffed is that item as well, and definitely suits an Azir very, very nicely. We'll see whether he is going to have the impact that Barker was known for on this Azir towards the later stages of the game, because it looks to me like, you know, the nerfs haven't affected him thus far this game too much.
Yeah, maybe affected the laning phase, but since it's got out of the laning phase, it's played the team fights pretty well. So looking to be the Barker of old on that champion, and you have to think that if they can pull this back into the meta, that is in Snake's favor, because they did play it extremely well beforehand. As we see FLICKR still trying to be that annoying top laner against Letme, although Letme starting to pick up a lot of farm now, moving into a Randuin's Omen. Touching on Beast build, I want to see if that is going to be the Iceborne Gauntlet, or whether he will just go towards the Frozen Heart. Of course, CDR terrific on Gragas, as it's probably not worthwhile at this point in the game to chase FLICKR whatsoever.
Yeah, FLICKR just going to steal away this Krog as well. And that is not going to be money going to Tail, and an extra 90 gold for FLICKR as well. I mean, that is huge. These jungle camps with the smite, very, very big deal. FLICKR still in this bottom lane, still farming this one out, still 70 CS in the lead, 75 at about this stage as Crystal going to continue getting damage down. Actually decides to finish off the last Whisper here in the end, but still has that BF sword just chilling out of his inventory. And you never know, he might be going for a potential Mercurial Scimitar here. Might just forego picking up that Infinity Edge. We'll see what he does get, as Descent's going to land on a Huey here as well. Does have another Black Shield, but it gets broken pretty quickly. Freyseeker going to find Beast, and we'll see whether a fight is actually going to break out here. Of course, both teams a bit hesitant to pull the trigger completely.
Yeah, and just looking for position around this Dragon with only a minute until the respawn, seeing how deep they can get their vision, and FLICKR really once again starting to push his luck. He's in the jungle by himself. None of his team really there for backup at this point. And now will rotate around, has got the teleport available soon, so maybe send him into the top lane. Rest of the team down by the Dragon, see if they can pick that one up.
Yeah, and Tail, he's going to be able to clear out this top wave, but does have to be careful of dragons coming through over the wall. I believe that was Tail actually using that scrying orb there as well. A lot of vision to be cleared away from this barren area, but there is a FLICKR there and a Beast around the corner as well. Scuttlecrab just going to spawn here in the river, but Tail not going to push his luck by hanging around for that one. Actually is going to head back around. This could potentially be dangerous. Sync Dream hanging around here as well as Ella. Ooh, Descent's not going to find it, but it might net them the Scuttlecrab, which it does. So some extra vision around the Baron.
Yeah, certainly isn't. They're looking to see if they can get position over that with all the damage that comes through currently from Crystal, as well as the W of Beast. The other thing about Azir that we have to mention is he does neutrals very quickly. They will fly through this. They've got the double smites and they've started it up.
Yeah, half health already down here on this Baron. Only 3 men on it as Barker able to auto attack over the wall. Sync Dream does find his way in here. Only a couple of members down as Huey. He's going to make it a 50-50. It's taken by the Dragon of all characters. As actually, we're going to see it again. Letme comes through with the Onslaught of Shadows, takes down Barker immediately. FLICKR trying to get out as quickly as he can. Ella here as well. They want to be able to keep some of these Baron buffs alive as Crystal's going to come around, dodges out of the way of that Dark Binding here as well, as Huey does manage to get the knock-up. Tail as well, wants to try and kill the Draven, but you can't when he's got so much extra damage. He's pretty low, avoids another Dark Binding and kites away the Rek'Sai for a double kill now as well. The cleanup is on for Snake, and it's a 3-for-2 and a Baron.
Yeah, and it looked like Xiaohu was going on the flanking Crystal. I want to see the replay, and Crystal just deleted him off the map with some huge plays. So able to get some kills under his belt now. 4, 2, and 6 for Crystal. And you just see why he's such a good Draven player. His target prioritization is really what sets him apart. Understood the only person that could get through all of his lifesteal was that Graves, and he just became priority #1.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. And as soon as the Dark Binding was down, he didn't respect Sync Dream at all because he didn't have to. He wasn't going to see another Dark Binding for another 6 or so seconds.
Yeah, exactly right. So heads up play out of the AD carry. Let's take another look at it. So they go in with the double smite. There's no way you're stealing this unless you're an absolute magician if you're Huey. The push out comes through and Letme dives onto the backline, actually gets some work done. But we've just said all game how tanky FLICKR is. Off the backside, you can see that the box went down to try and zone out Xiaohu, and he just got cleaned up. Looked like those spinning axes were able to stop the distortion damage. And this is what I'm talking about. Tail off the backside. straight away, Crystal realized he's the only person that can kill him, so he runs straight for him. That's through an exhaust, all the damage coming through. From there, he can just hit whoever's closest because there's no longer any kill threat coming through for that Draven.
Yeah, and he only dropped 1 axe in that team fight as well with all of what was going on. He's going to be able to pick up this red buff as well. I thought FLICKR might have actually just drive-by smited that, but decides not to take it away from his AD carry. Of course, FLICKR is 80 CS in the lead as well and is potentially looking for a Trinity Force.
Yeah, so going for Trinity Force, really good pickup here because it just, I guess the Phage does so much for Shyvana's kit. Not to mention the extra burst damage that will come through as soon as the Sheen's picked up. So, yeah, definitely agree that it's something that can look in there. The HP, Cinder Hulk.
Definitely looking
Is
good.
Something added there
synergy.
as well.
There is most definitely synergy. Zhao going to take half of his health, though, as the cast not going to be enough, but Singdream gets caught. There's the Whirling Death to take down the LeBlanc as well, and just kills Singdream. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, the return actually took Singdream out as well, I think. That might actually be the game. They have Baron and a very tanky lineup with a pretty okay AD carry at this point.
Yeah, this Draven is doing so much damage. You saw that was 1 auto attack and took off half the health of Xiaohu. That is when you get very, very scared as a Gamtee member. Actually, Huey in a whole lot of trouble. Tail now trying to get some damage down, but Huey's gonna die. FLICKR picking up that kill. 10,000 gold in the lead. Baron buff. Another inhibitor turret gonna fall down, and this was Snake pulling the trigger when they knew they could.
Yeah, it certainly is, and Letme seems to have missed the memo about this base race going wrong because he's still in the bottom lane. The rest of his team's up. He's now teleporting back.
Yeah, going to teleport back. Barker gets the heck out of here. Crystal, though, doesn't really want to. He wants to keep auto-attacking people as Dark Binding again going to go wide. And Letme looking to try and get in to try and get some exit kills. The chains do land, but that takes off half of a shield there from the Bloodthirster, and Letme unable to stop that back as well. FLICKR able to get back to base, clear out this wave onto the inhibitor turret. And Snake, 2 inhibitors down, and they lose an inner turret for it?
Yeah, they lost an inner in the bottom lane, so not really much they're going to care about because that's the lane they'll focus next, you feel.
Oh, that's a Gromp. FLICKR definitely needs to kill that. That's been alive for way too long.
And he just chunks through them so quickly.
Yeah. That was 100 gold for a Gromp as well, so you're getting a fair bit of bank for that one. Actually decided not to pick up any items here as well. Had picked up at least an extra kill in that last exchange, but decides that just really wanted to pick up that farm and now head back and maybe finish off the next items in that Trinity Force. Actually finishes off the Trinity Force.
Well, you have to remember that he got 3 turrets.
Yeah, 3 turrets, a Baron, a kill, a Gromp, another Gromp, most likely. It's a pretty big Shyvana, and I want to see how much gold he's actually managed to rack up as well, because this Smite has to have been doing work, because when you're sitting on 266 CS and you've been getting a lot of monster camps as well, that's a whole lot of extra money.
Yeah, and you can see that the lane swap did nothing to stop him as a Death Brush comes through. Nice hook to just check it, and Crystal, wow.
Oh my goodness, Tail takes half of his health from another auto from Crystal, who doesn't really want to be hitting this turret, takes another Dark Passage here. Huey, he's a tanky member, but it doesn't look like it's FLICKR. He's going to Dragon Form underneath this turret. Tail, collateral damage there as well. The Dragon is going to fall down. Explosive Cast gets Tail a little bit closer to the team, but Death Sentence there onto Letme. Uses the ultimate defensively here as well as Crystal completely full health. That is actually a negative trade for Snake, but you can see they've still got the pressure. Crystal waits out that exhaust, and the Stander side not going to find it, just hiding back here as well. Gamtee, they may have actually defended this one, but there's super creeps in their base now, and Snake have all the time in the world.
Yeah, so they can just sit here and continue to poke. Doesn't really matter because, as you said, those super creeps starting to knock down Nexus turrets, so they'll just push in here, be able to take it on this wave, and now they're looking to, I guess, get busy again.
Oh my goodness, Crystal actually going to flash away from Huey here as well. Oh, that was the exhaust not going on to Xiaohu there, but look at the Whirling Death, picks up a double kill, and Tail and Singdream needing to run away. Letme is alive again, looking to try and get back into this fight, but doesn't have the ultimate available just yet. Both Nexus turrets dead, Tail gets destroyed, and Singdream may not be safe on the fountain, and isn't. Is this going to be the unofficial pentakill to come through from Crystal? No, gets denied by the surrender vote, or just the dead Nexus. Not entirely sure which came through. And look at Crystal grinning. He's on his Draven again, and what a brilliant performance.
Yeah, and a different build this time around. Went the Phantom Dancer. Apparently the crit changes in that item just meant it's much more attractive now.
Maybe.
Goes in and comes up absolutely huge. Crystal and Flandre, very impressive this game, but what did it for me? Beast, Baka, they were on different champions. They're starting to show more of a hand, and they picked up the win. That sends a very clear message. We're mixing it up. We're not a one-dimensional team, and we definitely mean business.
Yeah, and Baka now, you are going to have to be scared of that Azir once more. Now that we've landed on this patch, able to play that champion, and that was one of his most preferred. I'm very excited to get into Game 2. I hope you guys are too, but we are going to have a short break. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. And yes, we are straight into Champion Select here. And Lulu was left up. Snake decided that they would lock it away straight away, but it meant that Letme just locked in that Kog'Maw immediately, not wanting to let that potential Juggernaut get through. And Huey, he's on the Nunu here. He's doing a beast impression.
Yeah, so taking that one away in response, the Kalista Janna being picked up. Very strong 2v1 lane. Of course, late game Kalista just doing so much work with that Janna support. They're looking to get some, I guess, heavy dive in their composition now. They've got the Nami for the Kog'Maw support. Xiaohu also looking at the Lissandra to try and get some lockdown on that Kalista. So now it's up to Snake to maybe get a split pusher in their lineup, because that's a pretty good team fight so far coming out of Gamti.
Yeah, Gamti definitely with the support the Kog'Maw build, the raise the puppy of old coming through there with the Blood Boil, and of course the Tidecaller's blessing, all that Nami can do. We'll see what Snake do to round out their lineup. Volibear being looked at here, and I think that that's a serious hover here, Spawn. We'll see whether that one gets through, as Flandre might be thinking about a Trundle. Interesting.
Yeah.
That might mean that, Gamti, they probably wanted to go for a super tank there in the top lane. Going to be very hard with a Trundle to deal with.
Yeah, impossible with the Trundle to deal with, not to mention the fact that Nunu likes to build a lot of resistances as well, so Flandre going to be able to steal a lot of that away.
And they just got locked in. Yeah, that's a Volibear in the jungle, ladies and gentlemen, and of course a Trundle there in the top lane as well.
Well, Volibear's actually not too bad at the moment. He got the reset on his W now if he uses it on the jungle creep, so it halves the cooldown, so can farm the jungle extremely well. Does a lot of mid-game damage. Probably no higher damage threat that can come out, and they are still going to go for a tank in that top lane. It looks like they were hovering the Nah.
Looking at a Rengar here as well. Would that be Letme going for a top lane Rengar, or is that a top lane Nunu? What is going to happen here? This is very interesting.
Some fun. That's what's going to happen, Atlas.
I think that might be the case, and Letme's decided that if you're the top laner on the red side of the map, this meta means that you take Smite and Teleport.
Well, once again, Rengar uses that Skirmisher's Saber extremely well. Able to jump in there and completely delete people with that.
Yeah.
Throw on the fact that Warrior Enchant's still pretty good for some armor penetration. We might see ourselves a little bit of an assassination top lane Rengar.
We might. Shades of Insect coming through here potentially, but I'm excited to see how this one's going to work out, as let's go over these lineups. Letme going to take the pseudo jungle top lane Rengar up against that Trundle, and Beast, he's going to be on the Volibear against his coveted Nunu.
Trolley Bear coming into the jungle as we see it's a Lulu versus Lissandra matchup. Lulu, of course, was banned away last time, got through this time. And Kalista versus Kog'Maw, two scaling hyper carries. Kog'Maw a little bit better in lane.
Yeah, and the two bans from last game as well, you have to think, with the Lulu being taken away and, of course, the Kalista as well. Gamti removing both of those options and Snake snapping them up. And we'll see why they were banned away, whether it was worthwhile here, as Barker, he's had relatively good performances on that Lulu. Of course, Lulu more of a utility mid laner. And we'll see how Snake are going to be able to utilize it, because, of course, the Azir was still an option if Barker wanted to go for it. But I'm excited to see how this Rengar is going to go in the top lane. It is going to be very interesting.
It's going to be so fun coming onto this map. And I really am excited because Snake, once again, showing something different. Not a huge fan of the synergy their comp has together. But if nothing else, they have a very good, I guess, chase potential?
Yeah, a lot of chase potential. They got a very big bear possibly as well. But let's see how it goes as we hop onto the Rift. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're on the Rift with Snake taking on Gamti for Game 2. Snake able to clinch it in the first one, and Gamti now with a 5-man stack hanging around their own jungle, looking to try and get things started early. And the Snake lineup, it looks to me like, the top side of the map, it doesn't matter what they pick. They just feel like picking whatever the heck they want. And in the mid and bottom lane, it's just all about the comfort.
Yeah, exactly right. And we see that there is a good 3-man squad coming through. The Lulu and the Janna will augment a lot of it. Not much synergy coming through from Volibear and Trundle, though. Of course, the option was available to get the matching skins.
Yeah.
But not taken.
Little bit unfortunate. Flandre is going to leave here, but I love that skin on Trundle, and I was a little bit upset when the rework came through. He lost his pink Converse shoe spawn. He lost it. It was the best thing about Trundle.
So it looks like a lane swap actually being engaged going away from Trundle's attire. So they will spot that one out and will, in time, maybe be able to get back for a bit of a jungle follow. Although Flandre doesn't look like he is going back into his jungle. Waited until Sync Dream came in as well. He's got a Duran's.
Oh, breaking the freeze, potentially? Is that what he's done? Is he a genius?
He potentially is. I think he has. The first creep fell in his favor.
Oh my goodness. Taking the Pillar of Filth, which it is on that skin, of course. Pillar of Frost is now what it's called. What a god. Flandre able to get that wave, pushing towards him here, and the frozen situation may not be too bad here, but the double smites heading through this jungle at rapid speed.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they can smite every single camp on their way through because it will be off cooldown pretty much whenever they want it. Lemmy going to pick himself up the Gromp as well as we see Huey rotating down into his blue buff. Depending on how quick they go, they might even be able to transition straight away to the red because they're going pretty quickly through this.
Yeah, this could actually be the 3-buff start here for Gamti. And of course, with a Nunu, the counter jungle specialist, they're going to be able to take down that red buff very, very quickly. Beast is heading over there now, so he might actually make it there first. And he's going to head back to base here as well. So he has managed to pick up level 2.
So the 2v1 is on that side of the map, so probably Wire's not going for it. Speed-wise, there definitely was no issue. Would have been able to get there, no problem. But Flandre, he's made the wave push towards him. Knows that he's probably not going to get dove because of that ward that was on the blue buff. So very smart play, stuck around, and he's going to be the beneficiary of a huge wave.
Yeah, and he's not going to be punished for it here as well as Tail. He's getting a lot of damage down onto this turret, but Flandre more than happy here. And a Trundle underneath the turret, what with his most recent buffs here as well, able to have a lot more range on that passive, gets a whole lot of his health back based on the percent health of the creep that's going to be dying. And he's going to be very happy chilling out under that turret. Hasn't used a potion, has a Doran's Blade here as well.
Yeah, it certainly does. So going to be able to get some Vamp as well coming through. We see that Beast has actually started up the first dragon with, of course, Callista there. That's going to be an easy secure at only 4 minutes and stayed extremely healthy. Didn't pop the passive, which means that his first gank still going to be very devastating. And Volibear, he's a strange jungle pickup, but he does some work in the early game.
Yeah, and look at the bear policeman as well. I just love it.
I love how he claps his hands.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a really fun champion, and I'm really glad that we're seeing him back in the play as well. Of course, all of these massively tanky junglers able to utilize that Cinderhulk to such great effect. And of course, the fact that your W scales off max health as well, that execute, the massive amount of damage, he's going to be able to eat people in these fights.
Yeah, he certainly is. Like, literally, he will take bites out of champions.
He will. He will be consuming people, almost more than Huey is. Of course, who actually can. As Flandre,
well, he can't
push out his
consume champions. He can consume neutrals.
Yeah, okay, yeah, true.
So Huey, unfortunately, doesn't have that option available. Gamti have done a very smart thing here. They've allowed the lane to reverse off the turret, and now they're setting up the freeze, which leaves Flandre in a very difficult position. Can't really do much. And in the bottom lane, they're actually able to pick up a lot of farm for themselves. Huey does take some harass there coming through from Crystal and Alla. But they're managing to pick up a lot more farm in this 2v2. So 20 CS to the 4 of Trundle. That's hugely in his favor.
Oh my goodness, but Crystal getting some pierce damage off there as well is going to force Let Me off this turret. But you're right, 20 CS to 4, 5 times the CS in the top lane. Yeah, I can math. I can math. Thank you very much for the double thumbs up there, Spawn. Probably didn't need to let everyone know that you were being mean to me.
So we see potentially a turret dive coming through.
Oh,
wow.
Speaking of which, Xiaohu manages to hit the level 6 here before Barker. The Ignite ticking down. First blood, 1v1 for Xiaohu in the mid lane.
Yeah, so the 1v1 outplay on just the perfect amount of mana as well. Calculated, if nothing else, from Xiaohu.
Oh, yeah.
That is a big news story. If he can get rolling here, be able to be that solo carry to delete Crystal off the map, it's going to be nothing but good news. And already Garmty falling out to a pretty big lead.
Yeah, they are able to definitely make that one happen. Of course, had a lead about this size in the earlier stages of the game in the last game as well, but now they've got a cog more. I mean, they want to be able to get to this late game, and everything seems to be working out for them thus far.
But more importantly, it's LetMe. He's so much further ahead than where he was at this point last time around. FLICKR, on the other hand, is struggling 7-27. If they can time the wave hitting the turret with a little bit of a turret dive, FLICKR's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, of course, no one else up towards this top side at the moment. FLICKR pretty healthy as well, and does have the Subjugate, of course, available now. Has hit level 6, so is going to be able to get a lot of health back if he is going to get dived.
Yeah, so he certainly is, and it doesn't look like they're sending anyone up there anyway, so it doesn't matter how you pronounce it because it's just not going to happen.
Yep, no need to even worry about it as Beast. Potentially going to be able to get another Scuttle Crab. Huey not going to hang around here, but this Cogmore might be in trouble. Both junglers actually heading up here as the Pillar of Filth is down. There's the flash into the throw as well into Tail. Uses the heal. Beast picks up that kill with a bite, but LetMe, he's in here as well. FLICKR, he wants to go aggressive here, but the Acathian surprise definitely working out. Beast, I don't think he has his passive here, as we're just going to throw in a little bit of a video in the middle of the fight, but LetMe uses his empowered W. There's the passive from Beast, who's staying in this fight, but he's going to get taken down. Huey gets the kill. FLICKR, he might follow after a dive. Not going to be another snowball. And LetMe continues to get his health back. And Garmty, they're going to be able to take this one down. Barker actually, nice polymorph there. The Wild Growth to come through as well. Trying to turn it around to Xiaohu. The Ignite's there as well. Frozen Tomb finally available for Xiaohu. But he has no mana, no health, no flash. Has to run away, but is going to escape, and Barker almost manages to get the return kill in the mid.
Yeah, so action all over the map, and they managed to zone FLICKR off that huge teleport coming through here from FLICKR.
Interesting one. Huey actually going to be found here, slowed down by the Pillar of Filth. They're looking to try and trap him out, but no mana to speak of, but Huey Blood Boil is just going to wander away.
Yeah, so they went for the very cheeky Pillar there, trying... Ooh, some counter jungle coming away from the double smite, so that's a good pickup coming out of Snake. He was trying to trap him against the wall with the Pillar, of course. Yeah. Pillar has some really cool mechanics where if you nail it correctly, are able to pick it up, and we see that they'll pick up both blue buffs across the map. FLICKR will be going for the Ravenous Hydra build on his Trundle, it looks like, so looking to pick up that Tiamat as soon as possible, and we will finally get standard lanes coming through with some more counter jungling coming through from Beast. This is what really made him burst onto the scene, was spending a lot of his time in the enemy jungle at the start of games.
Yeah, but doesn't actually manage to lock down that red buff. LetMe is going to make it back to this wave in the top side, pick up a lot of farm for himself, 38-24, so definitely still doing well. Has the Skirmisher's Saber completed, and the Smite available as well. We'll see whether this Trundle can stand up in lane. Has built himself a cloth armor now, so has a little bit of armor to help stand toe-to-toe, but no potions, no wards available as well from this Trundle. He's going to be flying a little bit blind there on the top side of the map.
Yeah, certainly is, and just looking to farm up. He's still 20 CS behind Rengar. Looks like he's going for a little bit more of a tank build, so it will be the disappointing tank Rengar, not the assassination cat in the top lane.
Unfortunate.
But he is able to pick up a lot of farm for himself with that Smite, so will be able to keep himself nice and healthy, go between top lane, Scuttle Crab, as well as the Krugs, and get himself going. Looks like a second Dragon will be picked up on cooldown for Snake, and they've both got very scaling lineups, so Snake grabbing these so early is a good thing.
Yeah, and we'll see how Beast is able to actually utilize this Volibear in the late game, but LetMe actually getting aggressed on here a lot by FLICKR. Skirmisher's Saber not going to help him out too much, trying to use that W to keep himself healthy. Thrill of the Hunt is going to be popped, and that's going to get LetMe to safety, but look at FLICKR, that Subjugate really keeping him healthy, and yep, I would be frightened too if that Trundle was smacking me in the face.
Yes, certainly, because he just did so much damage. He's gone a very damage-heavy build. That's what we were expecting out of LetMe, who looks like he's actually maxing his W first to just get the cooldown down and try and sustain in this lane. That's why he wasn't doing very much, because he's not going for any duel potential at this point.
Yeah, just trying to be tanky here, which works out into Flandre's favor, you have to think, especially if that Subjugate comes down after Let Me uses that W. You get a lot of extra resistances from that, and the Subjugate only going to be more useful when that comes through.
Yeah, definitely. And first turret falling down for Snake. Garmty, they had a good early game, but it's just turned on its head a little bit now with Flandre getting back into the lane, and Xiaohu, he's been a little bit caught out, but will be able to get away from Baka.
And this is a lane that Barker actually got solo killed in as well, and still has a whole lot of extra pressure now that he's hit that level 6 mark. He's hit level 9 now, but of course has that ultimate, has the wild growth, so he's going to stay very, very safe. And Huey unable to find Barker here in this lane as well, as Xiaohu does dodge out of the way of some nice little answers there as well. Barker not able to keep the pressure up too far.
Yeah, so Huey going for a little bit of a camp in the mid lane. We see that Let Me, he's continuing to try and farm out these jungle creeps with that smite, so gets himself a little bit of extra gold, which is going to be a good thing. Duo lane has rotated into the top here for Snake, so they're looking to fast push some turrets now, and if they can get another turret down, open up the map, they're in a fantastic position to fight.
Yeah, and Crystal just able to move up here as well. No dragon potential available. Of course, Snake have had that one on lockdown, so you may as well just move around and pick up the turrets that you can. And there's a fair bit of extra AD damage now with the Vamp Scepter and the BF Sword available for this Kalista. And this tower, it's going to fall down easily. And Snake, they're starting to get the map control into their favor.
Yeah, they certainly are. Flandre in the bottom lane, because he's melee, isn't going to have any chance of defending this one. So Kog'Maw going to be able to push in and take down a turret in response. But Snake, they're not done in the top lane.
Or the mid lane.
Continuing to push. Two people in the mid lane as well, as you mentioned. So they might look to grab another outer as well. Fantastic map movement coming through.
Yeah, 3 members in the bottom lane for Gamty. There's a decent minion wave here in the mid as well, as Beast is just smacking down on this turret. They are going to leave definitely respect here for Xiaohu, as Snake are continuing to push and put pressure in this top side of the map. Pierce coming down from Crystal as well, and I love his Kalista mechanics. He's so good at weaving in that queue.
Yeah, he certainly is. And the ultimate coming through here now.
Yeah, Xiaohu actually looking to pick up a kill into Crystal. Nice Monsoon going to get him out of there as well, as Beast comes around. He's got so much extra health. Let Me just getting destroyed. Beast picks up that one. 2-1-0 as Huey, he's caught out by Barker. Not going to get any help from the jungle here as well. And Snake, they own this top side of the map.
Yeah, and that's maybe going to be another turret in the top lane as well, because they're sticking around. And this is a problem when you try and dive onto people. All the kite potential is gone. Volibear does so much mid-game damage from about 7 till 11. Just his bases alone are ridiculous, and they're going to pick out the outer turret in the mid lane, and you see straight away goes into that rolling thunder, and Huey just doesn't want to go near him.
No, you certainly don't, and you don't want to get pegged into your team as well. Of course, can just fling you back, much like Singed. Works relatively similar, but of course, his ultimate, the Thunder Claws to come through, does so much damage, and people aren't used to playing against Volibear, but that is massive AoE magic damage in a clumped up fight.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you know, you throw the bite in there for some true damage, not to mention just the auto attacks coming through. He does a lot of surprising mixed damage. It's very hard to itemize against him, and as the game goes on and your champions level up, it kind of does it passively, which is why we don't see a lot of Volibear, because he can get...
Oh my goodness, that's the tidal wave to come through, and the flash. Flandre actually looking to try and do something, actually heading around, wants to pick up Tail if he can. Pillar of Filth there as well, and Crystal picks it up with a Ren. Beautifully played, and that target selection was stunning. Flandre just beelined towards that Kog'Maw, ignored the possible 2 other members that were heading through his jungle.
Yeah, certainly did. And now they've got the slowdown onto Zhao, who has to take that creepy...
The Glacial Path?
Glacial Path away. So, all in all, Garmty really have started to fall apart on this map. The Bloodthirst now finished off for Crystal. He's starting to level up a little bit, and they might have caught Let Me out.
Yeah, and now Flandre has a CS advantage here onto Let Me as well.
Yeah, and this Rengar pickup really not working out, you have to say.
I wanted the Warrior enchant. That would have worked. Maybe it wouldn't have either, but I definitely do get excited about that one. But Crystal is going to finish off his Bloodthirster here as well. Does have the Berserker's Greaves available. This is the first spike for a Kalista. We'll see whether he decides to go with that Hurricane as his next item. More AoE damage available, more wave clear for this Kalista, or whether it's going to be similar to Deft's Kalista, which does often build things like the Phantom Dancer as the second item, more of a single target focus for that champion. We'll see what is going to be picked up here, but Tail, he's got the Trinity Force, so this Kog'Maw still managing to get farm and get into this game, but isn't at a position that he'd be otherwise happy with at this stage, you have to think.
Yeah, definitely not. You know, I think that the Hurricane Callista builds are nearly seeing the end.
Yeah.
The tankier members get, the less important it is to get that AoE damage out, and the more important it is to be able to deal with the front line, and crit is just such an important stat for that. Also allows you to go Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper, and then pick up your Infinity Edge after you get your defensive item. Very smooth item build coming through there if you do go for it. So I think that we will see the end of the Hurricane build. I think that the more tanky the meta gets, just the less favorable it is.
Yeah, that's true, but it's going to be an... Ooh, actually, Crystal going to martially poise into that Aqua Prism, but Huey just going to get thrown back into the team. It is going to be the ultimate use, but Polymorph going to get him out of it. Gets slowed down by that Glitter Lance as well as Barker trying to catch up. FLICKR was actually off into the backside. Doesn't even die as he used that Subjugate to get his health back here as well. And Snake, they have position around this Dragon, but their top lane are very, very low. You're going to try and use that passive to try and get back up to health here on the bottom side of the map. Already up to about half. As Crystal going to push out this wave as well. Gamty looking to maybe have a go at this Dragon, pick up their first of the game. That may not be happening here as Snake, they do have a monopoly on that one. Huey might have to be careful here. Thrill of the Hunt was popped here from Let Me, but more as a defensive tool. Rolling Thunder not going to find it as Let Me going to jump into the backside, but there's the Wild Growth. Not going to find the kill onto FLICKR, who's so huge in this fight. Almost has his ultimate available yet again. Oh, that Glacial Path would have been very dangerous for Zhao, who is able to get some cheeky Qs off here as well. Nice Ring of Frost to come down. Gamty, they're still in this one. Nice heal to come through from Crystal to try and give his team back some health. Huey going down solo. Sync Dream's going to die. They trade it for Beast. Huey is so low at the front of this fight. Crystal somehow still alive, but Zhao who picks up the kill. FLICKR is bound to fall down. No, not even dead just yet. As Ella, he's going to try and help out his top laner. There's going to be the frozen domain, but I have a feeling that he's going to die to Zhao, and he does. And Gamty, they get a clean ace in the end, but yeah, that was ridiculous.
In the end, it was the fact that Let Me and Zhao had so much more pressure on Crystal than anyone had on Tail. Tail, with the superior range, was able to sit back and just lob his auto attacks at whoever was in range. Yeah, exactly right. Was just chucking on the W, spitting at everyone, and in the end, they just had a better persistent team fight. Let Me was able to dance in and out when his abilities were off cooldown, is extremely tanky with his item build at the moment, and unfortunately, FLICKR just isn't there. Let's take another look at it, and this goes forever, but the Rolling Thunder came through, and it wasn't on a fantastic target. Huey, of course, and this is what I mean. Look at the positioning of Xiaohu and Let Me on the backline, whereas no one can get near Tail. There's just so much more pressure on Crystal throughout the entirety of this fight. Tail is completely unharassed. Finally, Zhao, who pulls the trigger, goes in on this one and is able to pick up the solo kill in the backline. And that just meant that from there, team fight was over. All the persistent threat gone from Snake, and Gamty able to pick it up.
Yeah, and actually Barker almost managing to kill Huey, but Huey with some smooth movements there, some swift footwork, able to get him to safety. This outer turret in the mid lane going to fall down for Gamty. They pick that one up off the back of the Dragon, their first of the game. And of course, the one team fight as well. And when it's a clean ace like that, that's got Gamty well back into this one.
Yeah, it certainly does. And look, they've got a fantastic scaling composition. When you have something like a Kog'Maw, that late game insurance policy, not to mention the fact that Xiaohu's Lissandra looks so good as we jump back into some action.
Yeah, speaking of Xiaohu's Lissandra, he is going to ult himself up here as well. Ella going to get caught out, gets slowed down to high heaven as Beast does have the passive available. There's the Wild Growth as well as Let Me looking to try and jump into this one. Thrill the Hunt was popped, but Glacial Path again, and Gamty are getting the picks around this map that they want.
They certainly are. They need to send someone back because a lot of their base is going down. They might just rush Baron. This might be an inhibitor trade.
Yeah, might be. It depends whether Crystal is able to get down the damage in time. He's actually going to go for that Hurricane build here as well. Gamty This is a tough gambit to throw. We'll see whether they manage to actually lock this one down. FLICKR is in here as well. Glitterlance available. FLICKR going to use the Subjugate here as well. He's very, very tanky, but they're ignoring him for now. There's the Frozen Domain. This Baron going down very, very low. They don't have Beast, and Huey locks down the Baron, and now FLICKR is going to die as well. Barker in a fair bit of trouble. Huey's going to fall. Crystal, he's made it into the fight. Tail falls down. A Cathian surprise going to be there. The flash over the wall from Crystal. He's looking to try and make something happen. Fate's Call going to be used. Xiaohu in a lot of trouble. The double kill to come through as the mid laner falls down. Let Me just wants to escape as Barker going to ult himself up. Let Me, with a lot of use of that W, is able to keep himself healthy, and he's very tanky here as well, as Barker might be in trouble, but the Polymorph going to save his life, and Crystal coming through to clear out this minion wave as well. And Snake, they get a lot of kills back, but that is still some Barons available.
Yeah, so one Baron, I believe, maybe
I think
two.
SyncDream might have one.
Maybe two Barons available, but you see... death in the eyes of the AD carry player. Wanted
Crystal's
nothing
mad.
to do with that. 4-1-1 has started to get going in this game as well now. And he's bringing the Hurricane out, so we'll see how it works out. There's going to be two super tanks, and they might have been caught out.
Yeah, beautiful Howling Gale from Ela is going to at least allow them to escape, but they don't get the steal onto that red buff. Tail picks that one up quite nicely here as well as Huey. Oh, they actually used the sweeping lens as well just to make sure that there was no vision available of the Snake members. Really beautifully done as Beast is going to steal away a Gromp. Of course, Snake just love killing Gromps. That is just what they want. And sort of, does snakes eat frogs? Is that a thing?
Yeah, they could.
I'm not
Depends how hungry they are.
Yeah, I guess that's true. They probably don't mind too much. But being Australian, we should probably know what snakes like to eat.
Humans.
We've got a lot of them. Humans? I hope not. I don't think it's quite the thing. But Xiaohu going to clear out this middle lane wave. Not going to push up too far, of course. Barker waiting there to eat up some of this CS, and the rest of Gamti
might have been caught here by Xiaohu.
Yep, does have that frozen pillar there. Pillar of Frost. But the outer turret in the top lane is going to fall down. Hurricane completed now for Crystal, able to clear out this wave with relative ease as well with the Ren sets as well as that Hurricane. And the Ravenous Hydra is done for FLICKR. Has the Spectre's Cowl as well. He's going to get very tanky, and he's going to be doing a lot of damage in these fights at the same time.
Yeah, it certainly will. Doesn't have, I guess, the benefit of being able to catch up to people with the Blade of the Ruined King. Will still be very quick because of that W coming through. So we'll see how it works out for him. My fear here is the fact that there is no Tank Buster really on the lineup of Snake, and that Rengar is... he's the opposite of an assassin. He's just going to sit on you and try and wear you down with an aura that does very little damage at this point of the game.
Yeah, he's not doing a whole lot of damage, but, you know, the
persistent damage. He does very good persistent damage, actually. Rengar's bases have always been okay. Not to mention the CC he's going to get out for Tail to be able to do all the damage. He's a very real threat now.
Yeah, speaking of real threats, though, Crystal actually picked up a Last Whisper as well as SyncDream. He's going to get caught out. Crystal picking up another kill for that one. As the rest of Gamti might need to be careful now. There's a lot of engage to come through, especially from that Fate's Call, but the Glacial Path going to get Xiaohu to safety over the wall, and Ela just looking to try and scout out for some more potential targets here as Barker is there. There's 5 members now in the mid lane, but only 4 now alive as the Rolling Thunder comes through. Doesn't want to find Huey here as the Thrill of the Hunt has been popped. Let Me looking to come in here and does stop Beast in his tracks, but of course, has the passive available. Wild Growth's there as well. This can be a very tanky bear if they need him. And SyncDream now alive again, trying to get back with his team. But Gamti, they're looking to push. And FLICKR, he wants none of it. Looking to try and get in here. There's the Wild Growth as well. So much knocking about of the Gamti members. As Xiaohu going to get aggressed on. But it's going to be Crystal falling down first. The Cogmore with so much damage. Barker going to get Blade of the Ruined King. Does Tail looks to go aggressive. But the rest of Snake, they're trying to get out. Tail getting slowed down by everything here as Huey now in a bit of trouble, but the bottom lane dead in trade for the mid laner. And with that Frozen Tomb down, Xiaohu, he's done his job.
Yeah, exactly right. Able to get in there. They're looking to go. Great bubble.
Beautiful Aqua Prison is going to be used there by SyncDream, but not able to get the kill onto Beast as Huey is in a lot of trouble. Actually, Tail tanking up this turret as well. There's the lock into the wall as well as Beast with the hero play. Oh, almost survives that one as well, but Barker, he's going to fall down. FLICKR looking for the kill, finds it onto Tail. A Cathian surprise. It's going to pick that one up as the double kill comes through. And now Snake with their bottom lane alive, looking to try and get back here, but the Dragon looking to be Gamtees, and these fights are ridiculous.
They need to be so careful right now. Kalista is there. This could be another triple kill potentially. They're backing away. There is zero damage.
Absolutely nothing. That's 2 Cinderhulks. I guess that's something, but Crystal looking to go aggressive. Letme is going to get knocked up here a little bit. Tidal Wave going to come through. Ooh, actually Glacial Path not going to be used. They're just going to secure the Dragon with both of their smites and a consume. That's a lot of lockdown on that Dragon. And Crystal going to take a Consolation red buff, but that is going to be an evening out of the Dragons. Let's see this again.
Yeah, so they go in extremely aggressive. Good fake call came through, but it's all about Zhao, who is able to get onto Crystal again. And he just does so much damage at this point of the game. Once again, because the front line is completely bypassable on the Snake lineup, if you're going to be honest, Tail can just run past them. He has absolutely no fear of them at this point in the game. And from there, you've got Tail free hitting, Zhao who completely destroying your carry, the probably fed member on your lineup that everything revolves around. It's just bad news in these 5v5 team fights for Snake. You feel in a split push situation, FLICKR still probably ahead of Letme. Probably, maybe can't kill him, but is bringing a lot more to the table in terms of wave clear.
I've got a conspiracy for you as well, just in the middle of the point, is that FLICKR has now played back-to-back Shyvana Trundle, and he built a Hydra on Trundle as well. I think he's Darien.
Maybe.
I think it actually might be Darien sitting. Of course, we have seen that it is in fact FLICKR there, but it's the spirit of Darien coming through here. That's my feeling. Anyway, back to your point.
I can't even remember what I was talking about. So
yeah, because that has bent your mind so much?
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
Mind blown.
I know.
By this 1-3-8 Trundle, who isn't really doing much in a team fight situation.
Darien, see? Perfect. Anyway, Snake looking to try and get some control around this Baron, which is going to be available in another 10 seconds as well. QSS, very importantly, is being completed by Crystal at the same time. So this Kalista able to actually nullify that that Glacial Prison. Not Glacial Prison, that is, of course, Sejuani's ult. That is the Frozen Tomb that's going to be coming through from Zhao. Pillar of Filth there onto Huey, but just going to slow him down a little bit. Not going to be too worried.
Yeah, you see how quickly Trundle moves with that Whimsy on him. So trying to get him into the back line, be that disruptive force. But now that the Last Whisper has been picked up from this Cogmore, he's just, Tail's going to be doing very meaningful damage in this fight.
Actually, Crystal able to take away that big Raptor as well. Definite win here on the board for the Kalista. Barker almost with that Void Staff available as well as FLICKR. He's got a Spirit Visage. That is a big deal item for Trundle.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially because of how his passive and his ultimate works. If they can zone them off this Baron here, and for whatever reason it goes down to Snake, FLICKR will nearly full heal off that just because of how his passive works.
I believe he actually died before the Baron fell. Oh no, it was after. It was after. In that last fight. Didn't actually see him get too much health back from that passive, and now just going to use this Hydra to try and clear out this wave. Frozen Domain there available, setting up for a potential area to fight, and Crystal going to have to be very careful in this next one, because it's all on him, you have to think. Trying to get the consistent damage around with that Hurricane, trying to make things work out here. As you see, actually there's the red buff score as well. A lot of blue buffs actually available for Snake.
Yeah, Snake have been able to steal away the blue buff because of their superior control over the bottom side of the map a lot of the time. And
don't quite have as many smites, though, which is the interesting part.
Half the smites,
half
twice the blue buffs.
Whoa.
Snake Gaming.
Ridiculously well played. You're going to see this one come through. Actually, FLICKR fell down. Beast as well. Crystal, of course, survives, but Gamtee looking to start off this Baron as well. It is a 5v3 situation, but they still have to be careful. The Kalista is still alive, and there's a lot of poke to come through from this Lulu, but they're not going to go for a steal because, of course, there's so many opportunities for Gamtee to secure this one. And Gamtee, the second Baron now, but only a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, so only a 2,000 gold lead coming through for them at this point in the game. They weren't able to keep all their members alive with the Baron buff, so it's a little bit more meaningful this time as we see Letme going into a split push scenario where he probably doesn't do much to creeps unless he's spamming all of his buttons, as we will see here.
He's trying his best to kill some creeps. That Q's doing absolutely nothing, but the Baron up creeps are really going to help out
He's
here.
just missed 3 creeps in that wave.
Well, it's really hard when you only do about 12 damage to a creep. Very, very difficult. FLICKR going to clear out this wave. Glitterland's doing a whole lot of a better job clearing out these creeps as well.
And I want to see if he eventually does go for a more damage-heavy item. It looks like he will pick up a Spirit Visage for himself for some added cooldown reduction in his build, as well as maybe a Warmog's armor coming through from that Giant's Belt. But
what else is he going to build?
Trinity
Thornmail?
Force? I think he might grab a Trinity Force as the last item. Potentially. Maybe a Thornmail. You're right.
We'll see what he does decide to go with his game. TR going to put a lot of pressure onto this inner turret, just getting shredded by Tail.
He's picked himself up another Zeal. If we can just hit on Kog'Maw's build a little bit. Phantom Dancer is such a good item because it allows him, he gets some attack speed off his Q, but it puts him near max. And with how the W works with attack speed, it just allows you to absolutely burn through it. The troubling thing is if he doesn't go a defensive item, he can grab the Infinity Edge, but you really do need that in a Kog'Maw build, so he might have to swap something out. It's why I really don't like Last Whisper on Kog'Maw. I feel that you can just get enough work done on the tanks without having to pick up that item. And if Phantom Dancer instead of Last Whisper just puts you so much ahead of the curve.
Yeah, Letme does have his teleport available, is on the top side now, pushing that one out. You can see Xiaohu there on the bottom side of the map, but of course doesn't have the teleport. Snake looking for an out rotation here, heading towards the mid lane. Do have the wave ready.
They're getting collapsed on. They're in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, it's going to be scary. 5 members are grouped up here for Snake, but they're getting flanked by Letme. Thrill of the Hunt is available. He's popped it now as well, looking to try and get a flank from the backside. Huey gets slowed down by that pillar. And actually, oh, Xiaohu right into the middle of the fight, tombs himself up. He's got the Zhonya's Hourglass available as well, but Beast is just ripping through these members. He's going to fall down low, uses the Zhonya's. Letme now trying to do some work as FLICKR actually flashes over to the side. There's going to be the pillar as well and kills Xiaohu, who takes down Beast in the backside of this one as well. Letme, oh, FLICKR actually dodging out of the way. Crystal, the rest of the members of Snake are still alive, trying to catch up, and FLICKR wants to try and get something done. Frozen Domain's there. Oh my goodness, almost survives, but Tail able to catch up. And of course, the slows available for Huey are a little bit too big, and it's a 1-for-2 yet again in this fight. But where was the rest of Snake?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Tail just flashing on top of Crystal, but he turns it around, picks up the kill. Huey now trying to get on top of him. Letme takes down the AD carry, but that again is all of the damage dead on the side of Gamty. It's the danger of a 2 damage comp, and Letme is going to get knocked up here as well. Barker looking to turn it around, does pick up the double now as well, because he is the only member on the map with any sort of damage statistic.
Yeah, whatsoever in that situation. You saw that Tail went extremely aggressive and just wasn't able to burn through all the shields that came through. So in the end, Snake take the team fight. They might even take a Dragon for their trouble, although looking for potentially a blue buff on top of that. No, they'll just back away. Complete reset. Flandre, that minion wave is way too juicy for any top laner ever to ignore.
Yep, not going to be ignoring that one. Does have his Frozen Heart completed. That is huge. That is what he managed to pick up after he fell down in that last fight.
And he becomes unkillable when he ults people. You saw in that last extended chase that as soon as Flandre ults one of the tanks, he just becomes completely immovable.
Yeah, and he can ult either Huey or Letme as well, because Letme going for this massive tanky build, and it just gives Flandre the ability to subjugate either of those two and become the biggest beast in the history of Trundles.
Yeah, exactly right. And we see, speaking of Letme, has finished up that Spirit Visage, is going towards a Warmog's armor next. Will he go for, I guess, the Thornmail or maybe an offensive item? Oh, good pillar coming through from Flandre. They're in a better position for this Dragon this time around, but the team fights are still so close.
Yeah, and Xiaohu has just been playing so incredibly well. Almost has the Rabbidan's Death Cap available as well. Has gone for more of the sort of damage build with the Sorcerer Shoes instead of the Lucidity Boots. Doesn't have the 40% CDR, but is going to be getting the blue buffs here as well, as Gamty have actually started off the Dragon Snake, looking to try and contest this one. Aqua Prison onto Flandre, who's going to be in a bit of trouble here. Glacial Path going to come through. Barker going to get out of here, but Crystal able to use that QSS. There's the Zhonya's as well. Flandre huge in the backside. Beast as well, but there's the Cogmore dead, as Flandre looking to pick up the kills, and look at what happens when the Kallista's able to auto-attack. Ridiculous stuff. Letme's gonna die as well, and they'll even get the Dragon at the same time. Sync Dream prevents the ace, but what is the Fish gonna do against this?
Yeah, that's Game Atlas. They're gonna move into the bottom lane. That wave is absolutely massive. Will be enough for the turret. Will probably be enough for the Nexus turrets, and we were complimenting how well Gamty were playing these team fights, but in the end, it's all about Snake being able to get the one team fight that matters. They'll skip into the base. Crystal chunking out these structures, and that was extremely well played.
Beautifully played, and they knew that that's all that they needed. Just needed to pick up that one fight. They grab it, and they're able to finish the game off the back of it. No breaking the base necessary. They just win a Dragon fight and steamroll the base.
Yeah, so in the end, Snake able to pick up the 2-0. Looked good for a moment there, but that will put Snake back into second place over OMG.
Yeah.
And they did it with a good team comp game one, I'm going to say. A little bit of craziness game two. They've always excelled in crazy team fights, so why not throw something like that out there?
Yeah.
But maybe a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, a little bit. Of course, the Trundle not quite working out to the way they wanted to in the early stages of the game.
No, it just didn't work out at all.
Okay. Well, I just like Trundle. So I'm excited about it.
I'm going to put it out there. Volibear was a better pick than Trundle that game.
And you know that things are going wrong when you're able to actually say that. But Crystal, again on the Callista, when able to be his incredible mechanical self in a team fight, just showed there at the very end that he's able to single-handedly carry these team fights.
Yeah, and Barker, he played 2 champions. He played the Azir, he played the Lulu.
Yeah,
of course,
that is more than his entire champion pool that we thought.
They're not new champions. We've seen him play them before, but on this patch, they've come back in, and he pulled them off. So he was able to put a pretty good performance together in a couple of games as well.
Yeah, really well played. And Snake, they managed to clinch the 2-0, but we're only halfway through tonight's games, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be back after this short break with M3 taking on Invictus Gaming.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Timeka. Joining me once again will be Jake Spawn Tiberian. It's been a pretty interesting day of 5.6 Spawn.
Yeah, it certainly has, and we always talk about the innovation that Snake brought onto the scene, and that's just at show now with a new patch. They're willing to bring anything out and run it to pretty good success. Game 1 especially, I was impressed by the teleport smite Shyvana that was running around the rift doing all kinds of crazy things, and I'm hoping that the patch brings even more out. Volibear's also shown a little bit of resurgence. We saw Gragas jungle. There's some cool stuff happening.
Yeah, there's lots of cool stuff happening, and speaking of cool stuff, we have another great match lined up here as well, and as we keep saying, all of these matchups leading into playoffs are so important, and maybe not other than this one, IG versus M3.
Yeah, certainly. IG trying to make a serious push to be taken into account as one of the top teams in the LPL right now, but M3 with Starhorn Royal Club going 2-0 earlier than that, now out of the playoff race. They're equal 8th. But technically not.
Yeah, been kicked out for now at least, but we are going to go through IG's lineup. Zatai has been the biggest thing in the last few weeks. Coming, of course, it's their mid lane player for actual years. Now on the top lane looking much better, and Kakao, when he's on, he's just unbelievable.
Yeah, certainly is. Look at that Nidalee. He's so good on it, and I want to see if he translate the play into the jungle with the tanks that we've seen, or whether he continues to play these assassins.
Kakao, maybe not really a tank player, but we have still seen some Rek'Sai Lee Sin, but Rookie, what's he going to do, man? 5.6 has gone absolutely crazy. Kid as well, probably going to stick to some of the more traditional carries, but has a good mix in there, can play the Cold War, the Vayne, the late game if he needs to. Kid's very flexible.
Yeah, it certainly is. The Ezreal is the one that pops out. That really is a Kid champion and plays it quite well. We see Kiddies 5 games, 5 champions, does it all. Pretty good support.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's unfortunate in some ways that whenever we talk about IG's bottom lane, it's always the same thing, but they're just consistent. They're good. They're very versatile. They can kind of do whatever their team needs to. They mold it into their team. It's the top half of the map where we really need to look and see what's going to happen. When IG fire, they fire on all cylinders. It looks great, but I'm not sure how 5.6 Kakao looks. That's my big question for this series.
Yeah, it certainly is a huge question, and the one thing that gives me a little bit of faith is that Kakao, if he picks up these damage-heavy junglers, can just run into the tanks early game and completely decimate them. So even if he doesn't want to play the tanks himself, I think that it lends something to his gameplay regardless, especially when you team him up with someone like Rookie. Get the TF out, invade as early and often as possible, and really try and dictate the flow of the map that way.
Yeah, I'd agree, but it's interesting to see, does he just go to play Sejuani? Has he started learning the tanks, or does he want to play them instead? Rookie, of course, super flexible, got a massive champion pool, so be curious to see what he wants to play today, but Zatai's the other one. Top lane's kind of going to a bit more carry-oriented. Still lots of big tanks there, of course. You've already seen the shenanigans that can happen where with the smite in the top lanes in the last series. So lots of questions as always. And the nice thing is I don't believe either of these teams have played on this patch yet. So we'll see something new from both of them.
Yeah, we certainly will. And we'll take a look at the M3 lineup. One thing to note before we even jump into the lineup is Ryze is good again. But Looper coming in. He was a Ryze player a little bit more tank orientated at the moment. That will suit his playstyle well. We'll play the likes of the Singe, the likes of the Shyvana, and do it quite impressively.
Yeah, same sort of thing for Condi, I guess. Again, lots of 5.4 looking junglers there in the pool. The Nidalee, the Lee Sin, even a Rengar play. Some of these are fine, but we'll see if he changes. And Dade, this is the big change. Already has a Ryze game, but we've seen Ryze today. Ziggs might be back. Orianna might be back. Dade's potential time to shine right around playoffs could be now. And M3, another new AD carry player.
Yeah, so jumping in, have absolutely no idea.
That's SMLZ. That's their old carry player. He was supposed to play in Candy, who's actually had a great season, is not playing today.
Yeah, so Candy out of the lineup. Love CD there in the support position. The 2 Giant games, probably the things that stick out. Very peel-oriented support.
And again, kind of like IG, M3's bottom lane, with Candy been very consistent, surprisingly good in a lot of their games, almost unexpectedly been carrying, but looks like M3 are going to go back to their original AD carry that was supposed to play on the roster, SMLZ. And Dade is the big question for me. He always wants to show up at playoffs. His team has to do quite a lot of winning to make it because they're sort of competing with Royal right now for the last few spots. They both have a couple games to play. Royal slightly fewer than M3. And Dade, if there was ever a time for him to change, it's during a big shift in patches.
Yeah, it certainly is, and he needs to right now. They need to pick up a couple of 2-0s, you feel, to really clinch that playoff spot. With how Royal Club played today, very decisive. M3 would have been watching that game, and they realize now that they've got an extremely hard run home. I think they run into IG today, And if you just go through the rest of the people they have to play, Snake tomorrow, Energy Pacemaker, which should be relatively easy, but then they finish off with Vici Gaming.
Yeah, so M3 have an absolutely insane run. Royal as well, got to play IG and Snake. So a lot of these playoff teams that are still fighting for their spots, it's going to be a tricky road. And even IG, kind of sitting in the middle of the pack, it would be very difficult for them to drop out of playoff contention, but it's theoretically possible. IG want the points as well.
Yeah, it certainly is theoretically possible, but I think IG are looking at the opposite. Everyone's saying Vici, they're their second team. People look at LGD and think maybe these guys are stepping up. IG have always wanted to be that top team in their own right, and they really need to prove it at the business end now. Step up. Their mid lane have been playing terrifically. They've had inconsistencies around the rest of the map. Even Kakao this season being a little bit more inconsistent than we're used to seeing Kakao be. So a lot to prove. They need to get back in there and really start dominating.
And that's a great point. I think they do have a lot to prove. IG, one of the longest standing organizations in China, along with World Elite. Both teams have definitely gone through some growing pains and a lot of change for them. But we'll see what happens here in our first draft. IG on the blue side for game one, M3 over on the red. We've got the Xerath, we've got the Rise banned out already. Dundade is already getting targeted.
I am not surprised to see that at all, especially with some of the assassins Rookie likes to play. Rise just does mean things to them in the laning phase even. So getting rid of that one, we see LeBlanc, a nice respect ban towards Rookie also being taken away. Rounded out with a Maokai just for good measure. Rest of the board left relatively open. No junglers hit so far.
Yeah, Lulu ban there as well. And I guess with all these bans, we're probably not going to see a jungle ban. So a big question for Kakao is, what does he want? If M3 don't ban Sejuani, does he even play it?
Yeah, exactly right. We'll have to see, because they're taking a long time on this last ban. I think that you still have to hit the Nidalee. Just so good early game, and Kakao's shown that he is willing to play it into anything, but the Scion being taken away.
That's a really interesting last ban there. I mean, Zatai has been playing a couple tanks, has had some standout carry performances, I'll say, on the likes of Fizz, but Zatai's not really been the big tank player. I've liked him a lot more in these carry-style champions, but we'll see what he wants to go for. He's certainly taking his new role in the top lane seriously, and right now just flicking through almost every champion in the league.
Yeah, I think he's mashing the random button there as we see he pauses a little bit on Taric. We've seen a little bit of Udyr played around the world to some mixed success. Gets very strong. Fiora, not going to talk about at all.
Yep, and there we go. The lock-in maybe we expect there. One of the still big contested champions on this patch. It's first pick, Kalista.
Yeah, so Kalista being picked up, and we've seen it built with the Hurricane, without the Hurricane, with some crit, with no crit. There are a lot of ways to now play this champion on the Rift, and see how Kid takes it to it. Two huge picks coming now through for M3. They're hovering the Sejuani and the Shyvana, and that is a huge front line to have to deal with.
We've seen a lot of success with Sejuani Gnar as well, so if they want to take that combination away, they can. Looper has been good on the Gnar all season long. M3 have a lot of choices here. We'll see what they do want to settle on, but wouldn't be too surprised to see Condi go back to the very popular jungle here in Sejuani of 5.6, and it is. Love City is going to get Janna, and in the jungle, it's going to be Sedge.
Yeah, so Sedge gets locked in, and we've seen that it's just first pickable at the moment. Has a relatively good early clear. Has some ganks when you take into account how much that permafrost does slow you down early on. Not to mention the Q, but we'll have to see how it works out. Gragas, he's currently my favorite jungle. I call him Good Lee Sin, because currently Lee Sin isn't great on this patch, and Gragas does a lot of similar things. Has the slow, has the big knockback into the team, which is kind of the kick that comes through. Has the slow that comes out of his barrel as well. And not to mention...
Oh my god.
That's a Shen. We'll talk about that in a second. The synergy with... Yasuo is huge for Gragas. He's got the pre-6 knock-up on his E, so you can flash E people and get the knock-up for the first blood. And then the huge team fight ultimates that come through, so it is very good. But Shen in the top lane, that's an old-school throwback.
Yeah, and we've seen, again, a lot more tanks being played now as well. Love the Gragas pick up for the jungle there for Kakao. We wondered how he was going to match it. He's kind of going to go in the middle, still be aggressive, but play a slightly newer jungler. And I love that you mentioned Yasuo. It's funny, going back to farm-heavy mid laners, lots of sustained damage. Sounds like, oh wait, Yasuo, a champion that both these teams play, but M3 going to keep it crazy for now. That is Hecarim and Urgot, their third and fourth picks.
Yeah, so SMLZ coming through with the sorry, not the Hecarim, the Urgot pickup. That could be mid lane, it could be AD, we don't know at this point. Of course, Urgot Janna is a very annoying lane to deal with, because as soon as that first E hits, I don't even know what it's called. So the shield comes through and you can just put out so much harass with the Acid Hunters. So we'll see what comes through here. Engage heavy support coming through for Kitties. That Annie being hovered there. Now changed over to Thresh.
Yeah, still engage heavy. I mean, I like these sort of supports against Janna, so it is going to be Thresh and Azir taking that away from Dade. Quite clever. We've seen already Baka going back to one of his old comfort champions. That was a big one for Dade when he was doing better early on in the season, so makes sense for Rookie to take it away. And IG, I don't know if we expected any of these champions to be here today, but welcome to 5.6 China.
Yeah, exactly right. You can play whatever you want, apparently, and they're very... I guess they've got 2 outright tanks. On the side of M3, they have 3 very tanky members. It's so funny to talk about an AD like Urgot as being a super tank, but he is just so tanky. And if they lock in a Vlad, that's another tanky mid laner that's incredibly hard to deal with. Their lineup is just impossible to kill.
Yeah, and that's sort of the thing, right? It's just, if everyone's super tanky, we don't need a squishy AD carry. We'll just do a more consistent damage than you have enough good CC to start and disengage fights where we want to. And this is craziness for this first game. And remember, no team has time to relax. No team's clinched any spots yet. Everyone except EDG are playing for points, and this is absolutely nuts. So maybe we'll start with the bottom lane first. And Urgot, we have started seeing a bit more of it, mainly because he's very good against Kalista.
Yeah, exactly right. Has a swap there that just really wrecks Kalista's day. It just puts her under CC, and that's what she hates. We'll take a look at the top lane. Shen versus Hecarim. Don't know who wins it because I haven't seen Shen in about 2 years.
Yep.
But Shen survives lanes very well.
Shen, actually the best ninja, has been hidden for years now, and now makes an reappearance in the top lane. Gragas jungle back in the LPL up against the Sejuani. There's Azir versus Vlad, and again, sustained damage, farm heavy mid laners, that's what we get. This matchup's nuts though.
Yeah, it certainly is. So Urgot wins it outright in a 2v2. It is very bad for Kalista. You don't want to go anywhere near it, and we'll see how it works out. Kitties, of course, is probably the X factor with the Thresh. If he can land some good early hooks, get some pressure down, they might be in with a chance, but Urgot, the persistent damage is just so big.
Yeah, finally a normal lane there on the bottom side with the supports. We have seen Zero's Thresh already today almost single-handedly carry a game, so we'll see if Kitties can do the same sort of thing. But again, 5.6 brought a lot of change to LPL and every other region, and this game might be the best example so far, and that's with Smites in the top lane in the last series.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and you know, this could be a very standard lane matchup because everyone's good in a 1v1.
Well, we'll have to see what happens when we get straight onto the Rift. And welcome onto the Rift. No, do not adjust your screens. You haven't suddenly gone back 3 patches. There is a Shen in this game. Invictus Gaming have opted into it for Zatai in the top side of the map and Spawn. This first game is absolutely bonkers already.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. Shen, we haven't seen him in a long time, but he does some very cool things. Of course, the global ultimate, you can't understate it. Just able to get into a lane with a huge shield. A lot of people can teleport into lanes, of course. You can take that as a summoner spell. Very few people make an immediate impact like Shen does. Being able to get in there and set some things up. Also survives lanes very nicely with, of course, a Vorpal Blade as well as the shield coming out. So he's a pretty good skirmisher. Sunfire got a buff this patch, of course, building out of that Balmy Cinder so you can grab it a little bit earlier. That's what the Ruby Crystal will be used for, most likely, coming into this matchup, and I want to see how it goes.
That's an aggressive option there from Zatai, but you're right, actually does have Ruby Crystal first. We did have Kid and Kitty spotted by a ward just in the bottom left of the map there as well, so N3 will know the matchup they get. We should have SMLZ, who is stepping into his new role here, or old role I should say, as M3's AD carry, along with Love City. They're going to get the 2 little creeps off the blue buff, and Kid and Kitties are going to take the Krugs.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to take one of the Krugs, potentially. No, they will take both, so this will be the level 2 potentially coming through from Thresh, depending on how they choose to share the, I guess, experience. But we see standard Looper takes away a camp from himself with actually a Duran's Blade, so we'll potentially be able to go back and grab a cloth armor off that. Maybe not, maybe just some potions and a ward. So we'll be able to get into that lane. And we'll see if Zatai can survive the onslaught that is Hecarim.
And again, we don't normally expect that in some sort of Hecarim-based lane. It's hopefully a farm fest usually, but that's very aggressive from Lupa. Really smart stuff, just the Doran's Blade and some consumables, but Kakal's jungling by himself on the Gragas. Condi the same here over on the Sedge, starting on the red, I believe. So junglers could be a little slow, and these early lanes are going to be very influential.
Yeah, it certainly will. The one thing I'll say about Gragas is once he gets access to his full kit, he jungles so quickly. Even if you compare it to Sejuani, who has a pretty good clear herself, he does ridiculous things in the jungle. He got absolutely no health, as did the Sedge, but we'll be able to clean up a lot of his jungle and stay relatively healthy. So he's actually going for an early Scuttle Crab to get back and be able to power farm. I like that move coming out. But he does have very good ganks as well in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, early game ganks not too bad. I think comparable, maybe slightly better than Sejuani's as far as kick goes, but both have very good level 6 ganks. So curious to see what the junglers do want to do. We can see the top lane sort of evened out, although Lupa slightly ahead in experience. And down the bottom, Kid with that early level 2 from the Krugs actually able to start the lane ahead against Urgot of all champions.
Yeah, so able to get in there and start bullying. Urgot is another one of those champions that needs a couple of points in his queue before he really gets going. More importantly, though, he needs Janna to be able to level up that E, that shield that gives so much bonus AD. As we see the mid lane, Dade doing nicely to farm underneath his turret here.
Yeah, and I think this is somewhat expected. Azir, of course, received a massive slew of nerfs and kind of got slightly changed back up to be a bit more normalized as a champion, but this matchup seems just fine, and like any Vlad lane, you really just want to get your levels.
Yeah, exactly right, and all he's looking to do is get to level 7, be able to get 4 points into that queue, and then he will just start pushing out the lane with reckless abandon. You can spam the E at that point, keep it at maximum stacks as a good hook.
Great hook there, double flay as well. Kid gonna jump in, Ren's already used the heal, pop down as well. Ignite might be enough, a great pierce, but not enough damage. Love CD saving him with that shield.
Yeah, and as I said, it's all about the Thresh in this lane. If they can put on early pressure, they're going to be completely fine, and that's exactly what came through. Fantastic hook by Kitty.
It's one of the things about Kalista. We've always had trouble classifying her. I think late game carry is pretty reasonable, but her early game damage with those Ren stacks is phenomenal.
Yeah, and they just wow.
Great hook again. They're after the flay. Going to go back in. Love City now forced to use the cooldown. We actually had Kakao there as well looking for a gank, but no dice there. Just going to be a push instead.
Yeah, it actually looked like Kakao came through onto the back and tried to put down some damage on SMLZ, but then took a lantern on the way out. So good move there. Looks like more people are rotating down into this bottom side of the map, as Kakao might run in.
Yeah, spotted Condi there. Knock up coming through. Good barrel there for a bit of trade. And Gragas, very weird champion now, but great in some sort of brawl. Kitties has to move around, but the damage to this tower already is massive.
Yeah, it certainly is. Already past half, and they're going for the dive here, it looks like.
Just a bit of poke from Gragas is kind of creative. A weird situation, 2 different people pushing or defending 3v3 in the bottom side, but Kitty's getting aggressive, and I think finally some of the craziness will dissipate.
Yeah, it certainly will. They're sending Urgot back to shop finally, that he might be able to get back, although they will do some more damage to this turret. Has got his tier, which is a nice early pickup for Urgot, but he is already 18 CS down, which is just all kinds of bad news. Kakao getting some counter jungling going while that's happening. Also picked up the River Scuttler as well, so he's off to a flying start at the moment. Doesn't look like he's ahead, but he's taken some of the smaller camps' creep numbers and really is getting the gold stacking up.
Yeah, and I love the counter jungling from Kakao, keeping Sejuani down, just trying to keep track of her on the bottom side of the map where all the action's happening anyway. Kid is ridiculously far ahead in a counter matchup here, almost, actually now more than double the CS of SMLZ.
Yeah, and it just all came down to that hook coming through at the opportune time and really chunking out on a huge wave. They had to send the jungle down to help support, and they didn't get any of the CS on the turret, so fantastic job out of IG. They've turned the lane in their favor. They go back and pick up a quick recurve bow. Very much just like that. The soul comes through. Thank goodness. Goes with the BF sword.
Yeah, Kid's like, maybe I didn't want that. Goes for the BFs instead. We've seen a lot of early BTs. Still quite a few Hurricanes. I know you made a point earlier in the evening that you feel like we're probably going to move away from Runins, especially against this team comp. Runins not going to do too much here.
Yeah, exactly right. Because Runins was all about the Ren set and stacking up the rend as quickly as you possibly could on multiple people and then getting the kill. And it really relied on a Assassin to get it started off, if we were perfectly honest, when we were seeing it played very successfully. So now we might be able to see a little bit more single damage come through, but Rookie, he's harassing Dade under this turret extremely effectively.
Yeah, fantastic play by Rookie in the early lane. No real surprise, I guess, given Rookie's penchant for incredible laning, but a CS lead there of 10 and above. Zatai slightly behind, but has his Cinder off already, plus a Chain Vest, comfortably farming going now on this Shen.
Yeah, and the thing about Shen is he just farms in all situations, can push well as soon as he gets the Sunfire Cape, able to farm underneath his turret. He's just really, he's the old school top lane. Him and Aurelia, if anyone's looking to learn top lane, they're probably the two champions that you should pick up. Not very in meta at the moment, but they just teach you all you need to about lane control, when to push, when to teleport. They're very good champions.
And you know what, Shen, you're right, we haven't seen him in a while, but if there was ever a time for him to return, it's now. Cinder being cost efficient just makes it so much easier for you to get to the point you want to be at. And Kitties will miss the hook, take a lot of trade damage as a result here. Lantern comes down. Kitties actually might get first blooded here. The other E hits. Stand United use their buys the time. That will save their support.
It certainly will save the support, but he just teleported back to lane. That's horrible news for Zatai. He was getting himself back into the lane, slowly crawling back in, but all of a sudden, Tears picked up and got complete control. This is why he's the anti-AD. It's so hard to bully him.
Yeah, and poor Kitties just ate one too many Acid Hunters there after that Noxian Corrosive Charge had gone in. So now, with the levels, like you said, much better now on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, certainly is. It's all about getting that tier early, being able to stack it up, and really using the Janna as the source of AD. Just keeps you very, very well off in the lane, and very easy to mitigate the aggression that came through from Kitties, and now start getting aggressive in their own right.
Yeah, moving through some of the other items as well, we can see Athene's on the way there for Rookie, has the Charles and the Fiendish Codex. Dade with a quick Hextech Revolver. Cinderhawk done for Gragas. You have to think Condi's going to be going for the same item, both, of course, with their Rangers Trailblazers. And I like this from Lupa. Early boots too, possibly looking for an early Home Guard enchantment.
Yeah, exactly right. He just wants to be able to get around the map as quickly as possible, push in the wave, be able to zone where he can. And Condi, he's gone for an early Dragon. This is extremely dangerous as we see a lot of members closing in on the area.
Cacao does have a ward, but hasn't quite popped it over the side yet. Actually, on top of his red buff, sees the ward, and that might tip him off to the Dragon. Doesn't throw the ward over yet. There we go. Good intuition by Cacao, but Dragon a little too low already. Probably can't steal it. Might be able to ult it away, but too low, and Condi gets M through the first Dragon. SMLZ actually ulted there as well. Poor Janna in trouble now as Love City. No, never mind. No one got ulted. I lied.
Love CD's his support, so he's completely fine, and his ult is on cooldown.
Yeah, he ulted someone. I just didn't see who it was. I think it might have been Kid, and maybe he got Lantern back in. That would make the most sense here. So I assume that's what happened, but Condi maybe going to look for a gank now with his ulti.
Yeah, certainly does have it available. He's going in.
Yeah, Kid could be in trouble there. Tornado will move in. They do have to kill the Kalista if they can, but she's going to hop away. Damage not quite there, unfortunately. Hook landing as well onto Condi. Box used out, exhaust, and heal used in. First bug with the Ren goes to Kid's Kalista.
Yeah, and Gragas is here.
SMLZ now in trouble with the teleport. Going to move in. Zatai does not have his ultimate or his port to join in, but SMLZ going to come in. Zatai cancelled Lupa's port. Now Cacao going to chase in. Kitty's a little too low. Shield might be just enough. Love City flashes forward. Doesn't quite get hooked, but the second kill going to Kalista. SMLZ will die to Cacao as well. And great play from IG's jungler.
Yeah, so they get everything out of Love CD to give a kill over to Kid. Kid. And in the end, they trade absolutely horrendously. I have to say that's well and truly in IG's favor. And you see that the turret is going down as well in the bottom lane. Was it the no, mid lane? Rookie took the turret.
I mean, just quietly, Rookie's been really dominating Dade in this particular lane. Level 9 now on the Azir. Going to go back a massive CS lead of 15 or so as Vlad will catch up as they push in under turret. But being able to take that turret solo, it's been a very isolated mid lane with all the pressure down the bottom. And Rookie has just manhandled Dade in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, he certainly has, really bullying the scaling that needs to go through. We say the same about Azir on this patch, actually, but able to circumvent some of that early game to great effect. And really have to give it to the mid laner for IG. That's a hard lane to win, and he's done it quite handily.
Yeah, he's won convincingly as the tower in the bottom, not quite going down M3, able to defend that with the Janna shield. So nice move in there. Quite low, though, will die to any sort of concentrated effort from Invictus Gaming. And Kitty's now going to move around looking for a roam, just putting some vision down.
Yeah, trying to get some deep vision into the blue side of the jungle of M3. Just because as soon as that turret falls down, then they can really start controlling the rest of the map. Desperation coming through from Condi here, teaming up with Lupa. That's going to be a hard gank to make work because Zatai, he's pretty tanky.
They might try their great taunt. Actually, Cacao's there as well. They knew about it the whole time. Rookie has joined in there as well. Condi going to get away, and Nazir trying to chase in, but can't quite close the distance. Condi nowhere good to go. There's been tagged, and it's going to be a long execution. Teleport actually being used by Zatai just to ensure the kill. Taunt will miss there as Condi turns it back around, but Zatai will get it eventually.
Yeah, he certainly will. There's no way you're getting out of that one. Zatai picks up a kill. He's 20 CS behind, So good work by Looper there. But overall, a kill will make up for majority of that. Another turret falling for IG. And across the map, they are dominating.
They really are. And a Hurricane actually has been picked up for kids. So you have to think this is maybe a bit more of a snowball purchase.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the way. And, you know, if they continue to get this far ahead, it doesn't matter because they're going to have the damage available to make it work. Even Kakao at this point of the game doing meaningful damage. The one thing you have to note about Gragas, the more CDR he picks up, the more that W is off cooldown. He chunks with that one ability alone and then keeps himself in range with the rest of his kit. Really is a different kind of jungler, but Kakao making it work.
Yeah, and it's IG making a lot of stuff work here. The jungle Gragas looking great. Shen just fine here. Most of the utility for Zatai at this particular point, but looking good. And Kid and Kitty is so impressive to me. They're able to take over an Urgot Janna lane here with Kalista.
Yeah, it certainly was, I guess, that misplay of the gank. SMLZ wanted to go onto Kitties as opposed to Condi, who wanted to go onto Kid, and there was split focus. They got both to half health. Would have been able to kill one, but in the end, it just didn't work out.
And Kakao's early pressure has been great. The level 2 that IG got in the bottom lane being great as well. So right now looking really strong as they're up 4,000 gold already. Dragon back in a minute 50. M3 have gotten the first one, but at this stage of the game, especially with Rookie really taking over mid lane as well, I don't think M3 can look to contest for this second Dragon.
No, definitely not. M3 are hoping that this game goes past the 35-minute mark and they become unkillable at this point because IG really have started to look for the snowball composition. And as long as IG don't, I guess, allow them to stall out and just play the objective game around the map, they should be able to pick this one up quite handily.
Blue buff going to get stolen away there as well. Not too bad, but is going to give a bit of extra power over. Hemo Plague actually used by Dade. Oh, missed there by Rookie, just trying to zone him away, but Kakao looking for someone here. Rookie will rotate back in with his Sun Turret. They might try and dive Dade, but a good zoning ultimate there by Vlad.
Yeah, so Dade able to chase Rookie away, even if it was only momentarily. There was a lot of support at hand, and this is a danger of giving up control of the bottom side of the map because there's no way that they can just track the members of IG now, and it's very hard to farm.
SMLZ there popping that Terra Capacitor, the shield coming in. And now Loveseed going to rejoin. Kakao is in the area though, and now comes Rookie. So IG going to look to go in. Great flash double play there. SMLZ will ulti, and the John Rock goes in the wrong direction. Loveseed now ultis him back in. Sorry, just got knocked back earlier on, but Rookie gets the first kill. Ren's going to get the second onto Janna, and a great four-man gank by IG.
And this is completely horrible for M3. They've given up. Wow.
Fate's Call used aggressively. Now Condi going to get flayed back as well. Does actually use the ulti. Finds onto both. Kakao will rejoin in as the Ren does good damage, and most importantly, the tier 2 turret already dropped.
And that was an ultimate out of Condi for probably no reason. When Dragon is up in 10 seconds, probably not going to be able to contest for it, but M3 are in shambles around the map, expending resources they didn't even really need to. And Dade, he can continue to try and pick up farm, but unfortunately it just might not be enough.
And Kakao on top of this first Dragon for Invictus Gaming. M3 nowhere near to be able to contest with that tier 2 turret in the bottom lane gone. Invictus Gaming going to pick this one up cleanly, and M3 might not be seeing another Dragon this game.
Yeah, I don't know what they will be seeing for the rest of the game. 7,000 gold the advantage at 16 minutes. This is an absolute clinic being put on by Invictus Gaming. Every single lane, even the top lane Shen, he doesn't even really want to fight Loop, but doesn't care if he gets out farmed. He's just going to sit up there, survive, continue to split push, have his teleport available twice as often through the ultimate, and there's not really much Loop is going to be able to do unless it gets extremely late.
Yeah, and I like what Looper's doing. He's still farming up, being like, okay, I have some time, I have some space. Let me get my Trinity Force after my boots too. Don't go for the home guard. Probably not so far behind that I have to just make play after play with my teleport. So Looper's getting farmed, that's good, but that's about all the good news right now for Master 3.
Yeah, I guess the other good news is that Dade, whilst losing the turret early, has done a respectable job of staying up in farm. He's just been able to push out the wave as often as he can, and now only is Rookie trying to deny him in that mid lane, as opposed to outright just shove him in repetitively as he's been trying to do in the past. So Vlad's getting farm, Hecarim's getting farm, but apart from that, 7,000 gold lead is absolutely gigantic.
Yeah, and it's a timing thing, like you said already. M3 have got some good champions. They've scaled just fine, but they have to get to that point, and IG not letting up at this particular stage of the game with 6-1 in kills and 3-0 up in turrets. The Ty will keep pushing with his Sunfire. Locket's been completed now by Kakao, and even a Stinger here for Rookie. You can just tell by some of the early item choices, lots of aggressive oriented play here from Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, and recognizing that, there was a huge team fight potential that could come out of M3 with how tanky their lineup. So let's go for a team fight focused build. Going for the Hurricane, going for the Locket. They're very team fight focused here in their setup is IG against a team fight heavy comp because they know they peak earlier. Yeah,
we're going to see the Siege now coming through. Kid doing good damage. Kakao just trying to get them off the tower to maybe even throw someone in. Dade has to watch out. Gets knocked out there by Gragas. The Lantern going to get thrown in as well as the tower will fall in. Dade going aggressive. Rookie getting swapped back in, but Ulti's 2 back in. Condi and SMLZ now in a whole host of trouble as Jana tries to split them up, but the Tires come down with his ulti. That will right in. Looper gets 1 kill, but should look to fall as a result. Kid even going to flash forward just to make sure he gets it. Kakao looking for Dade, ease into the base, tries to find the Q's, already used his ultimate, can flash out, but the Ty's going to join him, flash taunt there, will find Dade, and Kakao gets that kill.
Yeah, so able to pick up 4 for 1. This will break the base pre-20 minutes. I don't even know what the heck is happening there. IG just look like they're miles ahead, and they are 10,000 gold, 20 minutes. That's huge.
It is absolutely massive here, Spawn, and that inhibitor will fall down. Super Minion's going to start trickling into the base around the 19-minute mark, and a team that had reasonably low upfront damage, especially now when they're scaling, is going to struggle so much to kick these minions out of the base. And for me, Spawn, for all the craziness that 5.6 has brought, this game no exception. It's the teams that are executing well strategically at a grand level, the ones that are still succeeding.
Yeah, well, no matter how, we've said that it's kind of the tanky meta right now, but if you are 10,000 gold behind, you can pick every single tank you want, get all the OPs on your team. If you can't execute early game with the team comp, it's not going to work, and you can just see IG, they knocked down 2 early turrets and 1 consistently across the map. There was only really when Urgot came back to lane with the tier and kind of bullied out Kitties that you saw a ray of hope there. Since then, it's been a complete shutout.
Yeah, I mean, Looper trying. He's got his Trinity Force now. Had a decent ult in the last fight to pick up a trade kill, but Zatai even going to maybe start bullying him, and Zatai doing Zatai things right now. He has a Sheen.
Yeah, he's going to go for that Trinity Force, and this has always been the thing about Shen. If you're strong enough to tank and you're able to get that luxury Trinity Force, all of a sudden, you do very real damage.
Yeah, I mean, you're just a threat. You're a bruiser at that point, which is crazy for someone that's mostly a pure tank. Dade up here, I think mostly trying to take farm rather than actually gank the lane. And Zatai just walk around, maybe even start proxying these waves that are pushing in.
Yeah, exactly right. And Dade, he's probably saying, we're going to get dove right now. You need to stick around. Looper's like, mate, you came and taxed my wave. I am out of here. And this is horrible news. They're trying to use the Urgot to push out the lane. It probably won't even work. And Dade, he's in very real danger of dying.
Kid is coming in. Kid's now here as well. Good play back there, Dade. Not quite going to use the Sanguine Pool, holds onto it for now, but they're just going to dive straight onto Ty. Very tanky. The Hemu Plague does pop down. Dade gets taunted up there. He's in the pool, but Kid going to look for the Ren. Rookie even up here as well, and Kid will get the kill. Arise use on the turret. They'll take out their 6th turret of the game, finally getting the top outer, and now they'll start pushing.
Yeah, and there is nothing M3 can do right now. Gragas is split pushing bottom lane by himself. The super creeps in the base already. Kakao can just go over the wall if he so chooses and clean that one out. And you think that that might potentially be the game right now. 11,000 gold, 20 minutes. Looks like one last fight.
Oh, Looper goes. That Kid actually not in there. The ulti hitting through. Does knock them back, but still gets stunned up. Kid now ulted by Zatai. Massive shields on top of him. Massive ult there by Rookie as well to disengage. Zatai riding back into the fight with his stun. There's a tower from Azir as well. The flash hook does land onto SMLZ for the double there for Rookie. And Love CD, you better run. Gragas, by the way, still hanging out. What a 4v4 by IG.
Yeah, so IG just completely take over again.
Yeah,
we'll leave it at that.
Massively outclassed M3 there in game 1, I think's a fair way to put it. Invictus Gaming just won a lot of their lanes, navigated the chaos of what was one insane looking draft in M3. Same sort of team, it doesn't really matter. Yes, Dade might suit one meta to the other, but the team's just never been playing consistently. And IG, we had questions about their consistency. Incredible game 1 to kick off their 5.6 experience.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we've said maybe Kakao doesn't have the champion pool. He's very aggressive, likes to go damage heavy. Played the Gragas very well, you have to say, and completely outclassed Condi in the jungle alone. This is IG trying to show we are the 2nd best team in the region. I don't think anyone will surpass EDG at this point, but a couple of teams are really pushing for that 2nd.
And look, Kakao, yeah, playing some different junglers. Gragas, a far cry from Lee Sin and Rek'Sai, but Kakao still played the same way. Look to dominate the enemy jungle, get aggressive, counter jungle where I can. It's like Dandy. Dandy might play every champion under the sun, but his style doesn't change, and neither does Kakao's.
Yeah, exactly right. And you even saw with the early turret dives, he's looking to use these tanks in a very forward fashion. Still going for some damage output, and he completely smashed the jungle matchup. He was 25 CS up.
Yeah, incredible play there from Invictus Gaming. We'll see what M3 have to answer here after that brutal game one from them, but we'll see if they can pick themselves back up, and maybe Dada can do some heavy lifting. Don't go too far. We'll be back for game two. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're about to jump into Game 2 between Invictus Gaming and Master 3. My name is Pastry Time. Joining with me again will be Spawn and Invictus Gaming. What a show they just put on.
Yeah, it certainly was. They put on a complete clinic. They won nearly every lane. Even Zatai in the top lane got a little bit behind against the Hecarim early, but he was a Shen. You expect that in the lane matchup. Definitely wasn't pushed out by any measure, and did have to ult early to save kitties. I think that is something you have to look at when you look at how that top lane went. But apart from that, Rookie took a turret early. Kid was absolutely dominant on Kalista. And Kakao, we had huge questions about how he would play this patch. The Grungle coming out was pretty impressive.
Yeah, looked great. Back to his old aggressive self, even on a tank-esque jungler like Gragas. So great stuff from IG on 5.6 and M3. We thought it might be Dade's time. He played the Vlad and unfortunately just fell behind in his lane and never got a chance to make it shine.
Yeah, it certainly looked like that because in the end, IG had so much pressure bottom lane that there was no way that Condi was ever coming mid for a gank. So Rookie just played super aggressive, continued to shove in the wave, made sure that he always had Dade under his turret, and then just used that Azir W to chunk it out.
And I wonder if that's something that they'll maybe even swap to, because whenever Rookie gets to really 1v1 someone in the mid lane, he often just dismantles him. He's an incredible laner, so Kakao applying pressure elsewhere works. We often see him apply pressure to that mid lane. So Tai held his own. I mean, IG just looked great, even with some crazy champions.
Yeah, exactly right. And this is something that I feel we need to look at a little bit further, is how good Rookie has become as a player. He very rarely loses 1v1. Even the game where it was very famous for him getting solo killed, Ari versus LeBlanc, he was ahead 2 kills that game at the start of the game and like 25 CS. This guy is a magician in the mid lane.
Yeah, he is. He's a really strong player, but we will reset now for Game 2. M3 swapping over to the blue side. Invictus Gaming over on the red. Lulu, the first ban there for M3. Rise again there, the target ban for Dada by Invictus Gaming. I like that we've seen one Rise today. Thought he might be coming back, and IG just like, nope, 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 nope. Don't want Dada on that champion.
Exactly right. It's just too much of a persistent threat, so get rid of it. And he's also shown that he relies on that tiny champion pool. We'll see what else comes through. I think that Yasuo is okay in the tank meta, and I will be interested to see if he ever falls back that far.
Yeah, and as a result, I actually loved the Azir pick away by Rookie up against Dade as well. I wonder if they'll ban Azir on the red side now while IG and Urgot getting banned by M3. SMLZ, we talked about it, was a sub for this team, is coming in. Was a big Urgot player. That's what he was known for, and it's weird to see M3 banning it away from him now.
Yeah, obviously they think it's very strong, but they don't want to first pick it, so they must have something specific in mind. Maybe they're looking for the Kalista themselves.
That would make a whole host of sense, and Kids Kalista did a lot of work, even in the counter matchup there. Just for some strong presence of laning from him and Kitties, and some great pressure by Kakao. But M3, 3 more seconds now for their last ban. What's it going to be? It is the Scion again. And Kalista immediately banned by IG.
Yeah, they could see that one coming from an absolute mile away, not letting that go through. So now we'll see what M3 prioritize next. Lupa, he's had some good Gnar games. Would like to see him go back to it.
I mean, I think you have to first pick Dade's champion here. I don't know if you can afford to let Azir go over to IG again. Rookie played a great Azir game here, and Dade with the counter pick chose Vladimir. It's one of the instances of Dade kind of counter picking himself in a couple ways. It's not an awful matchup, but it's a bit unfavorable, and Rookie just dismantled him. Lupa going to have some time. Looks like they might just settle on the standard jungler here. The only champion really left open that everybody always wants to first pick, and they'll do it. It's Sejuani.
Yeah, so Sejuani goes across, and I think the Kakao is going to have a field day on this patch. My prediction that people are going to keep picking up these level 6 junglers, and Kakao is just going to continue to put way more map pressure out than anyone else can handle. If they pick the likes of the Sejuani, if they keep going to even the tanky picks like we've seen the crazy Zacs come out that need to get the ramp-up time into their elastic slingshot to really do work. I just think it is a very risky move against Kakao, who looks like he doesn't have a care in the world.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a good aggressive jungler, and that's kind of Sedge's problem is her pressure is very low before pre-6, like lower than Vi's arguably almost, or comparable. A couple of interesting hovers there by Zatai, but they will settle on Janna and Gragas again.
Yeah, so they go for the Janna, they pick up the Gragas this time around, so not going towards the Thresh again. Obviously only want to run that with the Kalista duo, and it looked like it might be the Konami in the bottom lane. Konami pretty strong lane in their own right.
Yeah, I mean, the lane's great. Obviously, don't have the Juggernaut option because Lulu got banned away by M3, but a very serviceable lane, even 2v2 against a lot of different AD carries. So that is what M3 do want to go with. And IG, they might even go back to it. Shen's locked in.
Yeah, obviously Zatai extremely comfortable. The thing about Shen, nullifies a lot of lanes, so why not blind pick it? It's something that does okay in the lane swap as well. Has not a great jungle follow, if we're to be honest, but tanks it well enough. So he is a very good champion. We see the kid hovering that Ezreal, can flex it with Rookie as well, which is always important when we talk about Ezreal picks at the moment. And you feel that Ezreal Janna going to do okay in the lane against Kog'Maw Nami?
Yeah, and Kid really likes his Ezreal just in general. It's one of his most played and most comfortable champions. So I like to pick a lot. The flex is great there from IG as well. And we're going to give Rookie the counter pick, it seems like. Instead, Dade had the option last game, and that didn't go too well. So I wonder what M3 are going to pick blind for Dade.
Yeah, we'll see what they go with. But the Singe versus Shen matchup, the first professional game I ever watched, Season 1 Worlds, Dyrus did this to someone and just ran circles around them. And of course,
literally.
Lupa plays Singe because of Dyrus. He watched the same match and
Oh,
told
it's
the
locked
same
in.
story. And it is locked in. Singe does very nasty things to tanks in the top lane.
And that's the thing, like, again, we talk about tank lanes, very neutral, lots of farm going on. No one is happier in that situation than Singe, and it is Azir for Dade as well. So massive comfort for the star M3 solo laners.
Yeah, this is a much better lineup you feel out of M3. They have some pressure around the map. There is no way Lupa will not be in between turrets at level 5 this game. He just plays it so well. And there's not enough kill potential coming out of Kakao Rookie. As soon as that ultimate comes through, they don't catch him.
And Rookie now has LeBlanc, though, so that was the last pick. We saw a lot of this matchup back when Azir was very popular. Now with both champions being a little bit toned down, you have to think that it's going to be fairly similar. Should be slightly favored for LeBlanc, especially early, but not massively out-favored.
Yeah, exactly right. And Azir has the benefit of being able to go that double Doran's Merc Treads into the Athene's build that gives a lot of tank stats, you have to say, that allows you to survive through the burst. Not to mention the fact that you can nullify some of the distortion damage with that dash that gives you the shield as well. Azir, he's not great in the lane, but he has some tools to deal with it.
Yeah, got plenty of play, and that was sort of the thing with LeBlanc when Athene's kind of got rebuffed and Charles became a much more viable option. People just fell away from Assassins. Part of the reason we're seeing so many tanks, but tanks ahoy in the top lane here. Singe versus Shen.
Exactly right. The old school matchup. We take a look at the jungle. It's the exact same one as last time around. Sejuani versus Gragas. See how much work Kakao can do this time.
Yep, Dade now on Azir, though. Rookie had it last game, and Rookie now with LeBlanc. Pressure on to really stop Dade there.
Yeah, and we check out SMLZ, the new AD carry, the old new AD carry, the Kog'Maw versus Ez, and throw in the Nami versus Janna matchup as well for Love CD and Kitties. Two big late game lineups still, you have to say, going head to head. Maybe a little bit more mid game focus out of IG once again, but this should be an absolute cracker.
Yeah, and I really expect a lane swap here to come out, probably initiated by IG. You know what? Let's let them do it. We're going to get straight onto the Rift. And welcome back. We do unfortunately have a pause to begin the game, so won't quite be getting onto the Rift yet. Apologies. And as I was saying, I expect a lane swap here. You don't want to 1v1 the Singe. You probably want to get away from the Kog Nami lane, especially with Ezreal. I mean, giving Kog free farm's not great, but I think you kind of take your losses there.
Yeah, I think you do. I think you definitely lane swap, especially away from the Singe, because, as I said, there's just so much potential for Singe to take over the whole map in this game. And the one thing that we mentioned about Shen is that he can teleport twice as often. If he has a whole wave to deal with, he can't teleport anywhere.
Yeah, no, just someone that likes to split his lanes, keep the pressure sort of neutral, and then leave the lane whenever he has to and pack up. But we are onto the Rift now as the champions have entered in Game 2 between M3 and IG. Game 1 was incredible play from Invictus Gaming to take it in dominating fashion. M3, see if they can lift themselves back up, because remember, they really need playoff points here. Currently tied with Royal for that last spot here, and 0 points here would be a disaster.
It would be an absolute nightmare for M3. You see that they're going for a little bit of an invade here. Did look like they caught out Zatai, but now they might think that he's top lane. They're going in on Kid. They spot him as well.
Yeah, Kid's like, uh-oh, starts running out of the way, realizing that M3 will look towards the top. Not sure if they'll have enough knowledge to really confidently swap here, but M3 going to keep rotating around. Still a bit of time until you have to be in those lanes, like the ward here from Kitties. Going to move it down very deep there. to see if they can spot off the lane swap. Because again, IG would love to get away from some of these matchups.
Yeah, they certainly would, and you can see the deep wards went through for exactly that reason. But everyone's staying relatively neutral. And we'll have to see whether they get the 1v1.
Yeah, Rookie though going to meet up with Dade. They'll have a bit of a trade there in the mid. Dade and the early levels, as expected, with Azir going to win out a little bit, but a nice trade there coming back and forth.
Yeah, so it looks like the 2v1 will be locked in here because you see Cogmore is going to bump in. Oh, he bumped into the Janna. He might have stopped it. They might get the 1v1.
Yeah, Kitties, it seems like, has been spotted out there, so we'll have to move back a little bit further. And a very long swap here. IG will lose some creeps as a result, but Kid gets what he wants, away from the Cogmore.
Yeah, so he gets away from the Cogmore, but that is absolutely nightmarish stuff because Sin's going to be able to start off the wave, get it pushing, and then he just might be able to proxy farm it. We'll have to see how it works out, but definitely not in a horrible position.
Yeah, and Zatai a little late for the jungle follow. Freeze has started somewhat here in the bottom side. Not the full freeze, but they'll hold the wave as far back as they can. And Sin's already on top of the wave. Kid's going to join in and realize I am in so much trouble.
Yeah, well, the thing is now, unless he can grab that wave and freeze it straight away, Sinj can just continue to shove the wave in wave after wave. As soon as he gets that level 2, he has real kill potential on an AD carry like Ezreal because fleeing auto attack does a surprising amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, Sinj is weirdly enough, like a very strong laner in certain matchups. And against someone like Ezreal, who's not great as far as solo laners go, okay, Kitties does join him in now. Sin just swapped around somewhere. I don't quite know where Looper is right now. Oh, of course he is.
Yeah, so they were able to grab the wave and pull it back into a freeze as soon as the Janna got up there. So not able to get his lane, his Looper has joined his jungler. As we said, both top laners have a very abysmal follow, if we're going to be honest. Sinj saw a brief stint of jungling in Season 2. But it wasn't good. It
was not good, unfortunately. But it'll just help Condi out a bit. Looper, though, does now have level 2 and got 6 CS. So it's actually, it's not much. It's a little bit in the early game. But in any sort of lane swap situation, you get pretty starved in the top lane. So Looper will take basically the free wave you got.
Yeah, he certainly will. And you can see kids searching for anyone in the top lane trying to leech experience. He didn't whiff that Q. He was throwing it into the brush to try and check for a laner. And Zatai, he picks up red buff for himself and teleports into the bottom lane.
Yeah, Kitty's here as well, so we're going to have a lot of early swapping. So Shen versus Janna will be out. Shen and Janna, sorry, will be out 2v2 against the Cognami. Not great stuff, but at least Ezreal will get some free time.
Yeah, so they're just trying to free up the Ezreal. In the meantime, we saw that Sinj, so many S's, also used his TP into the top lane. Has to watch out for the Gragas, who could potentially come in for an early gank. And we see Ezreal putting out some damage now.
Yeah, a bit of an early experience lead helping Kid. Also aggressively freezing this lane as well. So Looper will get slightly zoned out. Cacao did come up, but a good ward from Looper spotted him coming through. Again, Synd will just take what he can get. I like what Kid's doing, although that Q, unfortunately, going to push the wave a little bit more.
Yeah, it certainly is, but he's still got an extra caster creep now, so we'll continue to push in his favor. Cacao's in again.
Yeah, going to go through. Good dodge there from Looper of the knockup. Just some good damage there coming. A great poke there from Kid as well. And Cacao, just a bit of pressure. That's all he needs.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's all he was looking for. Although now the wave will push. There's an extra creep on the side of Looper, so have to always watch for that one. But in response, maybe a couple more members come into the top lane and try and force Singed away.
And again, I love this from Cacao, going to his dual lane, going into that side of the jungle where it's a lot safer, although Looper might just go in onto Kid, baiting very aggressively. Condi, the great knock up there following through. Looper going to come in. Permafrost should get activated. Lots of damage coming in. The fling might make it happen. The shield and the heal could keep Kid alive, but first blood is going to go to the Singed. Cacao, though, going to try and line something up, but M3 do not take the bait.
Yeah, not looking to continue the pressure. Realize that they don't have enough mana coming through, so they will turn around and pick up the whole wave, shove it into the turret, and there's no way Kitties can freeze this one. He's going to try.
I mean, he is. He's going to get very aggressive. He might just be able to move it there as Love City harassing down in the bottom side, and this is the issue. Shen's kind of been really held down now that he's back in a 1v2, and Looper just been unleashed with that first blood.
Yeah, it definitely has. Gone back and picked up a Catalyst, and that's why they let Kitties grab that wave. I thought that the duo that tried to recall would just be like, nope, Janna, you're not freezing this at all. But with the Catalyst now, very low kill potential onto the Singe, because every single level he's just going to get all his health and mana back.
Yeah, and can just walk into the waves, run around them, push them with the poison, and then leave again. I mean, we do have the Cinder up for Zatai, so early buys for this top lane is actually not too bad. Surprisingly high amount of CS early on in this first little swap, but we've isolated the mid lane, and Rookie's keeping up quite nicely on the LeBlanc early on.
Yeah, it certainly is. Goes for some harass misses out there, but Dade doing a lot better this time around in the lane. Gets some good harass down, actually, and We saw earlier in the season how impressive mechanically Dade is on these champions. Look for him to put on a little bit of a show in this game too.
Yeah, he could not be happier that Azirius found his way back into competitive play. Looper getting a bit zoned by Kib, but Condi doing a nice revisit in the top lane. Level 5 now on the Sejuani, so not even falling too far behind in experience. And Zatai going to get hit by the U's. SMLZ, if he can pop the W, has it back now. So Tai Caller's blessing. Good dodge away. Flash will find it, and SMLZ going to get a kill 2v1.
Yeah, so able to grab that one. Kakal's here.
Massive play though. Love City does flash out from the barrel. Kakao wanted the kill so badly. Going to keep chasing in, but can't really kill a Nami Kog'Maw, although he's actually going to try it. Rookie is down here as well. He's going to dodge in. Massive Distortion going to find one. Two will fall into Rookie, and Distortion's away with the Mimic. Well
so
done.
He's gone. He came,
Yeah.
he saw, he conquered.
Did exactly what he wanted. Dived in, got the double kill, and made Spawn giggle.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, IG looking fantastic in this lane. Was really going in the favor of M3, you have to say. They were able to bully Zatai out, and he's not having a fun game so far on this Shen, but all in all, it doesn't really matter because that's a 2-0-0 LeBlanc who didn't lose anything in the mid lane for her troubles. What a roam down from Rocky.
And you know what we were talking about? Looper early on getting unlocked from the first blood by the Singe. Now it's the mid lane for IG on the other side that's really going to get going. And Rookie's LeBlanc starting to snowball is a very scary proposition for M3.
Yeah, it definitely is. And you feel that this is the one part of laning that Dade has let go. That's his fault that the roam came through that easily. He didn't shove out. There was no pressure whatsoever. And Rookie was just able to pack up and leave. If a LeBlanc can just pack up and leave, she will at every opportunity across the map. That really is on Dade to be in a position to follow, or at least be in a position to shove out, get something for it.
Yeah, just get a bit of pressure here as Rookie now with the blue buff going to continue pressuring as well. Dade now is his blue, so we'll start pushing out a bit more competitively. But again, Rookie's able to leave the lane. Dade just can't push out quite fast enough yet.
Yeah, exactly right. And that one a little bit more understandable because he's not there at all. Dade gets some good... Rookie gets some good harass through there onto Dade.
Just missing the E there, unfortunately. Didn't get the second proc for the Sigil, so not quite enough damage. A Rookie with the blue buff just really using the cooldowns whenever he feels like it.
Yeah, and being cheeky, showing that he knows he's ahead now and trying to push his advantage as much as possible. You can see how recklessly he's using these abilities because, once again, he's just not scared that Condi is anywhere near his lane.
And that's been the biggest story for the mid lane, especially in the last few, is that just that Condi's not able to apply that much pressure. Certainly Kakao out-pressured him in game 1. It's actually, he's kept up a lot better in this game, but it's been top lane pressure helping Looper get ahead of Rookie, diving back in again. Dade can't eat too many more ultimates.
Yeah, exactly right. He's trying to sustain through here. He's getting some poke down in his own favor, but all in all, this Singe wasn't able to get the 1v1 lane, and whilst Kog'Maw really is getting going here, Ezreal has gone a tier and been able to dodge any form of lane harass.
I mean, it's very strange what's happened in these early levels. There's been a lot of swapping around, trying to keep certain, top laners down. But Looper sort of got some kills. Kog'Maw's been able to get free farm, which is expected, but not good news for Invictus Gaming. The pressure and kills are in a lot of different spots, but Rookie might have found Condi here, although Ultimate will get used in. Arctic Assault going to get prep, but doesn't have it, I don't think. Now's the tie going to come in, but Dade looking in as well. Kakao will make his presence known. Knockup coming in. Dade with the ulti, but it's a little short, and Kakao gets the kill with the barrel, knocks Dade away. The tie looking to go down, but does just go to Love CD, but Kakao's going to come back in. Rookie actually trying to get away, but SMLZ will get the kill instead, and Rookie now a little bit off to the side will find Love City. Chain will miss, he'll actually Distortion his way away. SMLZ is still chasing in, but M3 might get on top of the Dragon now.
Yeah, so they're able to maybe get the Dragon. Looks like they'll just go for some lane pressure instead. As Dade, I don't know where he wants to go, but it looks like he just wants to go back to shop now. They were able to stop Looper's teleport in the top lane, so that's why he wasn't able to join. Actually had a very good position to flank, but isn't yet level 6, so wouldn't have really done all that much. Or is he level 6?
He is, but ulti's on cooldown. Yeah.
Ulti on cooldown, so wouldn't have been able to jump in there very much and get anything done, really. So overall, a very good trade for M3 there. Disappointing that Dade wasn't able to pick up any of the kills, but the bottom lane now starting to get going.
Yeah, and you can see Kid still farming happily away. Kog'Maw is certainly getting stronger here now as a Fade plus his Sheen as we look through. Athene's done now for Rookie, almost done there for Dade. So some good early items. The Cinder Hulk's coming through as well for the junglers with the Cinder there for Zatai as well. Everyone's still powering up. I think the top laners especially need to go spend their gold before the first big dragon fight. We haven't quite had one yet. Rookie returning the aggression onto Dade. Chain missing again there. Rookie might be a little bit rusty on the LeBlanc mechanics.
Yeah, it certainly looks like he's not able to nail the chains. I don't know whether it's just Dade moving very strangely as well. That's a red buff Cogmore.
There's Zatai could be in trouble. Bubble will hit there as well. Slow will come through. Actually ease a way out of it somehow, and Zatai will live for now.
Yeah, so able to just dodge the bubble there was really what was key. I thought it hit as well just on the edge, but wasn't the case. And Zatai, he'll dance away. Top lane turret did fall in favor for IG, so they'll sneak a little bit of a gold advantage, even though they're down in kills. But overall, now it looks like the 1v1 will be engaged, and that has to be in favor of M3.
Yeah, we can see movement moving through for the bottom lane. Dade again getting harassed. Rookie nails that chain, though. Dade going to make him pay, though, as he moves back into the turret. Rookie will flash over, but Lupa's down here already, just walking there, looking for that first dragon. Ulti from Kakao. Rookie actually dives his way back in, though. Will go down there to Lupa. Kakao tried to save him, but Rookie just didn't want it.
And once again, the complete outplay from Dade, and he still can't pick up a kill. Someone please throw the man a bone. He's 0-0-3. But he just recognized there that Rookie went so aggressive with no mana.
Oh, ulti coming to Ezreal. Does steal the first dragon, and Condi looking a little sheepish.
And you have Smite available, Condi. That is just inexcusable. You got 2 charges of it. Just use one of them. It's not that hard.
Yeah, we thought we criticized Kakao actually for a lot of that before the recent change. Noted that he'd been buffed with the charge system. Yeah, Condi just not quite paying enough attention. A very nicely timed ulti by Ezreal.
Yeah, Kakao picked up that really bad habit where he just decided smiting champions was better than smiting objectives and used to run at people instead. And we see in this bottom lane, Ez, 10 CS up, was able to secure that dragon as well. Sure, he doesn't have the 2 kills, but with that Sheen, we'll be able to farm so safely from range.
Yeah, and looking just fine here in the matchup. Kog'Maw should get a nice boost once the Trinity Force does get completed. Have to be careful in the matchup because Biowak and Barrage real good at trading, but a nice shield from Kitties will keep him safe. And that's probably the other big thing, is that the swap is giving Kitties actually quite a nice stock of experience as well.
Yeah, exactly right. I like that you mentioned that. Eye of the Storm would be up to about level 4 at this point, if that is what he's maxing, which he should be. And that means that the trading potential out of Ezreal, like short, sharp trades as well, will be very, very high.
Yeah, this Kog'Maw's such an interesting champion because you really have to play around that W cooldown every single time you can.
Yeah, you certainly do. And really, it is all about hitting the W, getting the Sheen proc, and then getting another R and maybe another auto. Really does like the 2 auto trades at this point in the game. It's funny because you talk about Kog as this persistent damage, but in lane, he really is kind of a bursty AD carry.
Yeah, looks a lot more like Corki than any other carry, which is a bit weird. But Kitty's going to get aggressive. Rookie's down here as well, as why the Aqua isn't going in. Rookie will look for the chain. The tidal wave will interrupt him a bit, though. And Kid going a little too aggressive, getting tagged by a living artillery. Will be okay, but has to run away. IG took too much damage in that trade.
Yeah, they certainly did, but they got the real win there. They zoned them off the cannon creep, of course. The psychological warfare. Dade uses his ultimate as well to get Kakao out of his face. Very sick of that jungler following him around. Of course, probably still has nightmares from OGN where Kakao was able to steal a split off Dade there. And we'll see a little bit more standard lanes coming through. In the top lane, Lupa doing a much better job. Has the Righteous Glory. Of course, he does prefer the full tank Singe that we've seen come out lately. Doesn't really go for that Rod of Ages anymore. And Zatai, now that he's able to get that Balmy Cinder in there, picks himself up a Null Magic Mantle, just trying to equalize this lane.
Yeah, but unfortunately with the swap happening back, we talked about the bottom lane equalizing a little as far as the AD carries go. Not sure I'm convinced of the same thing in the top lane.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely not convinced of that at all, especially when you give Singe 2 kills. He's going to be an absolute monster, and you don't even really want to stop his recall because he has more sustain than you at this point as well, Zatai. You need to be careful.
Yeah, coming in, just throws the adhesive down onto him, but we'll probably let to go back, spend a bit of gold, and then maybe do that proxying you talked about in the draft. But Rookie wrapping all the way back around. There's no turret here, and Lupa has already spotted it off, teleports back home.
Yeah, and a really good move there because now Dade can finally push mid lane out. Actually, will just use the time to sweep some pink wards or maybe go in on Kitties.
No, Kitty's in trouble there. Dade going to find him. Good Tornado might keep him alive for a little bit longer, but Zatai coming down with Stand United. Kakao going to rejoin in as well, but Love CD coming in with the heal. Bubble just missing there onto Kakao as well. Now the ulti going to move them back. Moves Love CD back in, but SMLZ actually got out of position. Kakao going to move back into Zatai. Flash Taunt finds onto the Kog'Maw, but a massive ulti by Dade will keep them safe. Kid though still running in, trying to get the damage done, but he doesn't have enough. Zatai will finally fall there. Kakao going all the way around the flank to get onto Love City, and now Rookie joining into the fray. Gets onto Nami. Condi getting low as well. Kitties resets with the ulti. Condi will go down as SMLZ going to get chased. A double barrel for the slow there. Looks good. Dade getting low, but the ulti will come through. Doesn't quite dodge it, but can't get taken out Kid trying to find the Mystic Shot, just Arcane Shifts instead. Kid will maybe go down here, doesn't have any other gap closes, just gets some CS as the Acathian Surprise gets the kill. And massive trades, 4 for 2 across the map.
Yeah, and what a play coming out of Dade, but the rest of the team just couldn't do it slightly enough. Look at the blinking health bars coming through. Credit to Kakao. That man is the bravest player in the world, stuck with it until the very last, left on nearly no health, just trusting his regen coming through there. And you have to say, IG, they look like the more confident team, if nothing else, willing to stay with these extended trades.
Yeah, just, again, a little bit more synergy, a bit more of that chemistry coming through. That was what we saw from IG when they looked their best, and it's what, honestly, all of the best-looking LPL teams have been. Whether how much the patches change or how crazy it gets, the teams that play together have stayed together and just put up the best results.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. And, you know, Dade really got a feel for him because he's playing much better this time around, but he's just not able to get any of the kills, so he doesn't have the same gold that Rookie does. You see, Rookie dives into these fights and just has a bigger overall impact right now than what Dade could ever hope to have because he's so resource-starved.
It's true of the matchup as well, I think, just from LeVunk versus Ian naturally, but I agree, Dade always needs to look to carry in his team. That's been the case for a while here on M3. And a much better looking game here. Rookie didn't have nearly anything close to the performance he had in the first particular game. Don't make no mistake, Dade's ceiling is still incredibly high as far as players go, but he's just struggled all season. His team struggled all season long. Even Looper, another brilliant player, just hasn't been able to quite find rhythm with this team yet.
Yeah, he certainly hasn't, and it's really strange because they perform some games so well. Like, Dade is mechanically on point this game, but Looper, even though he's got the 2-0-0 scoreline, isn't able to bully around the way that Singed would like. So, yeah, I definitely agree. They look like they're up and down at different times and really not playing consistently together. And League of Legends, if nothing else, is an ultimate team game personified.
Yes.
If you don't play as 5, you lose more times than not, and that's what M3 has shown us this season.
Yeah, I mean, you only have to look at EDG to realize just how important playing as 5 is. As the next Dragon is up now, IG would look for their second after Kid's dramatic steal there and for the first one, but M3, again, they've got some good strength here. Everyone powering up a stinger there for Dade. Trinity Forces finished for both AD carries. Locket done for Kakao there as well. I mean, Looper right now with his ulti, especially if he gets level 11, can just start any fight he wants.
Yeah, he certainly can. He can just sprint in there extremely quickly. Look for, I guess, the boots to be upgraded next to that distortion. Ghost is just such an important tool in his kit, and we see that a turret goes down. They're in a position to fight 5v5. Zatai has both teleports available, so he's going to the top lane. They need to start this up right now if they want to get a fight.
Yeah, M3 are going to start it here, so Kakao going to look in. Gragas ulti has been very strong so far. Dade, lots of soldiers off to the ridge, so they are going to move into Kakao, getting zoned out completely, but Zatai will stand united on top of him. They're going to look to try and take the Dragon away. Fight has started. Kakao moving in. Massive ulti moves Dade back into the team, though, and now he's sort of caught out of position. Tries to ulti, but Kitties denies everything with the Monsoon, but Looper has popped his ulti, running in the mix. Double ulti there off to the left by Sejuani. Dade's still getting low, but he takes out Kid. Beautiful use of terrain, and the first kill goes in an IG route.
Yeah, and Dade once again just goes extremely aggressive. Got all 3 soldiers down. They might lose mid-turret. Wow.
Rookie going in, ignites onto Dade. He will fall there. Rookie does get the kill, but the Dragon goes to M3.
Yeah, Rookie is really good at LeBlanc. He flashed double distortioned in and just took out all of the health. Looper trying to teleport into the mid lane will actually lose the turret regardless. So overall, probably an equal trade at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, Tower being taken out 2-1 now in favor of IG as far as that goes. They're up 2,000 total gold as well, and the Dragons are equal. So IG having the slightly better early to mid-game. It's sort of expected given the team comp they have, but M3, a much smaller lead than it was at this point of the game. They were surrendering in about a minute in game 1. And they're scaling up. Kog'Maw scaling, Azir scaling, even Cinch super scales as well from the top lane.
Yeah, exactly right. It's going to get to a point where no one can really touch the Cinch. They'll be able to kite him reasonably well, but that's not even a blue Ezreal coming through here. So this isn't going to be like the game we saw Deft completely take over on blue Ezreal and just be able to control team fights. Not the same amount of zone coming out. Will be much easier to get on top of Kid.
Yeah, Blade of the Ruined King coming up now for SMLZ as well. Pretty good clip as far as our item goes. Tier 610 mana now stacked through, so Kid quite close to that transformation once he does get the mana mune. Zatai also charging up, but he's had a very different Shen game. Just tank opponents here, no major items completed.
Yeah, exactly right. Just going for that little bit of everything build as we see coming through. Probably going to pick up the Spirit Visage first item. And we can see Blue Buff started off here, not in a position to contest, although Zatai, he wants to get in there. You can see him cheating down Summoner's Rift in that river, trying to have a little bit of a peek at least. But Dade, he's picked up the Merc Treads, picked up the Athenes, reasonably tanky as far as mid laners go. But we just saw how much damage this Death Cap Athenes rookie is doing at the moment.
Yeah, and rookie's the big problem here for M3. That Death Cap signals a very strong start of his power spike. Now, Cacao also quite tanky with the Cinderhawk, the Locket now done as well, and even a Spectre Scale plus a spare Ruby Crystal. So you can see that big Gragas, about 3,000 health on him so far, and he's quite tanky. And as you already said, like kind of the Lee Sin thing, just adds so much utility in fights.
Yeah, he certainly does. He does a couple of things. With Red Buff, it's impossible to get away from him. With the barrel, with the body slam, he just chases you for days. Throw in some cooldown reduction. He's probably one of the stickiest junglers at the moment. And then you can never underestimate his ult. Sure, this Gragas isn't going to be one-shotting people with his ult, but the reposition is just such a strong tool. And when you've got someone that's so used to playing the likes of the Lee Sin, kicking people through teams, Cacao's going to be completely comfortable using that to start a fight.
And he has to as well. There are important threats to separate for Rookie to pick up. Both Kog'Maw and Azir will be potent come the late game, and they're even both powering up quite significantly now in the mid portion of the game as well. Rookie down the bottom looks like he wants to split push a little bit, try and pressure that turret that's left there on the bottom side. The only outer turret left actually for M3 there on that side, but right now been a very quiet game, and that should favor M3 at this point.
Yeah, it certainly would favor M3, you feel, because they've got the Kog'Maw. Of course, Ezreal no slouch in the late game, more of a mobility hyper carry, likes to get around team fights and get those Qs in to reset some of his cooldowns. But overall, you feel that they're relatively similar team comps with the exception of the mid laners. Azir, of course, looking for all that persistent damage in the big playmaking ultimate, whereas Rookie, he honestly just wants to kill someone before a fight starts.
Yeah, and I mean, that's sort of Rookie's job here. They can try and find the picks, but M3 have been very stubborn about keeping IG out of their jungle. Looper causing pressure as well on the top side, starting to really pile on with those Zatai. With the Cinder and now the Spirit Vizard, much more competitive as far as outpushing the Cinder. In fact, quite far ahead on CS now.
Yeah, up huge in the CS, and it's all about the fact that Singe had the persistent threat of his ultimate, so he could stay in lane a lot longer. Not to mention that one visit where Singe had to teleport back because Rookie was coming up to hunt for him. So Looper, he's been well contained this time around, and Zatai's been the beneficiary of it, although you would say that this series in general really hasn't relied much on the top laners. They haven't done much at all.
Yeah, I mean, it was all mid lane and bottom lane in the later stages, and looks very similar for both teams here in this game as well. And again, I mean, a lot of tanks in the top lane, lots more utility sort of expected, not really the carries that we've seen, or haven't seen, I should say, for quite a number of patches. Looking back down, we've got the Muramana finished now for Kid, so that transform's come through for his next item spike. Again, a lot of farming, but Dragon up in a minute 35. We should have some more fireworks when that rolls around.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that's going to be the case. 1-1, so not a very important Dragon, but just an excuse to butt heads against each other and see who is stronger at this point in the game, as we see both top laners now happy to ignore each other and just farm out the waves. Singe actually isn't farming as quickly as Shen now, being outpushed a little bit. Maybe look to see him get a Rylai's Crystal Scepter just because of the slow as well as a little bit more pushing power, but looks like he's content to go pure tank, and I really don't know if that's the right answer here, because if you can't even out-push your laner as Singe, it's not going to be a good thing.
Oh, Rookie, massive chain there, finds him, but SMLZ does real good damage. Still going to run in. Rookie will flash proactively to get out from under him, and the Blade of the Ruined King has been completed. Kog'Maw looking real scary now.
Yeah, certainly does, and there's only MR built up on the side of IG, so if there's ever going to be a fight for Kog to really shine, right now is it. Before he picked up that Blade, a lot of his damage was magical, but now that that's picked up, that is no longer the case.
And now Kitty's going to get pressured by Dade. Cacao going to move back in just to help wave clear with the Gragas barrels. Doesn't do too much damage, mainly there for the slow, but will contribute at least a little bit there. 20 seconds till that Dragon's back up as well. Condi ready to threaten them with the ultimate. In fact, everyone's at least level 11, so rank 2 ultis across the board, except poor Janna and Nami, still sitting just at level 10.
Yeah, so not able to get there just yet, but they'll be completely fine with their utility at this point of the game, as we see Dade just trying to control the map. Needs to be careful of his mana, you feel. But They've grouped up earlier. They'll probably just move in position for this Dragon. Doesn't even look like a contest will come through. No one can really deal with Cog.
Yeah, just too strong as this Kog'Maw right now. And even Dade, need to see Large Rod looking a lot stronger now with that Stinger helping kind of bridge the gap as far as power goes for him. The Tai's still pushing, and in fact, Cacao going to join him. They're going to try and take out a tier 2 turret.
Yeah, so they're looking to see if they can put as much pressure down as possible. In the bottom lane, they've also got an opportunity to take the outer, although Rookie backs away from that one a lot quicker than he would have otherwise. And they will pick up their tier 2, it looks.
I mean, someone's going to take aggro here as the Sunfire Cape not helping with the Balmy Cinder, but Tower does go down. Looper can't shove them off it, and that's a great little pickup there for IG.
Yeah, it certainly is. So they're able to trade, and they even grab a blue buff on the way up. Probably got more than they deserved from that just with some good map movement.
And Rookie here now with the Kog'Maw Nami in reserve as well. Cannot fight at all and just going to get pushed out. No turret there, of course, for SMLZ to take away. Is long gone, in fact, is the only tower that M3 have gotten so far in this game. But Kog'Maw keeps getting stronger. Dade's getting stronger as well, and IG may have just let a little too much time pass in this game.
Yeah, so they've let it slip, but they've got a 3,000 gold advantage, so they've picked up advantages where they can. They've more, I think, just figured that they're not stronger at this point in the game until they grab some armor and really are looking to shove their way around the map. Don't like the Phage pickup coming through from Zatai. At this point in the game, probably just needs a Thorn Mail, something along that lines that's going to help slow down the Kog'Maw. Look for Cacao to also pick up maybe a Frozen Heart to do the exact same thing, because right now, it's all about SMLZ. If he goes off in a team fight, he will kill everyone.
Yeah, and I mean, the scary thing is that if maybe 5 to 10 more minutes pass and we're in the same situation, suddenly Dade is a big late game threat as well. And he's already shown that with minimal resources, he can do lots of good things on this Azir and M3. Love what they're doing, grouping together, trying to take out turrets. It's their time to get aggressive.
Yeah, finally they're able to take out the mid lane turret, open the map up a little bit, and there is a lot more standing objectives for M3 in reach. They can go top lane, push into that Shen because, of course, Dragon isn't up for another 4.5 minutes, so not really much concern for that one being taken away. The only thing that hesitates from me saying that Dade is going to get going is Locket's finished. Spirit Visage plus another Cowl is finished. There's just so much MR on the front line, and realistically, he can't afford to dive past him at this point in the game. Really is going to rely on getting that Void Staff before he can turn into that late game carry. As soon as he gets that, don't get me wrong, he's going to tear through people as well, but he's still 3,000 gold away.
Yeah, Zonya's done for now, though, so Dade getting a little bit stronger. Last Whisper seems to be on the way for SMLZ, which is a curious choice given the lack of armor that we've noted already, but looks like Glacial Shroud's there for Cacao. Frozen Heart probably on the way quite soon here, and makes sense just to, get a bit of insurance with the Last Whisper, because you're going to need it at some point.
Yeah, it certainly does, and, the Frozen Heart was always an inevitable thing just because of how well Cacao will perform with CDR. As soon as he hits that 40% CDR, might even be an Iceborne Gauntlet depending on how he's ruined himself, because that will, of course, give you the extra 10 as well. And the Sheen is always a nice thing to have as wow.
Gauntlet would make sense because he's going to be over right with the Frozen Hearts. 30 right now, I think, with Spirit Visage plus Locket, 20 plus 10. So we'll see what he wants to go. I like the Gauntlet. It's kind of a cool choice.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the Sheen proc really is a very good pickup. It's 10 and 10 now with the changes that came through on both the Locket and Spirit Visage. They were such good items when they had 20% CDR. As we see Kid, he's dealing with this top wave right now, and the tank battle, the battle of the Titans resuming in the bottom lane. It's just complete tank on both sides.
Out of a fight, though. Love City takes a big chunk of damage there as Ezreal Poke comes in. Kid has finished his last Whisper, by the way, so that 3 damage item carries for both of the carries here from Invictus Gaming. Going to do very strong damage. LeBlanc Void Staff there as well. So have to be careful. Captain Boots on for Janna. Rookie going to push out the Sun turret here. And my favorite thing, it doesn't register anymore. Thank you, 5.6.
Yeah, the play-by-play dream coming through there. As we see a little bit of a fight.
It's actually 5.4, I think. But Looper has used his teleport. IG and Kitty's going to move in. Cacao will get himself over the wall with the body slam though, but M3 not stopping the push. That's 3 straight turrets in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, it certainly is. Being able to clean out the outer. Someone has to go back to deal with Shen, and you feel as soon as they do, the go button will be pushed. Cacao is so huge at this point. just an absolute monster, not really taking any damage. And Zatai, meanwhile, bottom lane farming.
Yeah, and that's the awkward thing for Lupa, porting in there to try and get aggressive, is now Zatai has free reign of the map as far as pressure goes, and this is one of the things that IG can do. They don't really want to fight 5v5 against the big Cogmore,
might
but
have been caught.
If they can split them up, as Dade is absolutely caught. Gets moved back in by Cacau's amazing ultimate. Almost goes down there as our Kid can't quite snipe him with his ult because it's down, and Dade will live for now, but Rookie diving into the backlines to try and find him. We'll find a Cogmore instead, and Distortion away there towards Kiddies, who dodges out from a bubble, and all they're trying to do is buy time for Zatai to keep pushing.
Yeah, the problem is that Shen really not the best turret taker, as we see a very prime example there. So what do? Instead, they swing around, try and start up the Baron.
Ward is there, though. Scrying on for M3 will confirm the Baron, and IG will get away from it. Zatai still going at it. In fact, IG very sneaky. Walk back in towards the Baron. M3 can't really respond right now, though, and this is a lot of cross-map pressure.
It certainly is, and Zatai, he's just grabbed the wave and pulled it off there because he realized that the minions do more to the turret than what he does. Smart heads-up play coming through, and no one's still back to deal with this Shen.
Yeah, that lack of Trinity Force or other actual damage item does mean that Shen pushes quite slowly, even with just the Bummer Cinder, actually, not the Sunfire for the extra burn. Minions will push in. IG do get the turret, and if they can keep splitting up M3, those are the fights they can win.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you saw that that was all about them catching Dade out in an aggressive rotation to try and get back middle. It cost them a turret in the end, so not a great move coming up there. Last Whisper is done for Cog. The thing I want to hit on is Kid's choice of boots. Looking for him to go maybe a Blade of the Ruined King as his next item. He's got the Berserker's Greaves, which just means that in these team fights, because tanks are such real threats, but don't do much damage, he needs to rely on auto-attack weaving a lot in this, and we see a Dragonfly started up. So
Dragon getting low, Cacao will get it. Lupa diving into the backline, so Cacao and Zatai a little bit split. Cacao will make it over. Zatai maybe not so lucky, does get out though with that taunt, and they should escape safely with the Dragon.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, all of them over the wall in a row, and unfortunately Lupa was like, man, I wish I took Flash. Not able to get anywhere.
Gated by Ghost here. Poor Singe as Zatai going to keep pushing. Actually has finished that Trinity Force, so an ambitious choice, but he's bought enough time to be able to pick it up, and all of a sudden all our giggles about the turret damage. He's now a real split pushing threat.
Yeah, exactly right. He can use the Q as well as the W to get those Sheens proc up as much as he wants, and we see that he's actually out-dueling Looper at this point in the game, who still hasn't got any form of damage for himself.
Yeah, I mean, just the Warden's Mail for Looper can't even shrug off a lot of Singed mixed damage at this point. I mean, very tanky, great frontliner, can be hyper disruptive, but if he's never allowed in a team fight, and Zatai's doing a good job of making sure that doesn't happen, Looper, unfortunately, on this full tank Singe, not going to get nearly as much out of it as he wants.
Yeah, exactly right. And you feel it really is up to the Rylai's to turn him into the disruptive threat he needs to be, because it's just such a good slow that comes through. Of course, keeps reapplying with the poison. Don't chase the Singe, guys.
Yep, it's real bad, and we haven't seen that yet for Looper. You know, he's definitely someone that's had stellar Singe game standout performances on that champion, but not quite yet here in this particular game. And Zatai, honestly, it's a very silly job that he has to do, but he's doing it well.
Yeah, exactly right. All he has to do is stay down there and create pressure over and over again. The thing that is shocking me about this game is that Distortion Enchant has still not been picked up for the Singe. You just feel that he needs his teleport available as much as possible, not to mention how good it is with Ghost. That it's a very good investment at this point.
Yeah, and a good call on the gauntlet there for Cacao. Does pick it up now for a bit more threat and aggression, and still some great disruption and slow coming through. Blue buff is onto Rookie. He's kind of looking down for a kill. Don't know if he wants to try and kill Looper. Was Zatai creating pressure? Someone's probably going to walk through this side of the jungle.
Yeah, he actually does go into Looper in the end just for a little bit of a, hey, I'm here. Remember me, and he is pinged out, but now they need to be careful.
Cacao could have been called out. Very tanky hit. He's going to join in as well. Cacao will take a while to die. Condi, good block of the body slam. Ulti's away. There's a tie. Will stand united, and now Kid's going to move in. Condi has to be careful, taking way too much damage from this Ezreal Rookie. Now going to join the fray as well. Dives into the backline, goes absolutely nuts, but can't quite get the kills down. Dade's ulti doing a very good job zoning them out. Zatai will go down. Looper got Mikhails to live there for a second. Cacao going to move as well, and that SMLZ has the double kill right now on the Cogmore. Kid going back in. He wants the kills, but he can't quite get them. Rookie, though, finds the kill onto Cogmore on the side. Dade going to dive back in, and Kid will go around the side. Gets Love Seed. He's going to chase onto Looper. Triple kill for Ezreal, and Dade still chasing. Not dead, but 4 for 2 to trade.
Yeah, so able to win the team fight in the end. Rookie didn't want to chase through the Sun turret without any minions, just in case the turnaround did come through. But that team fight was once again all about the LeBlanc. Sure, Kid cleaned up all of the tanks, but the flash double distortion to completely obliterate Cogmore was exactly what that team fight needed. Huge props to Rookie now. 5-1-1. He's played a fantastic series.
Yeah, and you can see the difference in when Cogmore isn't with his team to be protected. Went aggressive to pick up another kill, ended up stranded on the other side of the ridge. No Nami to help, no Dade ultimate to hide behind, no Sejuani ult to help set up for you, and SMLZ does great damage, but when Rookie wants to kill him, if he's isolated, he'll die.
Yeah, certainly, and we see a really good ultimate coming through here from Dade. Splits the enemy team, and Rookie goes in there, gets exhausted, so doesn't get much done. And right now you think, awesome, Azir, Cogmore, the perfect fight for them. Able to just get so much work done on the backline. But here's where it goes wrong. He flashes over the wall, and all of a sudden Rookie goes, I can kill him solo. Gets over the top, gets the double distort onto him. And from there, it's just completely horrible news. Sure, Dade does a great thing, chases down some kills, but Kid in the backline, he's like, there's only tanks left. I can chase for days. I'm Ezreal. Really well played team fight.
Yeah, and it's the split team fights that IG can win. Again, they're splitting up M3 over the map, trying to split push with the Shen, winning the fights where they actually do split up and can use their skirmish pressure. M3 have to stick together when they do these sort of fights, and Ezreal does have that Blade of the Ruin King now.
Yeah, Blade of the Ruin King picked up for Ez. That just means that, honestly, the game is nearly out of control for M3 now. He's just going to do so much persistent damage to both the Singed and the Sejuani. They can't kill him anymore because of how good his kite ability is. Probably just going to be able to turn around and even take the Baron because of the objective control that item gives them. Love the pickup out of Kid and really securing IG as a sound strategical team.
Yeah, and look, that applies even more pressure onto the carries here for M3. You know, the tanks certainly can't catch him, but Dade and SMLZ can both kill him, so Cog and Azir have to get into the right positions, but IG are just, again, always splitting up M3, whether it's in the fights or even across the map.
And look at this. They start the Baron, 5 members show on the side of M3, so they just go to Zatai, take the bottom turret. The most important turret on the map. He's just done complete work taking that out.
Yeah, Nakakao, again, can disengage if he wants. It's a very old-school comp here, it feels like, for IG. I mean, we've got Gragas, we've got Shen split pushing. And Zatai's actually going to get the inhibitor now.
Yeah, so he's able to pick up the inhibitor. There was no way Singed was going to kill him, so Singed has decided to do the only thing he can, run all the way down the lane. And IG just aren't going to let them back away.
I mean, M3 might try and fight, but IG just going to kite back and forth. They have so much disengage between the two mobile carries, LeBlanc and Ezreal, and the Janna and the Gragas for disengage.
Yeah, exactly right. And Gragas, with all of that cooldown reduction, can use his ultimate as a commodity. It's got like a 40-second cooldown at the moment. Sure, they'll pick up a dragon, but all of a sudden, all of the members of IG are on the Baron.
Yeah, straight onto the Baron, and they have respectable Baron damage here with the blade done on Ezreal. In fact, more than respectable, it's going down super quickly. Looper already porting in. IG going to move in for the Baron. They should be able to secure it. Looper, probably not enough damage to steal it. Gragas will get it. Looper diving into the backline though, but he's going to get kited away. Kakao going massive ulties everybody away. SMLZ now in their own Rookie, stalking his prey. Great, Zonya's there to protect himself. Dade will ulti, can't distortion over that. Now has to run away, and M3 fighting well, but Rookie gets blown back a bit. Does go down there to Cinch. Condi getting low there. Love CD going to get CC'd over the wall, and too much power left for IG. Looper made it close, but Kid is cleaning house.
Yeah, Kid able to, at this point in the game, do whatever he wants. No one's coming near him. Picks up the triple kill in that fight. Zatai teleports back to the bottom lane to pick up where he left off. He'll be able to push in, probably pick up the win with those Baroned up super minions. And once again, Dade played the team fight well, but in the end, as soon as Cogmore goes down, they have no hope of winning.
And you know what? M3 built a weird Cogmore team that had decent protection, but not massive for it. And Nami just couldn't do all the work herself. IG, too good here strategically. Incredible even here in Game 2 especially. And a well-deserved 2-0 victory for Invictus Gaming.
And M3 now in very serious trouble of not making playoffs. They'll stay in the nice place, even with Starhorn Royal Club, but the road ahead is not getting easier.
Yeah, and that's kind of true of a lot of the teams hanging around that spot, but M3, they wanted at least 1 point here, and IG, again, making a name for themselves as one of the best teams in China, want to get towards that #2 spot that's quite contested, and this is a performance to really show themselves off.
Yeah, exactly right. IG, for me, if they play this well, are the second best team in China. They just have all the answers. You can make a very good case for Vici as well to be up there. They're kind of the equal second right now for me, with OMG and LGD just sitting just below them, but we're getting a real glimpse of what the business end of this season means to these fantastic teams.
And the business end looks awesome. The good teams are playing even better, and the teams that were struggling are just playing really well. I mean, M3, sure, maybe a lackluster performance from them as far as what they wanted from the series goes, but every team has improved, and even M3 in that series, they had some really strong moments.
They certainly did. In Game 2, Dade particularly on Azir, thank God he's back in meta, because it means he has another champion to be able to pick up. Played it extremely well, just couldn't get enough done for the team.
And you know what? Playoff hope's a little tricky now for M3, but we have an even bigger playoff game arguably coming right up. World Elite are taking on King in our last match of the evening. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I am Atlas, and this is Papa Smithy, and we've got a little bit of a surprise for you, ladies and gentlemen. We, in fact, do not have King taking on World Elite right now. It is going to be a very interesting-looking Earth show match here, brought to you from China. As you can see, players from all sorts of different exciting teams going to be taking one another on the Rift in Earth mode.
And you can see San on your screen. We've got someone from most of the teams here, I believe 8 LPL pros, and then a couple of other members that honestly we don't know who they are at this point. Maybe we'll get some information shed to us as we continue to come through the lineups. Hopefully we'll be able to see some of the players out there. Amazing J, I spy on the lobby. Crystal's out there, Name as well. Even Xiaohu from Gamti getting a look in.
This is going to be very, very interesting, and we'll see whether Amazing J actually picks up the helicopterum of Earth mode, because he's already a very scary Hecarim player, and Hecarim with, you know, no mana gating or any cooldowns at all is a very, very scary thought.
I mean, look, it's Earth mode. It's crazy. It was interesting what the bans that come through, just because there's so many high priority picks
If it was me, it's make sure you get rid of Sona because she's dumb. Make sure you remove Master Yi because constantly alpha striking is pretty stupid as well. And Vladimir goes permanently untargetable.
And actually, who we saw on the screen, of course, we should have known Atlas. Messiah is playing for Team 2.
Oh my goodness.
Getting a bit of the old school into this lobby. That's the way it should be. A bit of fun coming through in the LPL.
Yeah, and we'll see.
The first respect ban, though. Clear Love in the game. Evelyn, of course, got some buffs this patch. Don't know about her on the Earth mode, but banned away.
On the Earth mode, she can hate spike as much as you can press your Q button. Basically, it is ridiculous.
Will we see a Twisted Fate respect ban? He stepped away for a while. I don't think anyone's forgotten about his Twisted Fate, though.
Yeah, but the thing is, this is Earth mode. I'm not even sure whether Twisted Fate is any good, because you can't lock in cards quick enough for the cooldown.
And Zhao Zhao versus Messiah. That's your fun matchup here. Of course, Zhao Zhao doing a lot of casting on the Chinese broadcast now. IG versus Old WE is the effective matchup we have here. Team 1, that's going to be Zhao Zhao on your screen at the moment. They're going through the bans. Galio's banned away.
Rengar as well, of course.
I've got a question for you, Atlas. How many more shifts in the meta do we need before Evelyn, Galio, and Wukong join the actual ban list?
5.6. I could imagine that if somebody plays these champions, it might just happen anyway.
Oh my goodness, we're seeing some of the hovers here. What sticks out to you? Ezreal, plenty of Mystic shots coming through. I love Alistar on this mode. The headbutt pulverize cooldown is on, what, 2.6 second cooldown?
It's really silly. And Jace as well, constantly accelerating those shock blasts. It's completely ridiculous. Oh, and Lulu can also almost keep you permanently polymorphed, which can be rather frustrating. But we'll see what does happen. San deciding to go with the ground pounder. Basically, it's pretty much Donkey Kong. And when you press your down B in Smash Brothers, it's just ridiculous.
Clear Love, you know, for so long, Chinese analysts have said he doesn't really play like a jungler. This game is not taking Smite. Finally, we will see Clear Love unleashed in other lanes, Atlas.
Oh my goodness. Speaking of unleashed, Crystal is going to lock in the Time Lord himself, Zillion. I personally have not seen Zillion in Earth mode before, but I have to think that it's probably a little bit silly. He, in fact, has been tweaked just a little bit this time around in the old Earth setup. In fact, I believe his rewind does not quite adjust the cooldown as much as it used to. I think otherwise he probably could almost be permanently altered. And you can see Crystal having a bit of a giggle at his choice.
Everyone's having a bit of fun. Everyone's getting in on the thing. Of course, we've seen NA and EU show us their Earth shenanigans. Something from China as well.
Yeah, well, we'll see exactly how this one's going to go down.
We already said, you know, we saw the global meta come in fight, but we were like, what is China going to do? Then we saw the Karma versus Vlad, and we were like, we're home. We're going to see plenty of shenanigans. It's not ending here. Our featured matchup between our legend players, Zhao Zhao on the Shaco. Going to be plenty of deceiving coming through. And Ezreal's what's coming out from Messiah. No Twisted Fate from him this time.
No, but Ezreal ridiculously strong. Zatai picking that one up as well. Of course, we did just see him play a lot of Shen, so things are going to be a little bit accelerated for Zatai, you have to think, coming into this one.
And lots of speed, lots of deception. Hook City, definitely going to be the population coming through for Team 2. Going to get into the game shortly, though.
Yeah, we are going to be getting in as soon as possible. We'll see exactly how this one's going to work out. Name picking up the Blitzcrank in here as well, as you can see on your screen. And there's some definite bomb situations going on, and we haven't seen New Zealand in competitive play at all, as there's the hook. San just going to flash away. Hello, everyone. Just on your screen one more time. Name again with another hook. And this is ridiculous. Look at these bombs just everywhere Crystal decides to put them down.
And that right there is not a Raptor camp you want to visit, Atlas. A couple of those boxes coming through. The Shaco boxing up is going to probably be an AP Shaco, you'd have to think. The Death Brush, I thought it was nerfed back in 2010. It's back in 2015.
Yep, there are so many Jack-in-the-Boxes here. That's another one to come through. Messiah still has his eye in by the looks of things.
Absolutely. The skill shots are definitely the order of the day here. A Crystal basically is picking up his own bombs, just getting his eye in. Of course, he's working out the missile speed. The zoning bombs, I think, will be a very real threat.
Dun, dun, dun.
That's kind of the one thing that I've uncovered as I've played Earth mode is that your yellow trinket, you have a lot of ward uptime without even having to pick up a ward trinket, given that it's only, what, 20-second cooldown on your yellow trinket?
Yeah, it's really silly. You can get a lot of vision down early on here, of course. The strategies, the deep strategies of Earth mode. It's Amazing J on the Xin Zhao, which is an interesting one. Of course, anything that's sort of gated by auto attack timings is not exactly the best here in Earth mode, just because you probably just want to be using spells ridiculously quickly. But we'll see how the Xin Zhao works. Of course, you can basically charge every second, as Zatai just demonstrates that you can Mystic Shot quite a lot. I mean, in general, Amazing Jay's going to have basically permanent uptime on his knock-up ability. Of course, he's going to have so much, his suite of CC is going to be massive. We're going to wait to see how sticky he is. The action is going everywhere. The camera has no idea. That is ridiculous. Amazing Jay and Love City pairing up together. M3 and Energy Pacemaker together at last in this top lane, and already with some pretty fantastic synergies. Name, another hook, and Ezreals are dying left, right, and center. Absolutely. Ezreal dies on both lanes. Of course, with Xin Zhao having the flat 1 second CDR and every Q hit towards his knockup, that's basically permanent CC. It's between him and the Alistar. Yeah, and everyone, of course, taking the teleport on this Earth mode means that you can move around the map every 40 seconds. It is pretty ridiculous. Clearlove able to clear out this mid lane. Of course, this is one of the slowest mid lanes I have ever seen in Earth mode. Of course, actually clearing waves is very, very strange. The zoning continuing here on the top side is Amazing Jay, able just to charge minions at all times. And just Zatai, permanent uptime on the Mystic Shot, trying to push out the wave as much as possible. We've ended up with these 1v2 off lanes in some degrees. We have the roaming coming through. Shaco, of course, basically just the same in the jungle with this constant uptime on those Jack-in-the-Boxes. But the knock-up crew, they're coming through. Yeah, Amazing Jay looking to get in here as well as Zhao, who flashes miles away from that one as fast as he possibly can. The Glitter Lancers able to do a whole lot of work. There's the flash from Amazing Jay, but gets feared by the Jack-in-the-Boxes as the bombs are coming down here as well. Love City finds himself in no man's land as there's the Glitter Lance. Beautiful pulverize. Not going to save the cow's life, though, as just get some fancy footwork there as, oh my goodness, Zhao in a fair bit of trouble here as Crystal is going to land the bomb on the Deceive to come through, and Messiah's still got it, man. The mechanics are still streaming, of course, and trying to stream this. Xin Zhao's still knocking people up. Crystal in a whole lot of trouble as Zatai managed to pick up Amazing Jay there off the side. San with double buffs here as well as Crystal's getting bombs off from the grave as well, as you can see. Zatai just flashing, arcane shifting, ridiculous Ezreals. Just in general, I would not want to be the cameraman in this game, but oh, Zhao, you are in a whole host of trouble. Actually able to deceive himself into this brush down the bottom. Of course, Deceive, pretty silly ability here as Crystal has to get out of the way here. Love City back in on this one as well. Name, you're most definitely dead, and San going to pick up that kill here. And this is a very difficult game to shoutcast, to be perfectly honest, because I'm just speaking incredibly fast almost the entire time. Well, I mean, not so much analysis to be done either, Atlas. I mean, the happiest thing for me is that we're actually seeing, in terms of the Ezreal mirror match, it's one of the oldest mid lane battles in the history of Chinese League of Legends. It's Messiah versus Zatai, IG versus WE, still going strong in this match. Of course, Zatai now in the top lane. Messiah enjoying his retirement, but a lot of old wounds to be healed through just a game of Earth. Yeah, it's exciting as Crystal demonstrating how this New Zealand is going to work. Haven't actually seen his appearance in competitive play just yet. Of course, was actually in the meta just before he got changed. So I'm going to have to be a little bit careful here, sort of in the enemy base. But my goodness, Yahoo taking a lot of damage from that one. The flash hook to come through from Name. Not going to find anyone. As there are just little lances going everywhere.
I know there's one purchase you'll like. Love CD with the swiftness
oh,
boots.
the Swifty boots.
Doesn't want to have his movements be reduced by the Zillion. Of course, his E ability, a very strong slow. And swiftness boots, very amusing.
Yeah, and this is very, very exciting here as well. Ezreal's both going for different builds. You've got the Gunblade coming up from what I do hope it is going to be a Gunblade and not, in fact, that. Oh, actually, Audacious Charge on basically 0 cooldown. Amazing J is definitely living up to his name on this Jin Zhao. And you have to think that, you know, in a 1v1 situation, Xin is pretty silly in this mode.
And EDG are just a Yasuo short of the perfect knock-up comp. You have to think Ezreal and Jace, no synergy with the Malphite, Alistair, and Xin Zhao. They'll just pop you in the air the whole fight.
Yeah, and the Gunblade does look like it's the option here from Zatai, whereas Messiah opting for more of the AP Ezreal build with that Lichbane. Of course, you're a bit gated by the Sheen cooldown, though, as there's the unstoppable force. Zhao, who just gets pounded into the ground over and over again. Look at San, just able to beat the ground down over and over again.
Still playing like a tank is Sun, looking very happy. They're pushing here. The objective play coming through from the blue team.
Oh, yeah. Oh, beautiful arcane shift from Messiah. Gets out of the way of that True Shot Barrage. Love City actually going to flash into being covered up there. As okay, Zhao Zhao is going to survive. The Flash Pulverize not going to work. The Deceive is very frustrating as Zhao, who's just going to get headbutted back under the tower. Oh, Unbreakable Will is there, and Zatai, you're most definitely dead. As San playing this Malphite to perfection. Amazing J just going to get glittily lanced into the death chamber.
Glittily lanced.
Yep, that's that was just for you, Papa Smithy.
I appreciate it.
Clear Love hasn't really done a whole lot this game yet. He's just been standing around under this turret, clearing out minions. This is Earth mode, Clear Love. Have some fun.
I mean, look, Clear Love, known to clear ways in mid lane. San is really on this AP Malphite.
Oh, yes. Oh, the 1v1 battle, but he's both going to go down. Unfortunately, using the True Shot Barrage a little bit unnecessarily there, but he's going to have a whole lot of fun. It's Amazing J. He's going to fall to the power of Name. And Zhao, who flashing out is Love CD as Name gets another flash hook. Oh, Unbreakable Will is available, though. Name's going to spend some time underneath this turret, but you can see, look at the mana shield. Love CD, get back over here, as this is getting a little bit silly. Oh, the Shiv going to come through as Zhao Zhao going to try and take down Clear Love, who's decided to leave the mid lane. Definitely a good start. Oh, True Shot Barrage coming through. And is the Ezreal going to win, or is it going to be the Shaco with the Deceive? Oh my goodness, the ultimate at such a beautiful time. And Zhao, who just hanging out in this brush, is going to cop a bit of an accelerated shock blast.
Zhao Zhao and Zhao Hu and Zatai all in the bottom lane.
Zhao Hu Tai Zhao. Yep, that was never going to work. Name heading into this Baron Pit as well. Oh my goodness, takes a lot of damage. San taken on 2 at once, no worries. Able to get back in there as well. And this guy, the Malphite, seems to be the Earth character of choice on this map because San has just been doing whatever he wants this game. True Shot Barrage just going to help out his teammates there just a little bit. Crystal trying to be a nuisance with these bombs. San not worrying about them too much as Crystal's going to come back in as well, as Love City will have that Unbreakable Will available a little bit more. Messiah actually going to... Oh my goodness, that was the steal actually coming through, I believe, from Zatai. He's going to come around and get a little bit of extra damage down here as well. Clear Love going to fall down, and I am struggling to keep up with what's going on this game.
Doing a very admirable job, Atlas. Maybe I'll have to help with the play-by-play because the high-level analysis, the history of the LPL, 240 games of LPL so far this season, none of them related to this particular one.
Oh, and let's do some analysis here. Amazing J, I believe, is going to pick up the Gwynstooth Rage Blade plus the Hextech Gunblade as well. So this is going to be my personal favorite Jin Zhao build.
And look, Jin Zhao's going into Clear Love, actually gets hooked, moves away. Name has the skill shots on the Banshee Veil's a wonderful pickup, but the disengage is strong. The ultimate is strong too.
And Name is so fast. Just running around this battlefield like he doesn't give anything at all, as Messiah actually might have turned this one around on Name. Love City picks that one up as, oh my goodness, the Glitter Lance damage. Zhao able to get a whole lot of work done. That's not the right Shaco, as that's a complete whiff of the Unstoppable Force. The double kill to come through from Zhao, as there's the Wild Growth. Zatai, the biggest Ezreal in the history of Ezreals. And Zhao actually dives to the turret and picks up Clear Love as well.
Zhao's doing surprising work on this Demon Jester, always in a creative spot. Of course, the Shiv does a lot of damage, and you're getting multiple of them off every fight. No real pushing coming through, but it is 2-0 in terms of turrets. Amazing Jay stays to his top lane route, knocks away the Blitzcrank, and just wants to push this turret down.
Yeah, that's the audacious charge there as well. As both of them get knocked up. Amazing Jay in a bit of trouble, but turns it around under Name. Multiple teleports coming through as Zatai trying to get some work done. Oh my goodness, Amazing Jay almost able to do some healing there, but the Unbreakable Will, Zatai's gonna fall. And that's actually gonna be the deceived Shaco doing so much damage. Clear Love eventually is going to be able to secure that kill as Zhao, who now has to take care of Messiah if he can. True Shot Barrage comes down, but oh my goodness, just manages to pick it up. Thankfully, the Arcane Shift, not necessarily a skill shot.
Sun kills Crystal. Was the ultimate available? It was, but the burst damage with the Death Cap Sorcerer's Shoes, surprising. I believe this is finally going to be the red team's first turret. 3-0 into turret. All out of turrets down. OMG standard play coming through from the blue side. And they don't even have San on their team.
No, San actually on the opposite team here. Very interesting stuff. And the thing that I very much love about this game is how sun smart these players are being. 4 hats picked up so far for our blue side. They do not want to get a sunburn on this rift, of course. Does look fairly bright, so they're going to be well and truly protected. In fact, Zatai decides to pick up a gun instead. That's what he wants. Oh my goodness. Zatai actually caught on the wall. Was an odd maneuver, as San actually going to have to back away now. Has to respect the consistent chase potential coming through of both of these Ezreals. Oh, Zatai. What a beast, as San trying to do some work here onto Zhao, but the Shiv a little bit too much as Clear Love. He's going to come in. The flash actually to come through from Love CD as well. That is the wrong Shaco, as my gosh, there are so many pulverizers and headbutts. This is ridiculous. Another headbutt, and Zatai, he couldn't do anything for a long period of time.
Alistair is so strong in this map. You have basically 100% uptime on your heal when there's minions around as well. Zhao, who's got probably the most AP on this whole lineup, I believe. He already had a Death Cap and an Echo, and Blitzcrank Name's overstayed.
Yeah, he's most definitely dead. Actually, the Accelerated Shock Blast going to pick it up from Clear Love there, who's spent a little bit of time farming this one out, but he's more than happy now to get some kills around this map.
And you feel like if the jungle Jace ever comes into the meta, his EQ combos have been very on point. Okay, they're frequent, so perhaps it's a bit more forgiving, but it's working out. Sun again misses the ultimate.
Yeah, it was a nice flash to come out of Crystal, though, who does manage to get the rewind on himself, but, well, yep, it's not quite enough when you're just chilling out on your own.
A lot of damage and death coming through on this map. 20-24, standard Chinese meta coming through. 44 kills early. The fight continues to tie.
Yeah, Gunblade's Amazing Jay, though, so he can't actually follow up onto that one, as it's Zatai actually heading over the wall there. Amazing Jay audaciously charges over the top of the Mystic Shot, which was cute, but still dies for it, as there's the hook. Beautiful use of the Arcane Shift is going to save Messiah there, though. Is all going to be fine. San hanging out here as well. Wants another ultimate as Love City is going to come through. There's the Pulverize. And just the Unbreakable Will is on such a short cooldown here as well. Headbutt Pulverize yet again, demonstrating his skills with those abilities. San's going to fall down as well as the True Shot Barrage comes across. And another Headbutt Pulverize. Clear Love picks up. Oh my gosh. Doesn't manage to get anything because that's the wrong Shaco. And Zatai turns it around. And this Ezreal is starting to become a bit of a problem.
I believe it's the AD Ezreal, if I'm not mistaken. At least hasn't gone for the shift stacks of the Lich Bane. The hybrid Ezreal does scale off both abilities. They're trying to push down and break the base, but only Xinjiao to stop them.
Yeah, actually, Amazing Jay just going to use his Crescent Sweep for fun, I think. And he's going to eventually fall down. Messiah is alive, the only member of the team. Can he be the hero that our red side needs? I have a feeling he probably cannot, because that is still 4 members still alive, and Zatai's going to head back and buy most of the shop, you have to think. True Shot Barrage actually takes off half of his health. Name flashing over the wall there as well, as San takes half of his health and damage as well. Pull the Shiv comes down. There's the Unstoppable Force, but he just dies for it. Oh my gosh. That was the most amazingly timed Wild Growth I have ever seen. Love City wants to punish Yahoo for it, but misses the Pulverize. There's a Shiv to come down as well. Love City with the Unbreakable Will. Takes a little bit of killing, but Name just constantly keeping him CC'd. And Zatai just hanging out, kills his friend Messiah. And the Ezreal battle, I think, has been officially won here by the Invictus Gaming member.
It feels like this game has been permanently in teamfight overlay mode, Atlas. We don't even know the scores.
No idea
really
what
matter.
items are either.
The blue team's certainly winning, though, in terms of pressure, but doesn't look like they'll be able to finish the game yet.
No, Amazing J does take a Mystic shot there as well. He's just doing the very best that he can to heal himself up, of course. AP Jinzhao, pretty good at healing himself up.
Definitely his strength was buffed on recent patches, have even higher base healing. Trying to bait the ult from Sun.
Yep, does manage to land himself onto Shaco here, but just gets exploded. Jiahu gets a health picks onto his head, and that is going to be enough for the Rockman. As don't attack that one, Clearlove, you'll take half of your health, but he decides that he just wants to anyway.
Maybe we'll finally see some shopping trips coming through from the blue side. They've been entrenched in the enemy base for about 4 minutes. Probably some big items coming through. Speaking of items, Swiftness Boots, Banshee's Veil, Abyssal Scepter, a bit of everything coming through for the Alice.
Yeah, he's got a whole lot of things. Of course, the Thai now might be in a little bit of trouble, but he can Arcane Shift every half a second, and that is 4 people running away from this Ezreal. Of course, the rest of his team being there, probably a bigger reason.
Because with the teleport so short, and they've been so long in the map, they were able to teleport almost instantly. The poke from both sides is really, really strong.
And that is not the right Shaco yet again. Just wants to get some poke damage down. Doesn't find it onto anyone this time. Clearlove learnt his lesson. True Shot Barrage over Love City, but he just triumphantly roars and he's back to full health yet again. Name looking for something as the Thai continues to get the poke happening, but our blue side actually deciding that I'll just back off and pick up a dragon here, and we may actually have a slight lull.
The objective play took about 17 minutes. It is the second dragon, but obviously contributes very little to Earth mode. There's Superman's pushing in the mid. That's why Amazing J's been anchored into the base. But in terms of sieging down this bottom turret, no fun so far for the blue side.
No, although Zatai actually forced out there just a little bit. Clearlove with a fair bit of poke damage. Yahoo decides that he wants to kill Amazing J, but oh my gosh, the range of that Glitter Lance is just silly. Zatai still not dead as Love CD has to be very careful. He's going to flash out of the way. San's going to fall down as well. So, oh my goodness, Name does manage to get out a flash, which is, of course, not as powerful, considering the fact that it's now on about a 40-second cooldown.
5v3, but they might still need to turret because there's so much wave clear coming through from Jace.
Yeah, look at the tons of healing to come through from that Triumphant Roll. Name might be caught out here just a little bit. Oh my gosh, no one dead just yet as the Zhonya's Hourglass from Zhao Zhao underneath the turret keeps him alive. A Deceive to get out as well. How Zatai lived, I have absolutely no idea, because Messiah, he's AP Ezreal, and that True Shot Barrage should have killed 3 people.
You would have thought so, but they managed to mostly evade it. They still haven't taken a structure despite being 5v3 up in terms of members. The Cromp gets pulled over for a little bit of extra health.
Yep, bit of fun there. It's, oh, the Empowered Shock Blast is going to be enough as Clearlove almost kills himself on the clone. San looking to try and take down this Shaco. The Deceive going to be available yet again as San doesn't manage to find it. And Zhao Zhao just being the very annoying Shaco that you know and love, but is even worse in this Earth mode.
We still haven't seen Shaco and LPL. He goes in aggressively.
Yeah, there's the ultimate to come out as well. The Deceive's up and gets away from Clearlove, who flashes onto him. That's going to be enough. And actually, Amazing J picks himself up a kill. Is going to die to Zatai. I think that was actually a misclick of the ultimate, because I have a feeling that he didn't necessarily need to die.
Zatai missed the wall, but had a second shot. Of course, so short is the cooldown, that Arcane Shift. Hybrid mobility if there ever was any coming through from Ezreal.
Yeah, and Jahu actually picking himself up. That Luden's Echo here as well. Haven't quite seen it in the LPL, but we're going to see it in Earth mode here, because of course you don't need any other stats that anything ever gives you. It's just AP and AD. There's Zatai trying to turn this one around. Does have the ultimate on as well. Just going to use all of his abilities, pressing his buttons, which is exactly what you want to be doing. Crystal, it gets turned around on him. He's just saying, Zatai, I wanted you to help me out, but didn't happen that time. Name going to take down the turret in the bottom lane, though, as the teleport's coming through for the back door, actually. As the Triumphant Roar is going to help keep Love CD alive, and the Shaco does get thwarted in his little plan. Name actually going to get gunbladed here as well, as Amazing J with the Banshee's Veil really wants to catch up to this Blitzcrank. Does get his Banshee's Veil taken off. And San actually using a pink ward here, some high-level Earth strategies.
The ward coverage, very, very important enough. And speaking of high-level play, the Solar Baron, no, it's going to be a Duo Baron, it looks like, from the blue team.
And I have a feeling Wild Growth should probably be used, Jahu. It is on a very short cooldown, but That Baron did not last very long at all. These Jack-in-the-Boxes really able to take that one down. Ooh, they're making a little bait around this red buff, but there is a ward on it. Powered Shock Blast is going to find Shaco before he deceives away. Energy Pace... Oh, I almost said Energy Pacemaker because I saw Amazing J, but it is, of course, a whole lot of different players. Our red side are in a bit of trouble considering this Baron buff, but they've been holding off relatively well. Other Earth games that we have seen, such as this one, tend to get very one-sided very quickly.
Not as one-sided just yet, but the gold 6,000 the advantage of the boot team, the backdoor potential of Shaco. The look at this backdooring down. I know that's very sportsmanlike in such an all-star game. We'll allow it. Speaking of being allowed.
Yeah, there's the hook onto Sun there as well, but he turns it around with the Unstoppable Force, picks up Name as well as Xiao Xiao is going to have to be careful, does use the ultimate, and there's the audacious charge from Amazing J starting to scale into this game as Zatai going to fall down as well. Amazing J just with no cooldowns to speak of, just charging his way through this one, and Powered Shock Blast from Clearlove looking to try and get something done, but Xiao, just wild growths for days, able to glitter lance like he's... I don't even know where I was going to go with that. And San, he's going to discover Xiaohu, or is it the other way around? It certainly is. And San, that Unstoppable Force starting to do some work.
And the counter push is coming through from beside, going back to the objective play that he was known for in this situation. He's had enough of the pleasantries, just trying to take down some turrets and get the red team back into this game. There's a lot of global gold coming through.
Yeah, and Amazing J does not care about this
Look
turret
at those
at all.
heals.
Look at the healing. It's ridiculous. San going to come in. Name's going to pick up that kill, though, because the turret still is a thing. Amazing J, though, they take down the turret. And Messiah, he rotates around here as well. And Shaco, he has one thing on his mind, and that's the backdoor.
So he wants to enter the game with no teleports coming through. That's going to be the Arcane Shift coming through from Ezreal towards him. No, he's going to back. True Shot Barrage doesn't do a lot, but they keep the inhibitor alive.
Yep, love CD. No fear at all. He's the big cow. He's not going to be movable at all as... Yes, that inhibitor is still alive. Oh man, this Shaco is just so frustrating.
This was my Shaco experience when I was leveling up in 2010 Atlas.
I know.
This is what it felt like. That's how many buffs ago we were talking about.
It's just silly, of course, Shaco. And also, I mean, the Xin Zhao factor is another thing that, I mean, I actually started playing during the Xin Zhao patch. And he was very silly when he first came onto the Rift.
In a little bit of a different way to how Xin Zhao is silly in this particular game. Not so much shrugging off the damage from turrets with their heals, but
yeah,
the burst damage in general was quite scary.
Yeah, it was most certainly scary, as you didn't have to build any items at all. You basically just needed to level up, and it was just broken. But again, another teleport, another Shaco into this bottom lane. But our red side, they know what's going on. They know that Xiao Xiao, all he wants is to take down this bottom lane, as that's the third dragon actually being taken here by our blue side. Name again with another grab at his Grom.
Grom's been public enemy #1 from Name so far. That's 2 consistent hooks on it. They're looking to pick up San. Have you noticed the Abyssal Scepter synergy? Speaking of synergy.
Oh my goodness, San actually flashing out here as well. Uses his Zonya's Hourglass, and the Shaco wants to get a Shiv into the back of his head. Does manage to do so as Love City. He's knocking Name up. Name's knocking him up as well. In the meantime, Zatai just getting charged at by Amazing J. They are able to take that one down, and Name almost fell, but of course Crystal was there to save his life.
The result is a 2-for-2, a ranged auto attacker down, but still Xiao Xiao wants to go for the backdoor. Does see Ezreal.
Oh my goodness, Crystal is most definitely dead, as Messiah actually arcane shifting away from the hook, which is not as amazing considering the fact that the arcane shift is on about a 1.5 second cooldown.
Absolutely. They're clearing waves. Of course, the mid inhibitor's been down a while. They still haven't managed to backdoor this last inhibitor. And you have to wonder, where is the late game scaling in this game? Just because it feels like the Xin Zhao especially has scaled up very, very strong, has more AP. If he can shrug off damage, my goodness, he can heal through it.
Yeah, and where's the Nashor's Tooth? That's what I'm looking for. Of course, another attempt at this inhibitor thwarted by our red side, and Xiao Xiao probably needs to come up with a new strategy, because that one hasn't worked out the last 4 times that he's tried it.
Countered by the pink ward, you'd have to think.
But as far as where this game is going to go, there is a whole lot of AP damage available for our blue side. Void Staffs are plenty. Staves, I apologize, Papa Smithy, as Rabadon's death caps have been completed as well from before. Sonya's Hourglass is also available as Crystal. He definitely doesn't want to die. He's got a Guardian Angel here as well. Sun actually going to get grabbed into the base gate. And there are a lot of bombs chilling out just outside this base. There's some knockups to come through as well. Love City all up amongst this is Nami. He's going to come back to life. Zhao, who he's going to wild growth himself. Amazing J may have found him out, though, as there's Clear Love with a whole lot of consistent damage. And Messiah, now it's his time to shine. Amazing J still alive here on the bottom side of the map as he's just auto-attacking himself back to full health. It is ridiculous what this AP Xin Zhao can do as Crystal. He has his ultimate yet again, and the Shaco, because the rest of his team is getting demolished, is finally able to take down that inhibitor.
They might be able to brute force this game. It's 4-on-1. It's only the Shaco alive. Do have to push through super minion waves. But when it comes to this Xin Zhao, I'm pretty sure he can tank it up.
He's the hero we needed. Love City as well. The Unbreakable Will is, of course, exactly how its name suggests. The Zhonya's Hourglass going to give away exactly which Shaco that is. Amazing J going to come back through another audacious charge. Shaco is going to live to see another day, but this first Nexus turret is going to fall down. The second one now under fire as there's the Unstoppable Force into the Zhonya's Hourglass. And again, the Shaco not going to die. Name is alive again, though. The rest of our red side doing their very best to take down the Nexus. It is a race against time here as Zatai trying to get some work done, but it's not enough. And the red team with the comeback, the very first comeback I've ever seen in Earth thus far.
I think it was quite fitting, Atlas, that Messiah, of course, of World Elite many years ago, they pulled it out to the late game. World Elite always so clutch in the late game. And the red team, after what looked like an unassailable lead, this looked like one of the standard one-sided Earth games we all see when we queue up for that mode. A big comeback for the red team.
Yeah, really huge. Some beautiful play to come through. Of course, Zhao Zhao with the Shaco, unable to really get much done towards that later stage of the game. He was very impactful early on, just unable to get there, and Messiah really being the man their team needed. But I have to hand it to Amazing J. He looked like he wasn't able to be stopped by anything.
And I have to hand it to you, Atlas. It felt like you did 50 minutes worth of team fight calling in a 26-minute game. That's how Earth is. Chinese player a little bit pensive now, especially the losing team after just being taken down, but a good match nonetheless.
Yeah, Name still with a smile on his face there. Crystal saying, yeah, I got to play Zillion. How fun is that guy? I didn't actually know that he'd got changed or something like that. Not entirely sure.
He's just doing a research mission. He's thinking, all right, we're going to play some more Protect the Hypercarry very, very soon. How's this new Zillion? He'll help my Cogmore stay alive longer.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see whether it actually does come out onto the Rift. Of course, Barker could probably do with a few extra champions there in that mid lane. Might be Zillion, ladies and gentlemen.
Maybe it's a Zillion.
Yeah, we shall see. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have King taking on World Elite coming up very, very shortly. We're going to have a short break, though, so don't go anywhere.
腰算吧，因为在无尽阻力的话，这样要看一下自己很强的姿态，你确定要跟他单挑吗？啊，这个技能啊，这把头吸放的话被小打，哎呀，要怎么办？小打被自然冲，哎呀，真的是没有晕3是被他帮忙一下，都赶过来上线晕出来，剩着一刀，来第10血小闪，需要这个，快，对，Q 还好，他也还没有赶他走。过来大飞出去撞一下，闪现跳一下，但是被吃到线，因为刚刚都被闪现躲开，看看有过被炸死的命运。这个一线打的对方质量都相当的低啊！这张闪双子，现在是面对的好像是扎达人对阵扎里奥的。这里有针眼啊！哎呀，被看见了，完蛋！早已看穿一下，直接走过去预备想反杀小闪，晕住了没有？遇到空约，但是神之前被看到了小闪，过来酒桶大飞又过来，这个4个攻击赶过来，又是4比4。 就那么灌篮啊，后来那个 Q 我觉得好像想吃下去了。可以看见姿态是有一晃身体都现在可以看见，一晃身体，一晃身体，右上两晃身体，没有研究反打，我先走了，把这个把自己炸下去，继续追分手，很困难，他这样就容易一直拉开距离，而且身分比较远。直接被炸到80多高，然后哇，上面没有爆发，很多时间，好，这个时候特别让抢出来，爆兵，然后一个加速拉开了距离，然后顶到这里，拿到
Shut down.
极限反杀，这一波来的太及时了，真的，不知不觉中厂长已经是杀多少人？看一下，厂长是8杠1杠5，他的项链应该是13。项链，看到这边厂长要怎么样来继续他的杀戮大业？是的，赶紧前面有人厂长，看一下，要不然还是大战结束，直接被秒杀，最近被震撼。我感觉这一波来说的话，
Red team's turret has been destroyed. Red
要反杀吗？没有，是给了个大招。死亡这一边是个武打士，这一波是蓝色的，在上面的一个。 来带动中路兵线，先回了很多啊。一波再一波，然后下路地方啊，三波来了，厂长必须要上去清一下小兵。这边买一下东西，很快又来，又要做一场狮子王之战。现在目前9个投石已经被姿态给超越了。外层出来，在几个看上过这波进攻，后面要从他来打。目前车上带着一个鱼，这边好机会，一波，那边一波被看到，打掉了，立功啊！一波把对方给反打掉了，但是兵线非常的差，其实根本没有任何的机会做反推。小到地方还有个姿态，一个人在推进，小仔赶紧带中路直线，看有没有机会。开启的妖梦冲上去追不到，好远啊！小仔跑了，已经跑到108000里的位置，开身终于跳了，往一下，对方金身只有时间，冲了没有关系，还有 Q， 还有第二天，但是对方有退妖梦，分胜。被宰掉的命运，我刚在后面捡了一个尾刀。好，这时候来推一下中路追查。这个传送，跑动上去，他们时间赶紧再一个传送，没有抓到击杀，再一个传送打开，同时对方最后没能够走掉，后面有小跑，而且还有Crystal也跟了上来。现在是他那个外的，一个气都要接不上来，真的是太多了啊！如果闪现上来一个逃跑，再扑上来，就把小五的人头给收掉了。来看FLICKR整场到底做了什么？我们俩很熟啊，但是到底做了什么？2杠8。啊，打小兵啊！要去上面这地方，小过来，FLICKR一棍出来，小头头上，太快了，想踩小胆金身，没有队友可以救他了吗？没有大招吗？啊，没有人要救他，来过桥，哎呀，外层前来个大招，还没有下来，就靠着弱风的一个。大美这边是搭配Crystal2个人拿下了这个小龙，大招，一个新的怒气，闪现一跳一波，Crystal 2滴血，1滴血，开始拉开了这个前面再烧一个杀了2个人。这个地方又是一个反推，结果是难到落后队友，他小手上这个已经是有2个大招回合0.5秒，手太快啊！没关系，还是勉勉强强靠着一个EQCD 啊，就把小虎收掉。然后这个传过来，果然拆塔就是医生的血快拆啊，所以给拆掉了。太好了是吧？下来，还有机会追到吗？第一个加油位置已经结束了，没有闪现，有闪现。但是没有没错。再来一个大招，没有机会，排一排，大龙
哎，长毛，我来救你了，长毛。长毛，我来救你了。好，来看一下这边换了个位置解说。我现在在台下，我跟你是这一个东一个西。好，看这边看一下。哇，这个Crystal的伤害非常高，远距离一直在躲，他这个口香糖疯狂躲，素质非常差。笑笑直接上去闪现大招开团，一波激烈团战，弱风原地大招打倒了4个人，非常精髓。这时候武器进场，晕机人但是被放了很多风筝，但是呢，晕机人不断的放，只吸收到魔法伤害，是被魔法伤害硬砸死了。这一波团战很激烈，是一波3换4。好，这边要打大龙了。就选手都很嗨，就这边是要一波吗？要一波吗？小闪个人秀来了，秒杀了炸弹人，再反杀大追，原地重压。
小仔表演秀，挡住了一波危机，队友确实都还要10几秒的，这个地方很容易被拖的。
每次小闪秀了，我都要说一句，我已经不是2年前的郭俊良了。啊，这一波很清水，打个石头人回家，又是一波手下了，没有水星，没有被破。哇，姿态一个终极加菲猫，超级酷宝，这个1公里时速高达600公里，过去一个扣篮把它扣死。好，这边同时开启了大龙。 来得及吗？土行孙又带他队友过来埋伏了。这边若风已经发现一个龙卷风吹过去，抢拦截，小虎一个 EQ2连。好了 ，Amazing 追车进场，若风跟大招非常漂亮，吸住了关键2个人。好，姿态没大了，这一波有点危险。 好，来看一下，现在选手们在纠结能不能打大龙，但是 Crystal 这个位置，好，开始口香糖模式，1下、2下、3下、4下，狂砸，哇！哇，这个真的是终极口，但是这边忍不住了，决定强行把他杀掉，闪现过去，嘲讽没有中，差一点点，这个嘲讽估计中了，好，被嘲讽住了，你完蛋了，让你吐口水，让你吐口香糖，直接战死。好看这边。 姿态一失血，小闪还在追击，闪现跟上去，剩给了个大招，姿态是开大逃生，一个逆向走位。
啊，这个是利用大招的隐形，已经摆脱了这2个人追击。
是的，但是可以看一下小地图，这时候看一下我们的厂长，我们的克林拉武，他在干什么？他在追着姿态，姿态快走，闪现过墙，咬死，漂亮。好的，一个大龙争夺战也是成功把大龙拿下，这边要进行一个推进了。 对方而且是死了2个人，只剩3个人，只剩一个酒桶炸弹人安妮。这边逮到了一个土行孙，但是他好像没有看见笑笑，笑笑也是，为什么还不回来救他？好了，一失血，还有一口血渗过来，极限就把 Q 丢出来了，这里。剩到了这个等级，1.6秒的 CD 嘲讽，好，这边是强行拆塔，若风顶起 W 技能，无限回血，无限吸收伤害。 这个激光枪打他完全是不掉血，但是口香糖来了，口香糖。这个你们看，这个保龄球加口香糖，就是一直狂往那边丢，对面只能撤退。这大龙 buff 都推不进去，很尴尬。就 Crystal 终于是有了他非常有用的一点了，就是他这个英雄只要等级刚好看姿态，超级酷跑，是谁？就是你大鼻子，上去一套连招，若风开大反打，但是打不过。然后小闪要报仇。 开加速，顶着个女妖上去，闪现大招 Q1 秒杀。好，这边口香糖加这个保龄球啊，2个人剩赶过来顶着春哥，预备要嘲讽一波。这边渣男炸起自己逃生。好，看一下这边狮子王再一次开启大招是谁？目标是谁？ 没有目标，选择了撤退。这一波大龙尽管拿下了，但是依然没法推进。
蓝队这边可以做高地塔啊，比较有机会被破的，但是现在好像也没有人愿意就传送下去硬破。
好，看一下狮子王再一期开始大招，目标是谁？哎呀，我看见一个比较可怜的人，就是你小虎，你还不跑，网住一套连招直接秒杀。 看一下曹总这个装备，水银鞋、欢欣水银鞋、青羽、幽梦之灵、九头蛇还有无尽，预备再来个春哥。好，这边小龙刷新，好的，厂长又一次开大，目标是谁？目标是加菲猫，加菲猫跑得很快。好，厂长也是只能往回撤。好，这边上路皇城 PK， 土行孙大战 Amazing 坠，土行孙直接被敲傻了，死在了这个木棍之下。 好，这波笑笑是被单杀，笑笑被单杀啦。好，看一下这边，预备进行一波推进，蓝色方。但是这个保龄球，哇，又是一波姿态要报仇了，你杀我小方块。好，加菲猫一报仇啊！这小闪看一下郭俊良再往上路走，但是好像哎这个姿态也挺明显的，在草丛等着。
而且还插了一个追求，哇，任何一个角度超级都是滴水不漏的防御。
好，看一下厂长中亚，这个中亚开的太漂亮了，就把那个网子挡住了，而且厂长没法输出，因为在塔下。好 ，EQ 炸回来没有炸中，若风交出闪现逃生，预备反打龙卷风。这个啊，好小闪闪现大招 Q， 打在 Crystal 身上，厂长开大，直接秒杀大嘴，大嘴暂时。好，这边若风想冲塔，被反手顶起来，炸弹人炸，哇，黄色 PK 哦，加菲猫一个极限反杀。好的，看一下 Amazing J， 哇，智商压制，这波真是智商压制，直接是插眼跳过墙，从旁边把他拦截住，是一个包饺子。这一把打得比较纠结，现在两边的经济都是8万2，不是，是这个是8万2吗？是8万2。啊，可以，我以为是82万。52比50，每人一个4个塔，一个7个塔，每人2条小龙，哇，好，很尴尬这个局势。这把看起来土行孙的作用没有很大，没有小丑大，因为主要是安妮这个英雄手太短了。对。这把厂长，这个狮子狗还有姿态的加菲猫两个都打得很凶。好，看一下姿态再一次出门，看一下姿态装备，姿态是什么装备？基本上两个人的装备是差不多啊，除了鞋子之外是一模一样的。好，看一下姿态预备进行一波开大招抓人，抓到谁呢？哎呀，大鼻子，你这个位置好尴尬，但是姿态没有选的是你，他是想去找狮子王报仇，但是狮子王这时候也开启大招，预备进行一波反杀，圣给大招网住一套秒杀，没有反被秒，春高预备复活，看一下若风赶过来闪现大出了笑笑，笑笑也是看一下意识起来开启了中亚，这时候 Amazing J 赶过来，小虎不断的在中间用一技能打断，好，又是个中亚若风，起来之后Q12连，圣不断的在嘲讽，好，姿态被蹲尸体了，直接战死，这一波是1换5。要一波了吗？要一波了吗？这一波绝对是一波的节奏。哎，上一把是2比0，是若风队杀神风2比0带走土行孙。哎，这边为什么不一波啊？这波不一波，难道是还想玩一会儿？可以。其实刚刚真可以一波，真的可以。你看到现在都没复活，他连拆2个塔加一个水晶就已经够把基地拆掉了。啊，看来要决斗一波，两边都想决斗。好，这时候口香糖复活，他在打断，他想打断别人回城，但是没打中。好，这个大招抓谁？是谁？逮到了，这个抓住一套连招小闪，直接惨死。好，这波抓掉小闪之后，将会是笑笑队的一个极地大反攻。这波机会很关键。现在就笑笑队要想着不能被加里奥跟圣一直控制到，他们连在一起打的话，就会一直被控制，一直被嘲讽，一直被拉住，很难输出。啊，这边看一下高地上不去啊，清兵能力还是比较强悍的，完全没有机会摸塔。好，这边塔也是强行拆掉，剩一个1没打中，笑笑反手大招，狮子狗开大，想秒谁？看一下厂长的位置，厂长从背后拦截，看一下厂长目标是谁？目标没有上啊，怂啦，这波怂啦，厂长没有春哥不能上啊。啊，这边开启了团来，死亡中亚死掉。啊，厂长也是被姿态逮住杀死，现在是1换1还在打。好了，9桶小虎也战死，这边 Love CD 继续追击，这把只剩一个姿态，好的，姿态也死了。又是一波1换4，原地传送，哎，挡住单挑皇城 PK， 但是大嘴怎么可能打得过武器大师？被圣落地嘲讽，直接秒杀。就感觉他们啊投降，2比0。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Christopher Papa Smithy Smith, and we're here for our final matchup of the night. It is going to be between Team WE and King, a battle for the playoff spot. You have to think, Papa Smithy.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge playoff ramifications coming out of this game, Atlas. A potential 6-point spread between those teams just at the top of that ladder, around the 7th, 8th spot, just kind of scraping into the playoffs. And a team like World Elite who's making this late charge, trying to get in there. At the time of writing, or the time of speaking, King sitting at 20 points, so they're actually comfortable in 6th spot, only a point ahead of Starhorn Royal Cup and Masters 3, who we've already seen play today. World Elite sitting at 15 points, so 5 points behind King. With 2 series to play after this particular match, you have to think, if they don't get the 2-0 here, it's going to be a hard road for World Elite if they want to make the playoffs.
Yeah, and we heard actually the interview with Spirit after IEM as well. What they're looking for is to make sure that they're not going to get relegated. Well, they also have a chance to get into these playoffs as well, so they've got their eye on the prize, and this is going to be one of those matchups that still means a whole lot to these players.
And absolutely, I mean, and the thing that Spirit really focused on was he didn't want to get relegated. And of course, if you enter that relegation tournament down the bottom, you have multiple chances, multiple series where you have to win just to stay, just to claim those last 2 spots in the LPL. Well, of course, if you make it to the playoffs and lose, you're still safe. So it's, again, the safety of making playoffs and the potential for a massive upset coming from 8th spot or 7th spot to win the LPL. It's all possible here for World Elite, but they kind of have to start with a 2-0 win over their fellow playoff competitors. That's why I say it's a 6-point spread, because of course if King win, that's 3 extra points, and then suddenly they're 3 points further ahead of Team World Elite.
Yeah, and let's run through the King lineup here as well. Sky picking up that Hecarim and the Maokai as well. Has got a cheeky Lulu game there, but a lot of it more sort of your tanky frontliners there to be picked up from Sky, and we'll see whether he does get his Aurelia again as well. Also very, very strong on that champion. And MLXG pulled out the Elise as well, and that one actually worked out quite well.
Exactly. It was the debut of the Elise in the LPL, at least the slightly reworked Elise on patch 5.6. In general, King, you can see Assassin's been playing a lot of the Cho'Gath. You'll remember from yesterday, Atlas, they beat fairly lofty opposition in LGD. It was a 1-1 in the series. Lots of Urgot coming through from Whoosh. That was the big takeaway. The first game, the longest range auto attack they actually had was the Urgot, no other range champion. But adding in the Elise seemed to do wonders for King, and taking a game away from LGD gave them that slight point barrier, point buffer on the 7th and 8th spot, Masters 3 and Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, and we've seen Nautilus actually being picked up across the LPL here as well in the support role. Liam picking that one up twice in a row in the last matchup there against LGD. And was throwing out depth charges left, right, and center, actually using that ability basically off cooldown, but able to create exactly what they wanted to in their final matchup. And I mean, it was slight, strategic error with the pick ban phase that really lost them that first match, but they really executed that team comp well, and that bottom lane of the Nautilus Urgot was working out really well for them.
And if you compare that to World Elite, they also picked up a win over lofty opposition, going 1-1 with EDG yesterday.
Yeah.
And Urgot was the flavor of the day for Mystic in the bottom lane as well. So you have to think it's going to be highly competitive picking up the Urgot pick. The Urgot pick ban, that's where we are, Atlas, in week 10 of the LPL, but it's not a laughing matter. That's the difference between the wins and losses. It's been the Urgot pick, particularly against the Kalista. Kalista's been in such high acclaim in the LPL, but suddenly you can lock in Urgot and really shut down that hyper carry Kalista.
Yeah, and if you land one of those Noxie and corrosive charges onto this Kalista, she can almost die during that duration. And let's go over our World Elite lineup now as Aluka there in the top lane. He's been having some much better performances.
And specifically on the Scion Atlas, the cheers come from the crowd as they remember his heroics back at IEM, doing wonderful things. And look, the other person who gets the cheers is Spirit, who's been wonderful. The Lee Sin that he brought out was one of the big reasons, out jungling Clearlove on Lee Sin. Of course, a champion Clearlove very acquainted with. Played a very impressive hand, and Jia, he's been a revelation in general. I mean, Ninja was on the up just before he had to leave the lineup, but Jia has certainly been no slouch. The Ahri and the playmaking mages, they've been the big picks for Jia.
Yeah, and Mystic as well. You can see that Urgot game sitting out like a sore thumb there in the lineup of champions. He was brilliant on that one, and Yujie has always been very well acquainted with the Thresh, but his most recent performance was amazing.
And I think we need to compare the two Urgot picks between Whoosh and Mystic. Of course, both in the AD carry role. We haven't seen as much mid Urgot in the LPL. It's definitely been of the AD carry role, almost anti-carry variety. Whoosh, he wasn't really building up that cooldown reduction. That was actually the statistic I was noticing.
Yeah.
You know, it's maybe picking up a Glacial Shard, but sitting around 20% CDR. It's actually only when you hit 37.5% CDR that you can hit the 5th Acid Hunter during one Noxian Corrosive Charge. So then again, because that ability, the Acid Hunter, is on such a low cooldown with the lock-on, and again, has such high base damage, but not the best AD scaling, that extra corrosive charge, the cooldown reduction moving towards that is even more efficient for your output of damage than a BF sword. It's such a big factor.
It's ridiculous.
And Mystic, on the other hand, rushed the Frozen Heart after his Mana Moon and Brutalizer, hit 40% CDR very, very early. It felt like Mystic was definitely more of a carry performance on the Urgot, whereas the Whoosh performance was more about denying the AD carry with just sheer tankiness.
Yeah, just being that sort of anti-carry that Urgot definitely can be, and managed to in the second game there against LGD. So both of these Urgot players able to pick up victories, but 100% now for Mystic, which is very, very frightening. And let's have a look at the Urgot graph here. They're looking very similar. King with 100% Urgot games and 0% for WE. I think they forgot the fact that Mystic got on there for one time.
I think you actually mistook this ratio. If World Elite do not win this series, their chance of making playoffs, unfortunately, is near 0%. And I mean, King, if they win this one, they'll have 3 more points. They'll be 4 points ahead of the equal 8th place Starhorn Royal Club and Masters 2 with only 2 series to play. So while not 100% safe, you might as well say they basically booked their tickets into the playoffs after an up and down season.
Yeah, well, that's true, and we'll see whether it works out. Of course, I apologize for my lack of being able to read the Chinese language here, but thankfully, Papa Smithy there with the information for you guys. And this is a very, very big game, and we've been seeing some interesting strategies being tried out at this end of the LPL, but right now, everything's still on the line for these guys, and you have to think they're both going to be raring to go as we jump into Champ Select. Sion going to be banned away from Aluka here, and the Vladimir being taken away from Jie or anyone else. I'm not entirely sure where the Vladimir wants to go. Of course, we've seen it in the mid lane, but
let's replay by play these bans as they've come out. So Sion is your first ban, then Cho'Gath, Vladimir taken away by King, and Nautilus is your ban by World Elite. Where was this patch months ago?
My goodness.
It is a crazy world. Finally a standard ban. Janna banned away from UJ. That's not the Thresh that he defaults to, but obviously a pick that King don't want to deal with. Maybe they're once again going for their short-range, high CC comp, so they don't want to have Janna repositioning the backline.
Yeah, or they just want to first pick the Thresh here and get sort of the highest priority supports into their back pockets. The Azir going to be banned away from Assassin, of course. Another notable Azir player able to pick that champion back up now on 5.6. We saw Dade playing it to great effect despite the loss, and we, of course, saw Barker on that champion as well, and he was brilliant, really maneuvering around this fight. Aluka, one super tank was removed. He'll hop on a different one, and the first lock-in for MLXG going to be that Rek'Sai.
It's definitely a power pick. I mean, Rek'Sai sneaking through a draft just because, again, some of these
there
out-of-meta picks and picks, but Urgot surprisingly makes it through the first round of picks, valuing Rek'Sai over Urgot. It's come to this point, Atlas, but it's a very relevant point. Mystic was outstanding on this Urgot. It was certainly a carry performance, and Kalista, this is what Mystic completely smashed in lane. King will be absolutely looking for a lane swap because we've already seen multiple times you cannot learn Kalista up against Urgot. One team managed to do it today, but Mystic's Urgot is a completely different discussion.
Yeah, we're talking about power picks right now, Papa Smithy. We've got sort of the highest priority support in Thresh going to be hovered, but the Sejuani for Spirit, that is massive.
And World Elite have got so much CC. The Martial Poise, okay, it lets you hop around, but you're not going to hop around from targeted CC, from the swap from Urgot. Sejuani is going to throw things in. Suddenly, World Elite have a huge lockdown team, and in general, this is complete killjoy for the Kalista in particular. They already need a lane swap, crying out for a lane swap with their picks. And look at these lock-ins. It's actually Karthus and Hecarim. Very strange final two lock-ins because suddenly...
Where's the support? Is this going to be another support Aurelia, Papa Smithy?
I mean, you'd have to think that's the most obvious support champion. I was almost going to wonder who was in the jungle, but of course, probably going to be the
There's
Rek'Sai
a few choices
in the jungle.
there.
There's craziness going out on King's side. And World Elite, they're kind of like, okay, I think Karthus is in the mid lane.
Yeah, but also Jie has his pick of anything that he wants there in the mid lane. His Diana's up, his Ahri's up, his LeBlanc's up as well. He can decide what he wants to take into this Karthus as well. And why not pick up the Ahri? Able to dodge out of the way of a lot of those lay wastes. He can keep range so that Defile isn't as much of a problem. And he's going to lock that one away. So World Elite still with a fairly standard comp, but Lamb deciding that he wants to take the Aurelia there. And Fate's call on an Aurelia, get her straight into that backline if you want to. It's pretty
believe
decent.
support Aurelia still has a 0% win rate. I do not think it is actually one again. There is some...
I think there was one, maybe.
There might have been one. I can see some Sims. Of course, has a very strong CC ability, but the damage on that particular ability has been nerfed in this patch. 40 less damage at level 9. You expect it's probably still going to be the first max because the only true CC ability coming through from the Aurelia. Very strange pick, and against a punishing champion like Urgot, okay, it has high base health. Of course, you can buy some regen, but it's going to be a punishing lane in the bot as we see very standard things up the top. And I guess in 5.6, standard things in the jungle with the Sejuani versus Rek'Sai matchup. Rek'Sai going to have the early pressure. Sejuani, we know what she can get to around that level 6 mark.
Yeah, as soon as you get that Glacial Prison, things get very, very frightening for your opposition as Assassin's going to take the Karthus into the Ahri here as well. The blind pick of the Karthus a little bit dangerous. We'll see how that one does manage to work out as Whoosh is going to take the Callista into the Urgot that we've seen is fairly horrible sometimes. But this is the interesting matchup. The support Aurelia against the very standard Thresh.
Okay, the Aurelia obviously going to be happy to eat hooks because has the much higher base health. In general, you have to worry a bit for King. They've got pretty weak lanes. The Callista's definitely going to be trying to dodge the Urgot. You take Maokai in the laning matchup against Hecarim, and Karthus is only looking to survive lane against Ahri. Definitely not going to have kill pressure. So despite the fact they have an early skirmish jungler, it almost feels like the Sejuani might be the one that's able to get the early ganks rather than necessarily the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and there's a nice nautical theme there with the Thresh and Urgot as far as the skins are concerned. The giant enemy crab bot, and of course the deep sea Thresh. But let's get onto the Rift and see how this game shakes out. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with our last matchup of the evening. It is going to be between King and World Elite, and a massive amount of pressure on both of these teams trying to vie for their position in those playoffs. And already some very defensive starts, not going for any lane swaps thus far with any deep warding, you have to think, but we'll see whether that is going to be changed, as King probably don't want to put Whoosh up against this Urgot that Mystics managed to get.
And I'll stop short of calling this a must-win for World Elite just because of their 2 remaining series, they actually have probably the easiest run of these teams competing for those last spots in playoffs. We're talking about matches against Energy, Pacemaker, and Gamti. They're actually the only 2 teams below them on the standings. So very winnable games left for World Elite, but if they don't get a result in this series, specifically if they're 0-2, they're basically hoping and praying for other results. And you never want to put your playoff faith in the hands of other people. Put it on themselves. Win at least the first game, as we see some shocked fans in the crowd. They're just as scared as we are about this potential game, because if World Elite lose the first game, suddenly they'll have it all to do. They need at least a point, because giving King 3 points is just probably the biggest situation they have to avoid. Okay, you usually focus about your own points, but King getting 3 points basically cements them, and that's another playoff spot that will be basically unattainable for World Elite.
Yeah, and there's a lot of teams as well that are very, very desperate to get that spot, and World Elite, of course, really need to be able to get through here, and this is one of the winnable matchups that they have that can really get them up there.
So we'll talk a bit about this matchup, sorry to cut you off. The big thing about Urgot is that he's surprisingly weak at level 1. He definitely doesn't have a lot of lane push. Both these champions are definitely auto-attack focused at level 1. The Rend for pushing on Whoosh's side. Urgot's pushing. It's only when Urgot gets a couple of points in Acid Hunter and then, a point in Noxian Crochet Charge around level 3 that he really starts to be the obnoxious laning champion that we remember. Pushing in an Urgot is one of the best ways to deal with him in lane, because Urgots love to pick up armor penetration, don't necessarily have a lot of fight ID, but the level 2 advantage, it's come to King, and they might actually have quite a significant amount of lane control in these very early levels.
Yeah, they're trying to get there as well. Whoosh actually going down very, very low, but Lamb able to Blade Surge his way in amongst this one, now has a couple of these abilities as well. Doesn't need to worry too much about that hidden style, of course, because he's just not going to be hitting too many things.
Mystic has no mana regen, is having to use his Q, the Acid Hunters, just to clear the waves. Doesn't have as much AD as we're describing, as you want to pick up armor penetration, reds or quins as much as you can take. And Urgot having to use his mana for lane control is a bit like a Corki having to use his mana and his Phosphorus Bomb to trim waves. It means that once he starts to scale up level 3, level 4, he won't have quite enough mana for harass as MLXG.
Yeah, actually, there's the flash coming through as well, as Jia is in a lot of trouble. The flash forward from Assassin, and first blood for the Karthus. Takes a couple of turret shots, but doesn't care. And MLXG already with so much pressure.
And that is a scary first 4 minutes for World Elite in the bottom lane, getting pushed in their Urgot lane. And in the mid lane, Karthus getting first blood. Hyperscales in the late game with his AP. Of course, his Requiem always hits 5 members, so it's always damage relevant in a fight, even if he falls down. Okay, Urgot finally managing to get some lane control on the bottom, but Ari falling down, no flash, no ignite. Definitely not going to be the safest champion. Karthus doesn't have flash himself. I'm expecting Spirit to definitely show some presence in the mid lane, because you have to say, MLXG is already making a big boon getting first blood on his Karthus.
Yeah, and look at this, the spectator as well has noticed. Assassin went back and picked up a Giant's Belt. So this Karthus is definitely going to be healthy in this lane, and going for obviously one of those Riley's Crystal Scepters just to make sure that he has as much CC as possible.
Riley's is a wonderful item on Karthus. Of course, if you hit the Q, if you clip the Q on the only target registered on the lay waste, then of course you get the double damage that comes with the Q, but you also get a single target slow, and because that ability is on, what, a 1 second cooldown, you do have perma CC between that and of course your wall to ensure that you hit your lay waste. The ultimate also applies slow as well, but this is all just to give him laning options against the Ahri. That's the big consideration here. Didn't have enough gold for a Catalyst, so what will the build be? Will it maybe just be a tier after the Giant Spell? Because you're going to need some form of mana regen. I guess you could avoid it, but then you're basically completely blue reliant. And the crazy thing is, if a Karthus doesn't build any mana, doesn't have blue buff, and you kind of let him run through his mana, you can just not kill him, and he just can't do anything.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and I'm a little bit confused about that pickup because, of course, he does like to get these setup items. He loves to have the Rod of Ages. He loves to have the tier as well, but not going to be the option that Assassin's deciding to go with. And he was one of the players that managed to pull out the Cho'Gath first. He has been changing up this meta as well with a lot of different ideas, but we'll see whether this Riley's rush, by the looks of things, is going to work out here for Assassin, or whether he just had 1,000 gold when he went back and just wanted to capitalize as much as he could.
Well, follow this leap of logic with me, Atlas. We'll go on a magical journey of theory.
I'd love to. I love going
game.
on magical
There's
journeys
no
with you.
PYL, so no true magical journey, but a theoretical magical journey. Not a magical nightmare either, I hope. But
Thank
let's see if my
goodness,
reasoning holds together. Kallista's definitely going to have to scale up against Urgot. You give the early scaling advantage to Urgot, would you not?
Yes.
Absolutely. He's definitely going to have the mid-game power spike. In the top lane, Hecarim has quite a high item floor as well. He needs Trinity Force into tanky. So Maokai especially can build Catalyst, can build Glacial Shroud, can build cost-effective tankiness. So again, he'd have an earlier power spike. If you're building Tyr and Rod of Ages, you're opting into 3 delayed power spikes. Only really Rek'Sai having an earlier power spike from the jungle, which is not really a relevant factor. I feel like maybe Karthus is just looking for as many stats as early to ensure he's at least not dying in lane, and maybe just a tier instead of tier Rod of Ages to ensure that his power spike is early as MLXG.
Oh, yeah, usually actually getting caught out here as well. The Ignite's on. There's the Requiem as well. Assassin's going to be able to lock down the kill. Heal not enough, especially with that Ignite. And King, again, so much power. And MLXG, he has leveled up as a jungler.
Yeah, it was a reactionary heal. He should have noticed the Ignite and just saved that summon selfishly. Again, Karthus picks up another kill. His power spike is going to be much earlier if he doesn't opt into Rod of Ages. So perhaps going for an early focus build might help King in this early game, because we found in competitive, you pick 3 late power spikes, you're probably going to lose this game in the mid game.
Well, unless you're going to have MLXG running around the map, getting advantages left, right, and center. But you're right, that hasn't been what has been successful. It's been sort of these mid-game focused team comps, and also having at least a bit of insurance to help you out through this earlier stage. And Assassin decided he wasn't. Actually, he did go back, picked up a late tier, and does have that amplifying tome as well. So I'm not entirely sure what Assassin really wants to go for.
Look, he needs mana sustain from somewhere. 700 gold is a much smaller investment than the Rod of Ages. And again, not going to be scaling. There's not going to be any mid-game lull. If he gets a 12, 13, 14-minute Rylai's, which is looking very possible at this point when he already has the Giant's Belt and the Amp Tome. At least he will have some lane presence. The solo kill pressure from Giet won't be there, and Karthus will be one lane where King have pressure, and one lane that MLG doesn't have to relieve pressure from. If you have 3 losing lanes and Rek'Sai needs to be everywhere, even with a global ultimate, that's just not something you can do as a jungler. So I really like this coming through from Assassin, because again, you go tier Catalyst as a Karthus with 3 losing lanes, with pressure in every lane from World Elite. Statistically, historically, you just don't win games.
No, but you can see Mystic now able to have complete control over this lane. Has gone back, picked up that tier as well as a couple of long swords, going towards that Brutalizer as quickly as he can. And of course, we've seen a few things out of Urgot as far as what the first buys are, and it seems to me like when you cannot afford to pick up that Manamune straight away, you want to get that Brutalizer as soon as you can.
I mean, Brutalizer is going to do so much kill pressure. At this point, we can't tell how much cooldown reduction the Urgot has from runes. Some people are picking up those cooldown reduction blues, because cooldown reduction blues per level will give you 15% CDR at level 18. Of course, you can take 5% flat CDR from your masteries. So again, people have really been experimenting, but Brutalizer has so much kill pressure. Again, if you can't get that Manamune as a straight buy and start stacking super early on auto attacks, Brutalizer gives you a lot more lane presence, and of course brings your cooldowns lower. As World Elite, they're translating this bottom lane pressure into an early dragon attempt.
Yeah, so they are going for it here. Yujie has come around, and Spirit now with level 7, threatening with the Glacial Prison, does of course have the double buffs on him as well, and that's going to be an easily secured dragon, and Spirit going to take away these tunnels at the same time. So very good control of this map thus far as those neutrals are concerned by World Elite, and they're not too far behind. Wall of Pain going to cause Yujie a few troubles there in the mid lane, but is going to be able to still dodge away from those lay wastes, and he's keeping very healthy in this lane.
And King, they just shouldn't be opting into fights at this point anyway, because again, we've discussed Hecarim scaling up. He's got the Phage. He, of course, wants Trinity Force into looking at this enemy lineup. Maybe a Frozen Heart and a Giant's Belt, perhaps, to be team fight ready. Karthus doesn't have a completed item, working towards a Rylai's, and you'd have to assume an Archangel's into possible Seraph's Embrace transform. In the bottom lane, Callista has nothing, has a Vampiric Scepter, just for a bit of sustain in lane. So King do not want to shoot for fights early, and if they can just stay in lanes, if they can stay competitive in CS, which is very difficult to do in the bot lane especially, but it would have been difficult to do for Assassin if not for the Giant's Belt and just the repeated ganks coming onto Gia and the pressure. He's actually ahead in CS of an Ahri, and what is, at least on paper, a good matchup for Ahri. The scaling is on from King, so if this goes quietly, if they can just get through the laning phase, they'll be very happy, and a couple of dragons going to World Elite, that won't change anything.
No, not too bad here, of course. It is sort of the consolation prize that you do get for having one of these team comps that is earlier power spiking in being able to at least lock down the first few dragons, but King will see whether they can actually hold on to this game. We've seen it hasn't worked out in the past, but World Elite, they don't have a whole lot of pressure because MLXG has just been so effective on this Rek'Sai early on, able to affect this map and help his lanes stay competitive. And when you've got a Callista in this lane against Urgot, who's only behind 6 CS, I mean, he's still behind, but that is definitely working out. Spirit setting up camp here on the top side of the map. There's the twisted advance from Maluka, but Sky still a fair way away from Spirit. We'll see when he does decide to pull the trigger.
And Sky's just going to top himself up with the Flask. The kill pressure's not really there. They don't have the Karthus on their team to supply any more damage. Of course, he's going to have the Onslaught of Shadows to get away, and Alucard's just not able to chip down the Hecarim's health, so not going to be a fruitful gank path for Spirit. He'll back away. Karthus has the Rylai's very, very quickly. 400 health is going to be a very relevant stat, and just trying to stay alive against the Ahri. Didn't notice how much magic resist he's running. We'll see over here. Running standard magic resist blues, so still is fairly effectively tanky with the 400 health and the flat magic resist blues. And look, Ahri not having solo pressure in bot is a very in mid lane, sorry, is a very relevant thing, because Karthus can just stay in lane, keep trimming the waves. Of course, gets a lot of damage with that Defile, just standard max second. And again, Karthus, like Vladimir, who we've seen this weekend, is a hyper carry of magic damage in the late game. So getting him through a laning phase, just like when we speak about with Vladimir, is very relevant.
And there's an Oxy and Corrosive Charge as well, as Mystic able to put the pressure on. You can see Wushin in there as nice Dark Passage, going to get Mystic to safety here as MLXG going to get thwarted in his gank attempt down on this bottom side. Now going to head up through the river, actually thinking about, well, at least throws a Prey Seeker there, but Mystic going to narrowly dodge out of the way of that one. And everything calm again.
World Elite's thing they want to do this game, you look down the lineup, they do have the 3 ranged auto attackers, so sieging, while not simple, with a 425 range 80 carry like Urgot, it's going to be very, very difficult to siege down turrets. But Ari has a decent ranged auto attack. Thresh will help out as well. They're still looking for team fights, looking to get advantage, they're looking to get some turrets and start some snowball, because we've discussed a few times the scaling advantage is with King, so you want to start to get a global lead where you can. The global lead's certainly not there, as Mystic's aggressed onto.
Oh my goodness, actually the Equilibrium Strike stunning Mystic for quite some time, and the burst to come through from this Callista, and of course the Aurelia as well. Not used to talking about that in the bottom side of the map. Is actually MLXG coming through for the dive. Here's, in fact, the teleport as well. Fate's Call and Mystic gets him knocked up as Wushin was tanking the turret. Mystic actually coming forward and picks up the kill with the help of the Ignite from UJ and Assassin. He'd even roam down, and when a Karthus beats an Ari in a roam, you know something's going right for your Karthus.
You know how he did that, Atlas? I believe he's running teleport in the mid lane.
Oh, he
so
is.
he had even less kill pressure than you. Doesn't even have an exhaust to try and hit those layaways, so it makes sense why he picked up Rylance. And it shows how important it is that that first gank was successful, because opting into a counter matchup with teleport, not even a combat summoner, was a cocky thing to do by Assassin. He almost loses his turret, but man, if I had noticed that teleport, I would have been singing the praises of that early jungle pathing from MLXG, because this could have been just a complete wash in the mid lane if Ari ever got ahead.
Yeah, it could have been an absolute nightmare, as Lamb actually heading back to this mid lane as well. Yujie is going to be there. Both of our supports just having a little bit of a roam around the map as the AD carries went back to make their purchases. Mystic does have, in fact, a pickaxe as well as the Brutalizer and the Manamune, so massive power up here for this Urgot, as Lamb actually going to find UJ here as well as MLXG comes around. They actually get the stun down, and the Requiem's there as well. That's a lot of poke damage. Of course, it's a no sustain lane, so may as well just throw it out for some damage.
I felt that was just a communication error. Karthus must have thought that there was kill pressure coming through. He only has a Tyr and a Rylance, so no semblance of CDR. Level 1 Karthus ult, very, very long cooldown. Actually, might have just pinged level 2. Not sure if it was a level 11 at the time. Regardless, going to be over a 2-minute cooldown for no kill pressure, no assess, no kills.
Yeah, and MLXG staying around this bottom side as Mystic and Whoosh just chilling out in this lane, just farming it out against one another. The Bloodthirster first has been started up here by Whoosh, and of course Crystal opting for that one when we saw him today on the Callista as well.
I'm fascinated to see where he goes with this next item. Of course, Deft yesterday as Callista versus Urgot, actually in both games in that situation, was running the Phantom Dancer as the second run, going for the single target build. There has been a little bit less of the Bloodthirster into Hurricane, despite the fact that you have a huge early power spike with those two items. Actually, in this situation, despite being against multiple tanks, I quite like the Hurricane second, just because you've already got all the AoE damage coming through from Karthus, that the Ren sets are a real big possibility when everyone's taking guaranteed damage from the Karth.
Yeah, actually, MLXG turning around onto UJ here, lands a brilliant charm onto Assassin, but of course can't go 2v1. Does get some answering trade damage, though, and G8 still in contention here in this middle side as Morellonomicon completed, as well as that Blasting Wand as well. Doesn't have any boots just yet, but of course, with that Q, with the Spirit Rush as well, you're going to have enough mobility. As a bit of a sneak in here by MLXG. Does like to check out this dragon every now and again. He has been discovered. Spirit is around. That Glacial Prison hasn't been used yet this game, but he does have an opportunity to use it now. The knock-up there available from MLXG as every member is in here. The knock-up's coming down. Mystic's going to take down MLXG in this fight, but the Assassin right in amongst everything. The swap onto Whoosh right into the middle of everyone as World Elite scattering to the wind now. As there's the Death Defy to come through from Assassin. He's finally actually dead now as Wushin and Sky still with control of this one. It was a 3-for-2 though, and World Elite now looking to try and turn this one around despite not quite having the health available to get it done. And King sort of not working out exactly what they want to do with the fact that they semi-won that fight.
But the big thing was, Atlas, they did not have Requiem available after it was used about 60 seconds ago. It would have been a one-team fight if they could have channeled the Requiem. They're actually going to start the Dragon again. Remember, it was King starting the Dragon, losing a team fight. But with the backs coming through, they're going to start the Dragon. They should get it.
Yeah, they should. 2,000 health now. Does have the Smite available and going to lock that one down. Of course, the Balmy Cinder on the Rek'Sai as well. MLXG has so much extra health, and of course that burn does a whole lot of work against these neutrals, so they lock that one down relatively easily, evening out the dragons now as well. and only 1,000 in it though. So this is the thing, of course, MLXG with a fantastic early performance, but World Elite by no means out of this one.
And Sky basically got a free lane, as even in CS against him, Maokai has brought a very snowballed Trinity Force. He had that at the last fight, now he adds Merc Tread to the equation. Trinity Force into tanking before any semblance of a gold or objectively comes through from the early to mid-game spiking World Elite. That is a scary thing because the late-game power spikes, the Trinity Force, the Rylais, soon to be the Archangels, are already starting to be stacked up by King, and I love the fact, again, we spoke about what the build will be. It will be the Hurricane in the early game, the Trinity Force burst, the onslaught of shadows coming through, and all of the Requiem and AoE coming through from Karthus' Defile, the Renset potential from Wish. He could snowball and get a couple of items, and then just late game sell the Hurricane and buy a Phantom Dancer or an Infinity Edge, depending on how his other items shake out.
Yeah, and we'll see whether he actually gets enough gold to have sort of that level of disposable income, but of course, if it gets to that stage, you have to think that Wushin probably able to do that, and Aluka not even going to be the super tank that he otherwise would be that could actually thwart this Kalista in what she's trying to do. Spirit now paying a visit to Sky, who's able to charge his way out of this one. The teleport actually coming through from Assassin, though, cancels it.
Communication again. We saw with the Requiem, now with the teleport. Obviously, if the teleport was being channeled, they wanted to re-engage. They had the ultimate for disengage. Speaking of being caught, Jie.
Yeah, Jie might have been caught, or has he caught MLXG? The Spirit Rush is there, but MLXG so tanky now as well. As this Ahri not exactly having the game that she wants to. The rest of World Elite are around. There's the Fate's Call in the bottom lane, though. Transcendent Blades coming through. Wushin very, very low. As Yujie trying to be a menace there at the same time. Oh my goodness, Jie gonna fall down. MLXG picks up another one for the team as World Elite are getting decimated on the top side, but Mystic picks up one in trade in the bottom side
and
of the map.
A double kill with the Requiem comes through from Assassin. They couldn't run away from the Rylai's lay waste and gets a double kill overall. This game is snowballing really quickly for King.
Yeah, King really doing some work. Of course, not quite showing on the gold just yet as MLXG actually turns back around and gets the backup kill. That was pretty cute with that Prey Seeker. And cool guys don't look at explosions, Papa Smithy.
And Assassin has a disgusting amount of gold on Karthus. So snowballed, now 6-1-1. More global objectives coming through. Sky's being cute. He's waiting for these creeps to die and just letting them push back as much as possible. He's not interested in rushing down this turret. Karthus goes back, picks up the Sorcerer's Shoes, probably going to save for a needlessly large rod at this point. With the late game scaling advantage and now a 2,000 gold advantage, things are going from bad to worse for World Elite in a must-win series for them.
Yeah, and they need the 3 points here as well. It's not about, oh, we can go 1 for 1 or anything like that. They have to be able to take down these points if they want to guarantee a spot that they're in control of. Otherwise, it's going to be waiting on other teams to lose, making sure that certain things, certain factors are going to come true for them, which is just far too dangerous.
If the mind games involved, Alice, when you're sitting there watching the television, hoping for a team to lose, maybe you have friends on that team, maybe you don't, but all the psychological factors just make the results so much harder. You want to control your own destiny. At World Elite, it's looking like it's going to be a struggle because this first game has definitely been in the control of King. From that first successful game from MLXG, who's been everywhere on Rek'Sai.
He has been, and Jia is going to be able to clear out this pink ward, but not going to find the gank as Woosh, he's going to head back, pick up that the Runan's Hurricane there as well. So he's already at his 2-item power spike that you've spoken so fondly of. Having that that Hurricane is just fantastic paired up with the Bloodthirster as well.
And look at all the setup damage coming through. Trinity Force, Hecarim, the Karthus we've already mentioned is super snowballed this game. If Karthus goes in, dies first, and Kallista's in a position to start cleaning up, send the Fates Call Aurelia into the fight, you are going to see some sick Rensets coming through because the damages, there's no Aegis coming through from World Elite just yet. They need an Aegis to deal just with the Karthus. You never want to have to build an Aegis early against a single AP champion, but Karthus is the one who demands that, and Karthus is who is most snowballed this game.
Yeah, and that is just a terrifying thought on its own here as Jie having a woeful game on this Ahri. 0-3-0 has been shut out so far.
And he was the one with the counter pick, remember. He could have picked anything. He picked the Ahri into the Karthus. And you'd have to say Lost Lane, a big credit to MLXG for that, really vindicating the first pick Rek'Sai. We've definitely seen Rek'Sai's feast or famine in some cases, done very, very well or struggled. This Rek'Sai, done a lot of work for the team.
Yeah, and Assassin now does have that Seraph's Embrace completed as well. Sky more than happy to get underneath this turret, and they are going to be able to take out the mid lane outer turret here as well. King now with the turret advantage. They've taken top, they've taken mid. You have to think that the bottom lane is going to be the next option here as Whoosh is able to push this one out. But Mystic is still there, and he might be the shining light here for World Elite as far as being able to stop what King are doing in the later stages.
Absolutely. He's already shown his proficiency in this champion, beat Deft quite handedly in that World Elite versus EDG game yesterday. Definitely showed the most proficiency on Urgot of the few Urgots that we saw yesterday. Has the Frozen Heart, so he's probably sitting on about 40% CDR at this point. I'll be able to estimate it for you guys shortly, just having a look. Yes, he's actually sitting on 37%, so he has some scaling runes, so he will have 37.5% CDR. He will be able to get 5 Acid Hunters onto a Corrosive Charge target, which is a massive factor. So much base damage coming through. And it looks like with that pickaxe working towards Last Whisper, but it's a bit of a solo act, you have to think. The rest of his team really kind of flattering to the sea.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem here as World Elite actually going to try and pull out this dragon here as well. It's going to be the second for them. They do have the positional advantage, but King making their way in here as well. There's the teleport to come through from Aluka. They lock down the dragon. There's a twisted advance as well. Aluka right in amongst this fight. There's the Fates Callers. In comes Sky from the backline. The double knockups as well as Lamb actually going to flash out here as there's the swap onto Mystic. They take down Lamb. Can they get any more? There is Assassin right in amongst this fight. He's going to die, but he doesn't mind about it because, of course, he's Karthus. Has the Requiem here as well. A double kill already as UJ falls down. Mystic going to die as well. Whoosh is going to finally fall as Spirit locks down that kill. MLXG going to die. There's the Arctic Assault over the wall, but Sky versus Spirit. You have to think the horse going to come out ahead. And the ace, but so close for King.
Super close fight coming out from King. I expected a much more landslide victory, but the tanky members and earlier power spikes from World Elite were doing a lot of work critically. Aluka salvaged the end of the fight by flashing onto Whoosh and getting the assassination onto him with his base damages. King also get a turret though. They are losing in terms of dragons, but win the team fight and looking good as they scale up into this game. You have to think team fight's only going to get better for this King lineup.
Yeah, and as soon as Assassin picks up potentially a death cap next, we don't know what he's going to pick up because, of course, hasn't been quite back. But let's have a look at the replay.
So it was an excellent engagement, Sky. He got the flanking ultimate into the backline. Karthus has to eventually flash in. Glacial Prison, so at this point, Defile's not hitting the backline at all. Flashes in with the Rise and getting damage. Whoosh is very healthy at this point, so you're thinking everything's looking fantastic for Assassin. Finally falls down. Requiem is channeled, but most of the other members, all of the front line, barring the Hecarim, has fallen down. Whoosh flashes in for an auto. That's his one mistake that fight. It's flashing in, caught by the counter flash from Aluka. Now it's just tanky men fighting slowly. Aluka falls down. Spirit's the last one to die, so King win, but it was a slim victory. And something we weren't able to touch upon just as the fight ended was that Locket was a big pickup. Only had a Kindle Gem, but turned it into a Locket before that fight started, and it did so much work against this Karthus.
Yeah, and Spirit able to go back and capitalize on a lot of the kills that he managed to pick up in that fight. Now has the Glacial Shroud completed. Also has a Sight Stone as well, so going to have a whole heap of health and now some actual statistics here to help him against some of the AD damage. But Whoosh, he's picked up a Last Whisper since that fight, and this Callista is really starting to go off, and that's without mentioning the outright Void Staff on Karthus.
It's a super necessary Last Whisper coming in through, because this is going to be a triple Frozen Heart lineup.
Yeah.
Already completed on Maokai and the Urgot, as expected for both those champions. Sejuani's already got the Glacial Shot. I guess she could go towards an Iceborne Gauntlet, but realistically, it's going to be a Frozen Heart. It's not the first time we've seen triple Frozen Heart. I believe this was already done against TSM by Team 8, I believe, in the NALCS. Triple Frozen Heart, not that unexpected, but all of those doing a lot of duty against Whoosh, and okay, gonna have a bit more armor penetration, but the attack speed reduction, you have to think with 3 members riding that aura, it's gonna hit Whoosh.
Yeah, and this World Elite lineup is going to have double Locket as well.
That's going to be necessary. It won't stack necessarily. Of course, it does refresh the duration, so the timings will be important for that. And wherever Karthus is, you have to think they're going to be fighting around at least one of Thresh or Sejuani. So if that Aegis Aura is riding, if you guarantee the extra 20 magic resist, and of course doubling for Thresh and Sejuani selfishly, it should be a fairly decent pickup. Yujo just doesn't want to be another free target for this Karthus to DPS down.
Yeah, and ideally World Elite don't want to be grouping up as well, because that means being on top of Assassin who can defile everyone. So having the fact that they have these auras spread out is going to be very helpful.
But the awkward thing is that, let's look at this lineup. Urgot's going to swap himself into a fight. Doesn't have long range unless he has a lock on. Ari's ranges were nerfed in the recent patches. She's at, Abyssal Scepter range, around the 600 range. Has an Abyssal Scepter, of course, to really illustrate that point. Maokai, Sejuani, Thresh, they're all going to be dying in. The Vengeful Maelstrom will be doing a lot of work, the Maokai ultimate, combining with the locker, increasing the validity of the magic resist purchases. We see the Hex Drinker has to be completed by Mystic. Might actually turn that pickaxe into just a snowball more of Malmortius, because magic resist is the important statistic. But the worrying thing is, that's all this itemization against purely Karthus.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. They don't have a lot of other magic damage available, and you can see Sky, he doesn't mind about a potential Frozen Heart there, as he's just going to be clearing out these waves and being a nuisance on this horse. And he's got the ultimate. He's not in any danger of being ganked or anything, and he's got a Frozen Heart now, almost has that Spirit Visage completed as well. 4-0 and 3 with the Trinity Force on top of all of that. This guy's got too much stuff.
I mean, the QSS is probably the big pickup for Wushu. It doesn't have to respect the range of the Urgot Hyperkinetic Position Reverser ultimate. That's the big thing. Even if you're not the person being swapped, you have to respect it until you see the swap coming down. King, they have a lot of Baron damage. Karthus, of course, has a lot of single target damage. And Wushu's Kalista, they're DPSing this down real fast.
Super fast. Assassin with a whole lot of lay wastes, and they just rend it to death. King with the easiest Baron that they've picked up so far. Sky going to empowered recall back to base here as well. He did use the teleport just to make sure that they could secure that Baron. And this is a very mobile King lineup. They've basically got 3 teleports in that Void Rush as well.
A desperately poor lapse in vision coming through from World Elite. You're against Karthus and Kalista. Whether it's Karthus, whether it's Cassiopeia, any of these mages who can really DPS down objectives, you need to keep that water out. And to lose Baron vision at 30 minutes, this is not a 20-minute surprise rush. This is a 30-minute Baron. That's just desperately poor from World Elite in a game they've just really been looking at as one they have to win.
Yeah, they have, but it doesn't really look like they're as nearly as desperate as King are, who have just come onto this rift really, really strong.
Yeah, bringing out the Karthus was doing a lot of work. It's been seen in other scenes. You see the power. If you can get to late game, as Assassins move out of the meta, as there's less LeBlancs because of the prevalence of tanks, because of the prevalence of health stacking, Assassins move away. Suddenly it's safer and safer to pick the Karthus, and Arya, pseudo-assassin, has been able to do nothing to hold down the hyper-scaling Karthus. It's why we see Karthus, it's why we see Vladimir. As the meta shifts, as the tanky members start, as Assassins fall out of favor, suddenly you see the return of the Death Slinger.
Yeah, and I find it interesting that you're talking about Assassins falling out of favor and then Assassin actually falling into favor at the same time. It's a very, very interesting thing.
I mean, the player, as you mentioned, has been stepping up on the off-meta picks as well. Loves the Cho'Gath, another very tanky champion. Yeah. Karthus is built super tanky. The effective health between the 400 health Rylai's and the Seraph's Embrace shield is going to be doing a lot of help in the front line. Honestly, he's been living too long in some of these fights, not being able to channel the Requiem early enough, which is a real first world problem in competitive play for a short-range mage.
Oh dear, I'm living too long.
But the death cap you have to think is coming soon. You can see how much he needs to reposition. Distortion boots coming through. It helps for the teleport, but I think that's largely for the flash.
Yeah.
Just to be able to flash into the back. Has the Rylai, so everything's going to be slowing, including, of course, the Wall of Pain. They keep scaling Do King and World Elite with an Urgot especially. One of the reasons why we say Urgot falls off, okay, it's because he's a short-range carry, but the other factor, what does damage to tanks in the late game? It's all about Infinity Edge Phantom Dance. It's all about attack speed and critical strike, multiplying your damage consistently to the front line to be able to take down a tank. Urgot, even if he picks up a Last Whisper, just cannot compare in damage to a front line, especially compared to just a standard build carrier. It's not like we're getting a standard build from Woosh, but it's close enough, and Woosh will have a better time dealing with a front line than Mystic.
Yeah, Mystic going to take that Dark Passage there away from the Prey Seeker, but MLXG still going to lock that one down. But King, they did manage to get the inner turret there on the bottom side of the map, but have they done enough with this Baron?
I think they're doing fine. I mean, they could have done more. They have a decent siege team. Actually, I take that back. They've got one ranged auto attacker, and look, Karthus is on paper a ranged auto attacker, but have you tried last hitting with Karthus? Even on patch 5.6, doesn't really want to be auto attacking the turret, so they don't have the best Siege team. They're built for team fights, so are World Elite. But World Elite have been on the back foot. They haven't been able to push their advantages in the mid game. Now they probably feel a bit sheepish. They're not sure what to do, especially with the Baron being down. I believe Baron has worn off at this point. They're pushing sideways. They have double teleport, but the teleport not quite up yet for Sky.
Yeah, Assassin definitely has that one though, so he's hanging out on this bottom side of the map. Still pretty gankable is that Karthus, but is probably able to take at least one member with him if they do come down to that lane, because of course does a whole lot of damage. Actually just waiting in this brush for someone to come down. Waiting for the waves to be pushed out here. Sky actually does draw a Luca there towards that top side. Spirit going to be heading back to base, and Karthus pushing out this wave. G8 forced to go and deal with that one, and it seems like King are just dictating the flow of this map.
But Atlas, let's return to a topic that I really brought up yesterday, the ward control from King in the enemy jungle. We saw them take down a victory where they had complete control of the enemy jungle, warded up the enemy buffs, never contested for them, so the enemy team still picked up their buffs in that game. I believe it was EDG in that game, but I might
LGD?
LGD, sorry, in that game. And then a 50-50 bouncer came up. We might see a fight.
Yeah, Spirit actually taking a little bit of follow-up damage there from MLXG as Mystic trying to get the Pre-Seekers, the Noxian Corrosive Charges out there, but there's Sky in with the ultimate. The Onslaught of Shadows there into the back line of Spirit. Very, very tanky. Does lock down the tanks there on the front line. Forced to flash out there as well, but he is going to die. Mystic now has to deal with a big horse into his face as the flash in from Assassin, making sure that he gets into position. A double kill now. The Requiem to come in, and Mystic falls eventually. Liam in a bit of trouble tanking up this turret for a little bit too long. MLXG void rushing back into this one, but Aluka twisted advance right in amongst it. MLXG, he wants to pick up the ace, but Aluka just hanging out in the base says that I'm pretty tanky and you don't have a lot of damage.
Ever since the name came up for Old Man Aluka, I just picture him standing there saying, "You really want to do this, son?" That's what it really felt like, just going in on a full tank Maokai. MLXG backs away, but again, it's a super close fight coming through. Whoosh was kind of caught in no man's land trying to find DPS, ended up effectively turret diving Aluka because they hadn't prepped the vision and been able to take out that outer turret. This is something that's come up consistently with King, as I was about to mention. They're not good at controlling enemy vision, but we'll watch this fight first. Assassin has to close a lot of a gap to get in there. It's a wonderful initiation from Sky. And you'd think this would be an excellent fight just because King have the scaling advantage and are in a wonderful position. But first, the Glacial Prison stops Assassin from getting in vision. It's Whoosh, though, that has the capability. Remember, he's full health at this point. It's against a very tank lineup, and you feel like the Hurricane build is being exposed a little bit earlier than we expected. He wasn't really able to put out a lot of consistent damage, sort of struggled, and ended up pseudo-turret diving Aluka and dying at the end. Again, fight an open territory. Fight away from that turret dive, because the turret was doing a lot of relevant damage in that fight.
Yeah, actually almost managed to take down Liam on its own there as well. You can see the death cap, though, has been completed by Assassin. That is a big deal. Wall of Pain going to stop World Elite from getting anything done. Of course, Baron going to be up in another 40 seconds. Dragon in 50.
World Elite's waves are much stronger. And you were mentioning, you saw Karthus holding back. You were saying, why is he not pushing harder? Although we might see the flank.
Yeah, the teleport coming through from Sky. You could imagine that could be anyone here as Assassin is there in the backline. Mystic taking a lot of damage, trying to swap himself into this one. Actually gets towards the backside as MLXG doesn't quite find the Pre-Seeker. Wushin still jumping around this fight, does rend UJ to death and is still able to get the work done. Arctic Assault is going to get Spirit to safety, but Assassin, he's going to fall down. Mystic, he's dead on the backside as they're going to switch kills here as Aluka now forced to run away. Spirit does get the back in. These fights are being very, very even considering the fact that it's such a lead for King, but Aluka might be locked down now. That passive doing a fair bit of work here, but the tanky members of King are pretty huge. MLXG is going to take down Aluka, and Spirit now finds himself in a situation he doesn't want to deal with. Wushin, he's tanking up the turret, has to be careful. Glacial Prison is there. Spirit actually decides to get back in amongst it, just trying to keep the members of King busy, but maybe a little bit too much so, as he does manage to get the follow-up kill onto Sky, but that's going to mean the inhibitor turret now falls down for King.
And that's the time when he can finally do consistent DPS with his build, Whoosh, because he was not doing negligible damage to either of the frontline from World Elite, so definitely needs to start considering his next item. Looks like he might be thinking Blade the Ruined King, considering he has a Bilge Water. King, they've been poor in prepping enemy objectives. They've been poor in rotations. That's why even with Baron, they couldn't overextend to get any real turret pushing down. They will pick up the Dragon, though, so look, they have to force these overly aggressive fights rather than rotating, which is a bit of a strategic hole for them, but credit to them. They have the late game say and they're still winning the fights.
They are, and they are at a massive advantage here as well as far as that gold is concerned. 13,000 now in favor of King, so it's a massive uphill battle for World Elite. But they have shown that they definitely have the tenacity to do so. Spirit 5, 4, and 8, I believe, is the score there. So still doing quite well on this Sejuani, and Mystic can't go unsaid. The fact that he's certainly looking okay. 6, 5, and 6 on the Urgot. Has the more of Malmortius. Also has the last Whisper completed as well with that Muramana transform. So Mystic on this Urgot going to be doing some relevant damage, especially if he manages to take down Woosh, who cannot dodge those Qs if that Noxian Corrosive Charge is going to land.
Absolutely, and has QSS and only has the ability to QSS one of those spells. Mikhail's is completed though. They're going to have to be very judicious with the QSS because remember, you can Mikhail's the Glacial Prison, but you cannot Mikhail's the suppression effect of the Urgot ultimate.
Yeah, precisely. World Elite able to score some vision here around the Baron. They do have the Rift Scuttler as well. As World Elite, they want to get rid of that ward, but they're running out of sweepers here as there are still a couple of warding totems on the side of WE. MLXG able to clear out a lot of this vision. Doesn't actually manage to get that one as Mystic might be caught out here as well as there's Aranduans popped. King found their way into this one. Beautiful wall of pain into the onslaught of shadows. There's the Fate's Call as well. And it is all on here for King. Assassin gets bursted down but probably just wants to be able to ultimate as Yuji gonna flash away but still manages to die to that Requiem. Aluka is a massive tank but you can see King. They're grouping up together. Mystic found his way around here as well. Wushin somehow managed to die in that fight and the consistent damage now potentially in favor of World Elite. Mystic so incredibly low. It's increasing his damage though. There's the shield. Sky's gonna fall down. There's another one to come in there. Mystic finally falls down but after getting a double kill and Spirit's there, MLXG's gonna have to be careful. Aluka completely out of mana but World Elite, they win a team fight.
These are just insanely long fights coming out, Atlas, and Woosh, unfortunately, with the Hurricane build. I said it would suit him earlier. I take it back completely. He needs to sell the Hurricane and go single target because these tanky members of World Elite will not die.
Yeah, Spirit is definitely struggling on the dying front. We've spoken about these Karthuses, or Karthi, just Requiem in the late game is a terrifying ability, but not when you've got about 7,000 health or what it seems like that Aluka and Spirit seem to have. And when there's a Zhonya's Hourglass available, Jie may not necessarily have to die as much in these team fights, and things could be getting scary.
And one thing we'll need to consult in the end of game statistics stream, Atlas, will be the damage dealt, because it feels like Spirit, living so long in fights, is putting out massive damage with this Northern Winds W, because he just will not die.
The Cinderhulk as well.
And with the CDR and the Cinderhulk, as you mentioned, Northern Winds is basically a consistent buff, just like the Cinderhulk at this point.
It's seeming a little bit like the Shyvana we saw earlier coming through from Flandre, just burning people out.
You almost need to respect it and build an Aegis of your own.
Yeah. King, though, have discovered a World Elite lineup here. Nice wall of pain from Assassin just to deter anything to come through. Mystic might have found himself in an awkward position, does have the shield available as well. MLXG has to actually be careful. He's taking some relevant damage from this Urgot. But of course does have the tunnel, so he's going to be okay. Just eats up some rage and he's going to be fine. King now with control as far as that vision is concerned around the Baron, which is of course available. Dragon not quite up just yet. Only 3 for King, 2 for World Elite. Of course not exactly a blowout as far as that is concerned. But King now looking to push MLXG with the flank, looking to come in here. There's the teleport from Aluka in the backline. As Spirit actually going to have to get out of this one. Does have the Glacial Prison still available if he wants to try and lock someone up. Wushin still alive on the backline. And oh my goodness, the ult from Spirit is huge. Assassin going to fall down. MLXG is actually very low here as the Requiem comes through. Aluka, he's going to fall down. But Mystic still alive there on the backside. Only Aluka dead so far, but Yuji is going to follow very swiftly. The double kill for Woosh, and the inhibitor going to fall down as well, and a much better team fight for King.
Yeah, fighting in the open worked out much better for King. They exit after taking out the inhibitor. They got the 2 members down. Honestly, Aluka dying first, as crazy as it sounds, does so much work for King because the Vengeful Maelstrom has been countering so much of Karthus' damage and his ultimate as well. They just need it because, of course, 20% damage reduction multiplies with just the unbelievable amount of resist they already have on their team and makes that these abilities, even with the likes of Void Staff, just not, the Requiem's just tickling all the members of World Elite with 20% on top of double locket, triple frozen heart, the extra magic resist. There's so few damage items built on the World Elite site. It's basically a full tank team.
Yeah, it's completely ridiculous. I wonder whether Assassin, instead of building the Zhonya's Hourglass, is actually going to go for a potential Luden's Echo. It's Fate's call actually to come through from Woosh here. They're starting up the Baron. Might be a dangerous
Lot of Baron
prospect
damage
here. There is definitely a lot of Baron damage, but Spirit is waiting in the wings, does have the ultimate available still as well. Yuji, not quite able to do that one. And of course, the Rend is there, and that locks down the Baron very, very handily. They lose a turret there on the bottom side, but Baron very, very important here for King. And that's a Guardian Angel on Sky. My God.
And King have the confidence to go for these 50-50 Barons. I see it as a problem, but at least they're assertive with it, and they know how to smite around Kalista. They smited early and knew that Kalista had to secure over 1,400, at least around that point. 1260 damage, I believe, was the secure coming through from the Rend.
Not bad.
But they're happy to opt into these 50-50 Barons. Remember, we saw LGD, TBQ stole away a Baron yesterday, so they're consistent, you have to say, in the end. People are hitting item caps. It's probably going to be a last item Zhonya coming through from Assassin. I've lost track of the dragons. Actually super close, 3-2. The 5th dragon, another potential win condition might become relevant. It feels like we need to strap in for a long game here, ladies and gentlemen. If these last 3-4 fights have been any indication, no one's dying quickly.
No one's dying quickly, and also, it's not a decisive team fight coming from either side here as well. World Elite, they've won a couple. King, they've struggled when they're so far ahead. I mean, so much gold. It's still 13,000 the lead, even after that Baron went down. And
that is a big horse.
That is a very, very big horse. I believe that's an Elixir of Iron there as well. I mean, he may as well pick it up. He has no more item slots left.
6 item Hecarim, 6 item Karthus,
6 item Rek'Sai, 6 item Kalista as well.
and they just can't kill anyone because the Vengeful Maelstrom means that everyone has about 700 armor and magic resist on the side of World Elite. Guardian Angels could be counter-built by World Elite as well. No one's dying quickly. The only thing dying quickly is those minions. There's the swap.
Yeah, there's a swap of MLXG there as well, but there's the Onslaught of Shadows. There's a decent ultimate from Spirit as everyone's getting bounced around this fight as well. King actually falling relatively low in this fight as GA coming back around. Assassin going to get taken out here as well as Sky's in a lot of trouble. The GA pops, but there's the Requiem not quite finding the kills, but the Rend sets are here and Woosh trying to get some work done. GA, he lands a decent charm. And the Prey Seeker comes round as well, but it's going to be the Ahri on the run at this stage. And King, they've decided that their base is actually World Elites. And with Mystic dead, GA forced out of the base. It's only Spirit alive. And these Nexus turrets are going to fall down. World Elite with a valiant defense. But King just so strong.
And it took about 25 minutes, even with the advantages Atlas. But finally, there's a kill trade that's more than one in the advantage of King. It was 4 for 5, 4 for 4, 4 for 3. Finally, 3 for 1 enough with the super minions, the Baron up super minions to take down the game. And finally, King with the late game scaling. Didn't feel like they had it for a long time. 52 minutes into the game, they finally got the engage they wanted and took down the first victory. And World Elite, they need at least one win, and you can see the anguish on their faces. 1-1. They still say competitive, but they have to look at everyone else. At 0 points, they're not out, but it feels like they might be.
And they have to win this next game as well. They can't let King get those 3 points over them as well, because if they're going to stay in this one, they need to have their competition kept down. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. Our final game of the night between King and World Elite is coming up very soon, and you do not want to miss it. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, this is Papa Smithy, and we're up for our final game of the night between World Elite and King. And King off to a great start this series, but does that mean that World Elite are out? What does this mean for the standings, Papa Smithy?
It doesn't mean that World Elite are Atlas, but you could see on the face of Spirit what that loss meant to him in terms of World Elite momentum, because they were really looking for a 2-0 in this series, and just World Elite emotionally, because King, if they pick up the 3 points here, if they go 2-0, they hit 23 points in 7th, World Elite at 15 with 2 series to play, they can only get 21. That's 7th spot. The dream of that is gone. That's basically a slot locked away from World Elite. They can only hope to unsettle Starhorn Royal Cup and M3, who both have 19 points themselves. With a maximum of 21 to be gotten, that requires Starhorn Royal Cup and M3 to both severely be underperforming in their last couple of series. And M3 themselves, they still have 3 series left. 2 points from 3 series, that's hoping for that from M3. That's really kind of praying to the gods if you're a World Elite fan. So they need to get at least a point here, and even then, it's looking tricky.
It is definitely looking tricky, and as you can see, World Elite actually taking that into account as far as these bans are concerned. They've banned away the Karthus here. They've gone back to the Cho'Gath and Nautilus bans as well, but you can see Urgot, he's snuck onto the ban list. King don't want to see that.
And Sejuani's available, but I think maybe Spirit, you could see how personally down he was, couldn't even face the camera after the loss. Maybe he needs to get onto the mid-game champion, because it was all about MLXG, snowballing that mid lane for Assassin in particular. Karthus actually first blooding Ahri in lane from the excellent Rek'Sai gank. I think maybe the mid-game pressure, the fact that they're not banning Sejuani suggests to me King are happy for Spirit to be forced away from the likes of the Nidalee, from the likes of the Rek'Sai. Put him on a farm jungler to stop him from just bossing around teams. We saw him bossing around Loveling not many weeks ago on Nidalee versus Jarvan. I think he needs to go for the earlier power spikes and impact those lanes early, because even though he played well, he just couldn't propel World Elite over the line.
Yeah, and the last time we saw World Elite looking fantastic was with Spirit on the likes of Lee Sin here as well. So we'll see whether he does decide to go for something like that early skirmishing power, but it's the lock-in of the Lissandra here, either for Skye or for Assassin, most likely there for Assassin in the mid lane, and we'll see what World Elite respond with to this one, because of course the Kalista, no surprises there. Whoosh more than happy to lock that one away, and you can see Spirit, he's not looking as down as he was before, and we'll see whether he's going to be able to keep his spirits up heading into this one, and that was an awful punt.
So for all Aluka's recent play, specifically it's been his Scion play, which of course is target banned out in this game. They lock him in Maokai. I don't know why they couldn't take the Kalista, because remember, the last ban of this draft is King banning Urgot. Kalista is suddenly the in vogue AD carry, the AD carry that had been banned almost permanently previous to Urgot coming onto the scene. Suddenly Kalista doesn't really have a lane counter. There's good laning matchups like Lucian, but Kalista would have been a very safe first pick, and you would have got one of Maokai or Hecarim. You would have got one of those champions. But locking in the Maokai when 2 capable top laners are available gives away some real power picks in terms of the Kalista, and then the Lissandra, I guess, for just a very safe flex pick.
Yeah, very safe flex pick, and Assassin looking to shove that one into the top lane as well, but not deciding to, as it is going to be King taking away potentially a very similar situation to last time, as Hecarim being looked at and Aurelia already locked in, and that's going to be lame again on the support Aurelia.
Happy for the support Aurelia. UJ on is very trademark Thresh, but Aurelia did very competitively in that lane. You can see the synergy between Aurelia and Kalista. You can dive in and then have the Fate's Call to get out of the fight, or you can use the Fate's Call for the initial knock-up into the 2-second situational stun coming through from the Equilibrium Strike. Lucian is the obvious pick against Kalista in terms of laning. Lanes very well, can be a pseudo tank buster, and there was definitely no semblance of a tank buster in the last game, but a far less tanky lineup in general coming out from King. Lucian probably the safe option, and Jia, considering his options, basically has to blind pick his mid. No, it's going to be against Lissandra, you'd have to think. Picking LeBlanc into Lissandra, a champion who may not lane necessarily amazingly against LeBlanc, but deals with LeBlanc so well in team fights with that Frozen Tomb. That's a gambit thrown out from Jia. That's a real confidence pick. He needs to step up and show something special, and picking into a skill matchup, that's the definition of that.
Yeah, it's very, very frightening, but of course Jia has shown amazing prowess on that champion in the past. MLXG thinking about Elise Sin here. You can see on his face, not really being that certain, but he's going to lock that one away, so it's going to be Lee Sin. Early skirmishing power across the board here as Spirit does have the Nidalee as well. And I actually very much like that. He's far more capable of affecting this map early.
And we haven't seen a lot of Jungle Nidalee played this weekend, but Jungle Nidalee from Spirit is perhaps his strongest champion and definitely his biggest carry champion. We've seen so many snowball performances from the AP Nidalee from the jungle. Saw, I believe, a small nerf on patch 5.5 before we jumped onto 5.6. The trap's no longer doing maximum health damage. Your jungle clear again, a little bit slower, a little bit more risky. But Spirit bossed around Loveland of all people on this Nidalee. MLXG's been up and down. It's all on Spirit, you'd have to think, to open up this early game because they're running risky lanes again, King. You know, running this Hecarim without Flash could be a potential target of a massive gank from Spirit, who's looking to propel World Elite over the line against King.
Yeah, and the thing that I'm frightened about here is the fact that MLXG now on an even higher pressure early jungler in Lee Sin, and you can see there in the mid lane that Ring of Frost going to be very helpful for Assassin early on, potentially locking down that LeBlanc as she comes in with the distortion. And it's all about this bottom lane as well. Whoosh taking the Callista again that he had a fantastic performance on in the last game, but into Illusion this time. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, the Piercing Light definitely deals very well before you get high attack speed values onto this Callista. Callista's now standard rush of the Bloodthirster for a bit more lane control instead of rushing the Hurricane for team fights. So we'll be able to deal with that damage early, but Lucian does scale much better into the late game than the Urgot they had last game. But you have to say the skill matchup in mid, that's the big interesting one to me, Atlas.
Yeah.
I actually like LeBlanc in lane against Lissandra 1-5, just because Lissandra has fairly short range wave clear, so you can get that harass registered. But the Ring of Frost and the Frozen Tomb, there's a lot of counterplay if Lee Sin's in the right spot.
Yeah, well, MLXG, if we're talking about being in the right spot, he certainly was in the last game, and we'll see whether he can do it again in this one as we head onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for our final game of the night. World Elite looking to try and take the points away from King here as they're lining up a 2-0 victory.
And if there's ever a featured matchup, you can see with the cues coming out from both these champions. Spirit and MLXG, they're trying to wrestle control. The early advantage in the first game, the snowball came from that Rek'Sai gank. Rek'Sai, amazingly, falling through picks and bans this series.
Completely, yeah.
Needed to counter the Nidalee with something, and he's gone for Lee Sin.
And wards on top of wards here from Spirit and MLXG as Spirit just going to get that on the prowl. Passive working as he heads through these brushes. Yeah, hanging around here. Leia might be in a little bit of trouble as the auto attack comes over the wall.
And no CC to be able to take down a fairly tanky high health Aurelia. Of course, has the startings of the Relic Shield, so it was no semblance of death.
Oh, really cute.
There's some very crazy damage gains coming through. You have to worry a bit for the Nidalee. Probably has the damage advantage on the Lee Sin, but definitely not the flexibility. If he overextends, if the counter gank's ever on point from Lee Sin, you can definitely start to dominate the Nidalee. But two super high pressure junglers. As this is what World Elite do consistently. They love to get that extra experience for the potential level 2 advantage in mid.
Yeah, and a very M3-esque decision made from Whoosh and Liam here as well. They're going to take down this Gromp for the extra level advantage, and this is exactly what Candy and Love CD do as well. They make sure that they're both at level 1. They share the experience so that they can both hit that level 2 at the same time. And Liam now going to proc this Relic Shield and see whether King can actually affect a lot of pressure as they get the early level 2.
And there's no ambiguity about it. You see the lowered health values. You see the late entry to lane. You know they picked up the Gromp. At this point, after a couple of million minions have died, you know they shared experience. You have to expect World Elite will respect the potential for the very early level 2. We can tell actually from the champion portraits they've picked it up as MXG very low in the jungle.
MLXG, yeah, falling very, very low on the Lee Sin of all champions. Of course, very, very healthy normally on his clears, but not going to be this time. Actually taking a few extra ones down.
I guess that's because of solo in the camp. Maybe just a small mistake coming through, but now has to hang back. Level 2's on both sides and bottom lanes. In the mid, the chains are on.
Yeah, Jie again showing some fantastic mechanical play on this LeBlanc, able to dodge out of the way of the Qs and land all of the harass that he wants to, actually staying very far ahead on this farm as well. And even after this creep wave crashes into the turret, GA still going to have the advantage as he's barely missed a creep so far.
It's good to see World Elite and Gia in particular playing aggressive. He's picked a skill matchup, one that definitely seems to, or at least feels like to me, like it gets worse over levels once the Frozen Tomb is is acquired, but even against the high skirmish power of Lee Sin pushing in this wave, this is what we saw from Jie when he catapulted onto the world scene playing over at IM Katowice. Translating his high solo queue rating into just very aggressive play against the top mid laners around the world. That shows so much confidence to step into competitive play and really do this. Actually, Spirit's spotted out that MXG hasn't navigated to his blue yet, and the contest is on.
Yeah, actually the Raptor buff is going to spot out that ward that Spirit managed to get into that blue buff. But you can see the bottom lane has rotated around first here for World Elite. They might be able to 3-buff MLXG here, and that's going to be a very different experience. But there's the Death Sentence actually all Flay almost managing to land there as the spear comes over onto Whoosh. And the blue buff secured in amongst all that by MLXG.
MLXG does get the buff, can't clear out the camp, so the blue respawn will be a bit delayed, but Spirit's playing from the front. He has a lot of pressure this game, you'd have to think, put onto him by himself and by his team just needing a result. And look at this counter jungler.
Yeah, there's the trap, the pounce to come through here as well. Spirit actually getting the reset onto that one as well as there's the, in fact, Smite to come down. That actually deters Spirit from that one, and he's going to have to get out there as the first rotation from Assassin did come through, but Spirit definitely putting the pressure on as Jie going to miss the chains there in the mid lane, but Assassin does have to be careful.
And let me just tell you how impressive it is that World Elite were the first team to react to that invade at the blue, because remember, they have the further path, the less direct path to getting to the enemy blue to contest it. They're very on form, and there's the aggressive move.
Oh my goodness, that was the flash into the distortion there as well as the safeguard might actually save his life. Oh my goodness, they both go down. I'm not even sure who got first blood, but MLXG definitely managing to keep Assassin in that one, and Jie with a very aggressive play still manages to make it pay off.
Yeah, I didn't spot it either, but now both junglers around mid trying to relieve pressure. Nidalee much lower, so won't be able to pick up a lot of experience. The trades are on bottom.
Yeah, there's the Equilibrium Strike there as well as Mystic actually getting aggressed on here. Whoosh and Liam actually winning that trade quite considerably. Not too bad, but a lot of action around this map so far.
The CS completely identical on the lane. Spirits tried to overstay, hits the Q, probably not going to take the resonating. He does!
He does and picks up the kill there as well with the resonating strike, and MLXG is able to safeguard flash to safety. MLXG, I don't know what he had for breakfast this morning, but it's certainly working.
MLXG playing so aggressively, and it pays off again. I thought it was Lee Syndrome when he went in for the resonating strike, but picked up the kill and still had flash to get away. The aggression doesn't stop from Jie, though.
Yeah, and MLXG still here again. Glacial Path not going to quite find it here as Jie does dodge out of the way of the rest of those abilities. That was so incredibly close, as if that Sonic Wave had have made it, then it could have been a very different story. Pierce going to find Mystic here as well, and this game is very, very tight.
Atlas, this has a playoff atmosphere, and we're still 2 weeks away from the playoffs starting. World Elite know what's at stake and are playing so aggressively, but it's been found out by MLXG in particular after setting the tone with that gank on Karthus, with Karthus the first game, getting Karthus snowballed in an unfavorable matchup, and now matching the aggression, in fact, out-aggressing Spirit, and damn near falling down to a golem here. MLXG has put in a masterful performance, and what has been an up and down season, like we said, we don't expect this level of play against perhaps the best performing jungler in the LPL in 2015.
Yeah, and if there's ever an occasion to rise to here, especially in this role, it is most definitely now, as MLXG up against Spirit and definitely showing that he can contend with the top junglers. As Jie actually going to get very aggressive onto Assassin Spirit. He lands the spear as well, and Jie picks up the kill in the end.
So he does pick up the kill. Spirit's going for the standard Magus enchant, but look at this first pickup from MLXG. It feels like he's taking a leaf from perhaps Loveling's players, who loves to pick up the Juggernaut enchant, now of course Cinderhulk, but previously the Juggernaut enchant on Jarvan when everyone was picking up Warrior. It's actually the Cinderhulk enchant coming through from MLXG, so certainly not going to be the same 2v2 skirmish damage, but given all the turret diving and general craziness, just going for Cinderhulk Lee Sin.
Cinderhulk Lee Sin, of course, it is going to work out. It does give you a whole lot of extra health here as well. He loves to build the Sightstone, so the Sightstone spike in that health is going to be very helpful, but Mystic in a lot of trouble here on the bottom side. Of course, MLXG is going to land the Sonic Wave there as well. Fate's Call is going to save Liam as in comes Sky with a massive ultimate. Yuji forced to use that flash as well as Aluka. He did come through. Whoosh, flashing forward, diving underneath the turret, and the passive going to help him out escaping from Aluka. The Rend is potentially going to be there, but Aluka's going to be fine as Jie. He has found Assassin, but he's very low on mana. Beautiful Frozen Tomb. but it's not going to be enough as GA picks up another one from the mid. And we'll see whether World Elite can actually capitalize on this, because GA having an opposite performance to last game.
Yeah, they get one kill in transition, but critically 2 to 3 kills in the bottom lane. Big plays coming out from King. I believe it was just the double kill. I think Aluka did live, of course, doesn't have a death registered. But Gia getting that advantage in mid is so significant. Even with the Frozen Tomb available, even with the Negatron rush, this lane is looking very difficult for Assassin and justifying the skill matchup opted into by Gia, picking the LeBlanc into the Lissandra.
Yeah, and the biggest deal is 74 CS to 38 in this lane as well.
Wow.
Assassin is getting completely out-farmed. We'll see whether King, they're going to feel this one as we head towards the first Dragon battles, the first real skirmishes in this one. But we saw MLXG able to utilize the fact that he's a whole lot more tanky than he otherwise has any right to be at this stage of the game with that gank in the bottom side.
I'm just surprised to see the Cinderhulk and Lee Sin, just because Lee Sin doesn't get to build a lot of damage. Of course, it's not the Frog and Lee Sin mid days when you could go for the Pantheon-esque builds with Brutalizer, Tiamat into the Last Whisper. You only get one slot of effective damage item. Warrior gives you so much early skirmish damage that I didn't think it was something you could really give up. I thought Lee Sin would be the last of the champions to opt away from the Cinderhulk. As you mentioned, naturally picks up health items, probably going to be the Randuins and the Sightstone this game.
Yeah.
So I can see it. And look, the skirmishes, he's been hitting the skill shots. If anything, you could say that if he navigates to the right spots, if he does have the health to tank up a turret, and if the lower damage means that he just ends up providing more assists than taking away kills, maybe that'll work out for his team, despite the fact that it doesn't seem ideal.
Oh, Fate's Call actually going to be used defensively here on the bottom side as Whoosh going to take Lamb away from trouble. Spirit paying a visit down there.
It's really weird thinking to say, well, doing less damage might be helpful, but hey, if you pass over the kills, it might be relevant. There's the Frozen Tomb.
Yeah, G actually going to head back to his Distortion, but he's already in the tomb, and MLXG picks up yet another kill, 3-0-2, and I mean, you say that he doesn't have any damage, still managing to pick up quite a few kills at this stage of the game.
And his jungle pathing has been out-jungling Spirit. That's what we were saying. Spirit out-jungled Loveland. That was a surprise to us. That was a really cemented Spirit's reputation that he'd grown at IEM with wonderful performances there, catapulting World Elite to the finals, beating the GE Tigers. In this situation, it's MLXG that's been super surprising, rising to the occasion of facing one of the best junglers in the world, at least performing in 2015 in Spirit. 5 kills out of 5, 100% kill participation from that Lee Sin.
Yeah, definitely playing this map beautifully as well as Mystic now trying to put some pressure on in this bottom side. Of course, still a very strong 2 versus 2 matchup. But as soon as MLXG gets there, it's a completely different story.
It's just very weird to kind of dissect the power of these 2v2 matchups. Lucian Thresh, the Wifesteal bottom lane, one of the traditionally stronger bottom lanes, but Aurelia Warps, it's a different kind of champion. The disengaged CC that she brings as she levels up the Equilibrium Strike is very, very relevant as well. Will at least pick up the first Dragon in the game. They timed it till the backs had come through, and they pick it up without any contest.
Yeah, no worries at all. Spirit manages to lock that one down. Does already have his Magus Enchant on his jungle item there as well, the Trailblazer to come through, and is very even on the farm with MLXG, who hasn't spent any time in that Death Chamber as well, but of course the kill participation not nearly there for Spirit. Of course, having some extra kills on the map does make MLXG look a little bit better, and still is on 66%, so still not too bad.
Spirit's got his core. He's got the Magus Enchant, the big 80 AP, the 20% CDR, and of course the tier is stacking up. So he's doing just fine for himself, but definitely not the snowball performance he would have been looking for in Champions Set. Not already working towards the Archangel Star, for example. And I guess returning to this bottom lane as we see Mystic clearing out a wave with the culling, I'd probably give the trade advantages to Lucian, but his issue is that the disengaged targeted CC from Liam, every time he tries to go aggressive, if a hook registered or anything like that, you get that 1.75 second stun. You can't go in aggressively. Aurelia deals a lot with these aggressive lanes. It opens up a lot of safety for Callistos. There's the dive.
Yeah, Spear not actually finding the mark. That was a beautiful sidestep from Sky. Is going to get that one in, but Aluka now with a whole lot of pressure on this top turret with Spirit. There's going to be Sky possibly heading back to base, of course, with no flash. Of course, always taking that Ignite teleport there on the top side, but his teleport just coming back off cooldown here as well, and they are going to give up on that turret take. Is Glacial Path going to be taken by Assassin here in the mid lane as MLXG looking to lock down this Rift Scuttler, but in perfect vision of World Elite.
But
but
I believe Aurelia and Lee Sin weren't spotted
They
away.
snuck
They're going in
in.
aggressively. The Wolf Spirit doing a lot of defensive duty. King are putting a lot of pressure around mid without even breaking a turret bottom. I mean, Lucian hasn't entered lane. They're just trying to cause a bit of pressure. Jia doesn't have a lot of wave clear, you have to remember. Nidalee isn't much of a help in that situation. It's only Lucian with a lot of ranged wave clear, and a lot of that's the culling if we're talking about safe wave clear. So I can understand the thought process of just getting a couple members into mid and trying to take this first outer turret, the critical mid one.
yeah, we'll see whether they are actually able to do so. 700 gold, only the lead here for King, so things still very, very close. And Whoosh, with that Bloodthirster, just has so much staying power now in this lane. Mystic with a BF sword, so a fair bit of damage, but definitely doesn't have the lifesteal that is available to Whoosh.
I think he's ready for a massive buy. Yep, 2,200 gold. I believe he has enough for the Infinity Edge, so he's just trying to back away. Yes, he goes back, picks up the Infinity Edge. That's why he was sitting on a BF set for so long. He moves away, at least at a time when it doesn't threaten Dragon. King are pushing up, but there's no realistic objectives to be taken, not even the bottom turrets. They're not going to be punished for this buy timing, at least as far as I can tell.
Yeah, MLXG is waiting around, knows that he hasn't been spotted. Of course, multiple pink wards here around this area. Glacial Path not going to be taken. That's going to give GA some opportunity to distort this wave to death. MLXG still hanging out on this bottom side. Outer turret does fall down, as Spirit is going to take this red buff as well. Falls to 1 HP, but no one there for a potential steal. And Mystic and Yuge heading back to the lane saying, where the heck did our turret go?
That was just a better buy timing coming through from Whoosh to be able to shop twice, I believe, for the Vamp Scepter and then the completed Bloodthirster. Overstayed for that Infinity Edge did Mystic, so Bax loses his turret. Probably not going to be a big deal, but always good to see King on point with their rotations because they've struggled with them a bit in the last 3 games they've seen. At least with that buy timing, gets them an advantage in bot lane.
Yeah, GA is going to be able to clear out this wave underneath the turret as well, continuing a very high CS lead, considering the fact that the lane wasn't going to go too much in his favor as far as this Lissandra was concerned, especially considering post-level 6, as you were mentioning as well. So does have approximately a 20 CS advantage, 18 if we're being pedantic on that front. And it is going to be a needlessly large rod picked up by GA as well.
Looking down the rosters, there's 4 ranged auto attackers, but it's very hard for Lucian to do safe damage to turrets as a 500 range damage dealer. Does have the Nidalee for a bit of help. The attack speed will help. In general, they have good turret damage. In fact, excellent turret damage with, of course, the Lightbringer passive coming through from the Lucian. It's just risky, of course, to get in 500 range against Alessandra, against the threat of the Onslaught of Shadows, even the Lee Sin Insect initiations. So World Elite, they're going to have to try and engineer teamfight victories. After that, they'll definitely mow down the turrets, but a siege, even with the Nidalee Spears, unless they can get King really low and look for a turret dive, it'll still be difficult.
Yeah, Jia actually going to take a turret bolt there, but gets a cheeky Q onto Assassin as well, sending a message as the Dark Passage is now available for Mystic as well to get out from underneath that turret. Spirit has spent a lot of time up here as he lands the spear after that twisted advance, and now continuing the pressure. There's the flash, actually does have the red buff, of course, so the perma slows there, and Spirit locks down the kill onto Sky.
The spears haven't been registering, but he's still able to pick up the kill with the red buff. So intelligent use of the flash, knowing that, of course, Sky only had the ignite, no counter flash available. Onslaught of Shadows already on cooldown. World Elite don't have any aggressive wards. They aren't able to rotate even with their high turret damage, as we see the Sigil hilariously traveling all the way to the base there. But with 3 ranged auto attackers, this should be the outer turret for World Elite.
Yeah, they pick that one up. They also get a lot of damage down to that top outer turret as well. Very quick 2 turrets here for World Elite. Jia just going to distort over that wall, and they secure some vision. 30 seconds here on this Dragon, and King looking in a little bit of disarray, and MLXG has been nowhere to be found for the last few minutes on this map, and after having such a powerful presence early on, you have to think he needs to continue that.
And they have a double Sightstone team against, of course, a Nidalee jungle who doesn't have a Sightstone of her own. That doesn't build naturally into the more carry-orientated Nidalee jungle build. They need to start getting these wards down. You can see the warding duo getting through the enemy jungle and starting to put wards down, but they're being out-rotated by World Elite. We already mentioned the fact, as I think, yeah, Mystic does actually pick up the Krug in that situation. So good job to him there. The reason why I talk about the double Sightstone is that the only way for World Elite to use their high turret damage, given the risk of a siege, is to out-rotate them. And if they can out-rotate a double Sightstone team, that's a significant problem. There's the hook.
Yeah, the descent onto Lamb there as well. Twisted advance from Aluka, but Fate's Call is going to get Lamb to safety. MLXG going to safeguard himself into the backside as Aluka does have a Dark Passage to take if he wants to, but decides not. as GA able to get a lot of damage onto Whoosh. They're on the backside of that fight. Of course, no one overcommitting on this one. And nice spear going to land on Aleum as well. And this is going to secure the dragon for World Elite.
That was actually 2 critical spears, one just on the screen there onto Aleum. The previous one actually hit onto Whoosh at near max range, getting them both low. Of course, Whoosh has the Bloodthirst that can heal up, but it's a second dragon and another potential win condition, at least started by World Elite. Good dragon control early, and they want this third outer turret. I don't think Kalista can stop them with all the ranged auto attackers and just the amount of damage they have.
Yeah, and World Elite, of course. Oh my goodness, the Frozen Tomb onto Spirit here as well. MLXG comes around, does manage to get the Sonic Wave for the assist as Aluka is going to have to turn tail and run. They pick up the outer turret in the bottom lane, but Spirit didn't need to die there.
Yeah, Aluka was standing in that brush the whole time and then just had to watch as his friend was instantly burst down between Assassin and I guess MLXG's damage coming through. They get the third outer turret. That's a big rotational advantage, but you can see the lanes and laning in general has definitely suited King. 2 kills, not enough to show for just the fact that 3 turrets to 1, it's only a 1,000 gold lead, even less than that for World Elite.
And Aluka does have his teleport available. He's got a Frozen Heart and that Righteous Glory, so this is a very big mid-game Maokai, and we'll see whether World Elite can utilize that.
I mean, the mid-game power between the Maokai 2 item and just the Trinity Force Ruby Crystal Hecarim, it will only get worse for the Maokai this game in terms of advantage over his lane opponent. He has a massive amount of tankiness to enter a fight, and Sky is mostly about burst damage, and then has to ride in a Spirit of Dread for consistent spell vamp in order to stay relevant in the fight, or he will fall down to focus fire very, very quick. Lucian doesn't have a Phantom Dancer yet, doesn't even have the Zeal, but may have gold for that already. This is the good time to be fighting for World Elite, because as the game scales on, Hecarim's going to get really, really big. Of course, it's still going to be a relevant factor in Aluka, but you want to take your power spikes, your power windows, where you have that big relative item advantage whenever you can.
Yeah, Jie still able to clear out these waves. Of course, this turret in the mid lane not taking too much damage when you were talking about King, putting a fair bit of pressure around there as well, and Jie has been using that ultimate very liberally to make sure that he can clear out the waves as he can. MLXG still with 100% kill participation now, 3-0 and 3 as Aluka. He's looking to get taken down here by Liam and Sky, but we mentioned it before, so tanky.
And just pops the Righteous Glory. It gives him that extra, I believe, 70 movement speed and just backs away. Mystic's going to hoover up this massive minion wave in bot. King have shown a lot of weaknesses in terms of rotation and warding, again with double Sightstone. Their wards don't really tell you a story. They have 1 ward on the enemy blue buff, no wards in the enemy red side jungle at all, and the defensive wards aren't there really either. You're not getting the benefit of 6 wards basically for free being available from those double Sightstones, and that allows Mystic to push in very, very aggressively and start to open up a pretty big CS advantage.
Yeah, he's opening that one up as Wushin actually, he's in trouble, but of course does have that Martial Poise. He's going to be fine, dodging out of the way of a lot of these skill shots. Spirit actually taking a little bit there, but Primal Surge going to help him stay at full health as Mystic now clearing out this wave. And the siege is on now for World Elite, looking to get a lot of damage down. Sky, he takes a chain there, but doesn't land the Onslaught of Shadows. Jie, with perfect timing of that flash, stops that one from coming through, and the chain was there as well to help him out.
And the Onslaught of Shadows not being available means a big team fight. Ultimate's down.
There's the Death Sentence as well as MLXG actually going to kick Mystic back, but that's the shutdown on the Lee Sin. And World Elite just playing so great as a team.
And what ideal kill distribution. Mystic picks it up. It's going to snowball that Phantom Dancer, getting very, very damage relevant. It's not going to be a situation like the last game where they had an Urgot, who of course cannot tank bust, is effectively a tank himself. Aluka's actually face tanking this turret.
Yeah, no worries at all as well. Not taking a whole lot of damage as this inner turret is going to go down very, very low. Jie just hanging out. Descent's going to land again. Yujie so great on this Thresh as the tower does fall down. King looking to start the fight though as Assassin. He's going to fall. Whoosh takes most of that culling as well as World Elite getting so aggressive. Spirit falls. A double play though in the backside as Liam just trying to be a menace, but he falls down. MLXG, he's going to respawn. Goes on Aluka, but he's so tanky. The passive doing so much work. Pierce doesn't even find anything as Mystic relentlessly pursues after the Lee Sin, but doesn't get it. And World Elite with a 4-3 for 2.
That that was a wonderful play from Mystic on Lucian that game. Remember, he actually dived into the backline, doing damage to the squishier backline because he understood his ranges. He was doing so much burst damage, and the mana bars for some of the other members of the team just couldn't deal with him. So if we do see a replay coming through in a couple of seconds, that was excellent Lucian play. In a lot of situations, you say, all right, stay at the back, focus the closest target, but he was able to notice the fact that all the initiation ultimates were down. Lissandra ult was down. Hecarim had already shown the ultimate. You can see on the minimap, hasn't actually got the ultimate yet. Lee Sin wasn't present at the fight, so was able to just do damage to the backline. Just showed excellent AD carry awareness to maximize his damage on priority targets in a fight.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily something that you ever get the opportunity to do, as well as Mystic able to weave around those auto attacks by the looks of things. Of course, bending those bullets just a little bit. That wasn't a great movie, to be perfectly honest. Destin's going to land on a lane here as well, but it's a really nice Fates call to get him to safety, stop the initiation. But there's a Luca, twisted advance right onto Sky, uses the Onslaught of Shadows, but does it to the Death Chamber as Liam now going to dive into his demise as well. There's a really, really long twisted advance as Assassin just going to Frozen Tomb himself, but he doesn't have the Zhonya's, so he's going to fall down as well. And World Elite now just taking this game just in control.
And the positioning from their whole team was so on point. In the front line, it was the Maokai and the Thresh. Old man Aluka running these fights from the front line, locking people down with the twisted advance. Jia overextends, but of course not the Warrior Enchant, only the Hex Drinker for damage. They're looking to rush down this Baron. Mystic fighting at the back was doing so much damage in that fight with his Snowball Phantom Dancer we just mentioned. Lee Sin's still in the picture. They're looking for a steal.
Yeah, and that was actually very interesting, using the passive there as GA just to make sure that he's got an extra ward. Little bit cute, but that is going to make sure that the Baron does go down to World Elite. That was a very quick one. They lock that down for themselves. 7,000 gold now the lead, and World Elite looking to be able to at least pick up 1 point in this matchup.
And deny the potential of the third point, Alice. Remember, 23 points, World Elite cannot overcome that advantage, but only the 1 point World Elite will have 16 points, and of course 2 victories and King falling away. They still theoretically could finish higher than King if they can at least deny the 3 points. This is a very important victory for World Elite. They've rushed down the Dragon here, King. It looks like they'll have control of it, but World Elite, they want exit kills.
Yeah, Assassin actually taking a bit of damage here as well. Glacial Path going to get him to safety, but he's away from his team. MLXG might have been caught out. That's a cute little Sonic Wave onto the Scuttler, but I don't know whether he's going to be safe as the Safeguard is still on cooldown. He kicks Spirit out of the fight. Oh, the Spear! He moves into it. There's the max range Spear, takes down the kill, and Whoosh now is forced to run away. Glacial Path going to get Assassin out, but another Spear lands. The flash into the twisted advance, and Aluka follows up. Oh my goodness, that Death Sentence was so close to Assassin as the Frozen Tomb not even available, and World Elite, if only this was the team that was playing in the last game.
And Spirit, after the really rough early jungling where he was out-jungled by MLXG, hitting every critical spear when it matters, when the game is on the line, they will at least take the inhibitor in this situation. And what is such an important game for playoff standing, World Elite, they have a massive advantage. They haven't won yet, but it's damn looking good.
Yeah, and they have the strangulation of this map here as well. You can see the pink wards are there. They're moving around to this inner turret in the top lane as well. Look at these pinks towards the top side of the map as MLXG looking to try and get something done. But Aluka, he's an immovable object in these fights. Sky having the flank though. There's the fear onto Mystic as well, trying to take down the AD carry, but Sky just gets ripped apart. Assassin looking for the assassination. They do take down Mystic, and there's the Frozen Tomb onto Assassin as well in the backline. Does fall down, but trades his life for GA there as well. Spirit comes in, just destroys Whoosh, and World Elite now with all of the control in this fight as the kitty cat just mopping the floor of King. The double kill now for Spirit. He's looking for MLXG, lands the spear,
payback
for
time.
the pounce. There it is, the kick, the Dragon Rage is there, but Spirit with so much chase potential, he might continue the rush down, but jumps the wrong way, and MLXG might be safe.
You could tell there was a bit of feeling in that duel. Atlas Spirit wants this victory so bad. Happy to trace Lee Sin out of base. He walks back in though, but even though it's just the tanky Aluka on Maokai and the Thresh, they should be able to break the base, but certainly no inhibitor coming through for World Elite.
Yeah, it is going to be the MVP minions there as well, doing a whole lot of damage.
Speaking of the minions.
Oh yeah, Spirit, he does have a lot more relevant turret damage at the same time. especially with that Primal Surge, but look at the minions stacking up around that turret, and that is every inner turret down, 2 inhibitor turrets as well. That is 8 turrets to 1 now for World Elite. So much gold in that, and 11,000 gold is the lead that comes of it.
And the Vision Strangulation was there on the minimap, as I think we'll be loading into a replay. We'll wait to see if we do get to see the last fight. Looks like we might not. We get to see our charming faces here, Atlas, so there's still something for the viewers.
Yeah, at least something, yeah.
But it's been just an amazing performance by
yeah.
World Elite, a big level up from their previous game. We're going towards the end of the replay. This is after Lucian has already fallen down. There was the assassination coming from MXG, but who shows up late? But Spirit doesn't hit the spear, but of course does ride the lantern and get the last kill onto Lamb. Chased onto MXG after that situation. Almost complete strangulation, but the fights, they keep going.
Yeah, and Aluka's offered a dark passage, but he doesn't want to get out of the fight right now. The Ventral Maelstrom is there as there's the knock-up to come through onto Lamb, but look at Aluka, he is so tanky. MLXG eats that entire... Whoa, Wushin! How was he there? That is not where he wants to be. The takedown from Spirit gonna lock down MLXG, and he finally gets his kill.
Spear.
Another spear gonna land. Lamb forced to flash. This could actually be the game as World Elite. They're taking down Nexus turrets, and this has to be off the back of some incredible play from Spirit.
Spirit, Mystic, both of them really stepping up.
Yujay.
Fight continues.
That is a beautiful death sentence there as well, as Mystic just going to take down a Constellation Nexus turret instead of Sky, who's going to fall down anyway. Lamb relegated to the fountain as the Nexus falls. Beautiful play from World Elite, and they just took over that game from about 15 minutes and never let go.
An excellent choice of words, relegated to finish. One thing that's for sure, Atlas, just to step back and look at the table, World Elite will not necessarily be going to relegations today at least.
Yep.
The result that shakes out, King go from 20 points to 21 points with the 1-point result and the drawn best of 2. World Elite, they move from 15 points to 16 points. Critically, both teams have 2 series left to play in the LPL, so theoretically, King getting no further points, World Elite getting the 6 points, they will be able to jump ahead of King. And remember, they have fairly, at least looking at the table, easy opposition in terms of GAMT and EP. The only 2 teams at the moment that 10th place World Elite are ahead on the table of. So theoretically, you cannot put King's name onto this playoff standings just yet. There still is the situation World Elite could finish higher than King. Of course, they only need to finish higher than 2 of King, Starhorn Royal Club, and M3. Starhorn Royal Club and M3. M3 lost 2-0 today. Starhorn Royal Club did pick up the big 3 points. It's all happening at the end, and honestly, it could go to the last game of the season. The last game of the season at the end of next week is Vici against M3. Man, it's all happening, Atlas, and the LPL.
Yeah, and Vici are looking so incredibly strong. Going to be very difficult for M3. But ladies and gentlemen, that was the final matchup of tonight. We still do have another day of LPL tomorrow, so definitely hang around for that one. But on behalf of myself, Papa Smithy, Spawn, and Pastry Time, and our entire production crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.